That's weird. It's only coming out of one ear. Hmm. Well, hello. Uh, I I only have sound in one ear. I might have to. I don't know why that would be or what I have to do to fix it. So we'll see how that goes. So welcome to another evening open panel. Pretty much just hang out and have conversations here. And every now and then we do drama light, but mostly conversations. That's my preference. Um, okay, well, let's see what's going on around the world and around the YouTube. Trump conducts no holds barred press conference. So he did a press conference today. Okay, let's see the fact check. Oh, yeah, none of this stuff is interesting to me. Um, nope, pretty much the same thing that's been going on in the world. Oh, this is interesting. Um, hang on. It's Bex. Are you watching by any chance? I'm about to send you something. Something's going on. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not interested in this. So it looks like Oracle and or Flow and or somebody else is streaming, restreaming, etc. So that's pretty much all that's going on in the panelverse. Um, so that's why I'm here, just to provide a cozy little space for alternative conversations. Oh, let me turn my banner on. Feel free to come up or talk in the chat. I'm trying to think. I had something on my mind earlier. There was a topic I was supposed to do. It wasn't the Google thing. It was something else. Fuck. I think I was talking about it in the Discord with somebody. And Neurojack, if you're out there, please come up. Let me check the AI. Maybe I was talking with the AI. It was a rabbit hole that I wanted to go down, and I forgot what it was. Oh well. I'm sure something will come up. Let me go look at Twitter. That's sometimes good for a prompt or two. Uh, nope, not. It's just a slow day on in the on the internet, I guess. Well, I really have nothing to say. Unless I could think of that one topic. Was it DEI related? Was it male female related? I think it might have been. You know what? Let me check my YouTube history because it might have been something I saw on YouTube. Oh, and midlife bro logic is on. No, none of this is jogging my memory. I'll try to jot it down next time. I always think I'm going to remember. That's the AGE. It gets worse, I hear. All right, well, as far as what's going on with me, well, this weekend I'm going to try to do the big 11 plus hour stream in celebration of getting monetized and reaching our 500 and just everything that got us here. And I'm gonna probably set up some membership tiers tomorrow. I'm still doing my research into that and figuring out how I want to do it. And so everything's gonna launch probably Saturday. And if I could find some non-copyrighted dance music, we'll do a panel dance as well. So I guess come prepared for anything. I can't promise that Saturday will be as tight as some of the other streams. Other than that, not much going on here. I'm still trying to make in-person connections. I think if I don't get that balance, then I risk becoming lost in the panelverse, which I mean I'm okay with that. Just like I'm okay with living where I am. It's not the most ideal place, but it's an okay place. I can rest here as long as I need to. It's not an adverse or hostile place. Um, the Panelverse is kind of the same thing. And by Panelverse, I don't necessarily mean the Panelverse. I just mean YouTube, the entire like Panelverse, the YouTube verse. But then there's also like if I went to Utah or Florida or somewhere else where I really want to be, not just a place that will do, but a place with opportunities more, how do I want to say this? I think one reason my opportunities are limited here is because of the social and political climate here. And if I went to another place where there was less of a factor, I think it would be easier to find a internet life balance than it is here. It's not from lack of trying here. It's just from those connections are just not being made because I'm too much of a oddball or misfit here. But if I went somewhere else where I'd fit in better, like if I went back to Louisiana, I would have that balance very easily because I already have roots there. I have an existing network. Um, when I visited last year, I I really liked it because it was very active. I had a lot of people. It was kind of the first time, really, since COVID that I had spent an extended amount of time around other human beings in person. And it was constant activity. It was, we're going here, we're meeting these people here, someone's having this dinner at their house tonight, we're going to this restaurant the next day, somebody's cooking, they're having people over, et cetera, et cetera. So it was always something to do. But in between all of that, I could do my show. And at that time, I was doing it at the same time every day. So I still did my daily show. I still had some online activities in the evenings I was engaged in. I could go on other panels when I felt like it. I could check in with the internet when I felt like it. And then I could turn all of that off and go outside the house and interact with humans and immerse myself in a real life community. And I loved having that balance. And it felt very, it didn't feel like they conflicted. It felt like they were an expansion and a complement, an extension and a complement of each other. So the internet people gave me things that the in-person community didn't, and the in-person gave me things that I couldn't get from the internet crowd. And so having both gave me more of the full spectrum of what I need from people, like social life. And I liked it. And I think it felt healthy. It felt like this is good. It's good to have some real life people to hang out with in addition to the internet people. Um, I don't know. Maybe send a super chat and see what you incentivize it with. I don't do enough. I have the gay wrist. I don't have gay hands, but I have gay wrist. So my hands tend to do this, and I talk. I can't fake the sassy bit. It has to be provoked. It's only when somebody brings it out because I'm not in control of it. When it comes out, it does its own thing. Um, I can't like will it when it's not there. But I talk with my hands, but it's the not the hands that are actually gay. It's the wrist. But is this jazz hands? Was that good enough? Was that sassy enough? I did musical theater in high school. I guess I shouldn't call it musical theater. We did musicals in high school, and we had to do little dances and stuff. And smile. I remember you always had to. I remember several things. Smile big, because the audience can't see you smile in the middle and the back. So you have to really, really exaggerate the smile and keep it going. So we were on stage like this, and Joe's Pizza. Pretend like you have an advertisement for Joe's Pizza on your back with the phone number and everything. You do not want to advertise for Joe's Pizza. Do not let the audience see your back ever. And our theater director would scream out Joe's Pizza every time she saw our backs to drill it into us that don't show your back to the audience. So you want to stay facing and you want to be happy. Just give the illusion that everything's just, it's a musical. It is happy. Not that everything's always happy or supposed to be happy, but that in a musical, everything is happy. It didn't. No, that was a different. That was the Christmas play. Hey, Bex, what's up? Um, and we did normal theater too, and that was I think I got more out of that than the musical because the music I was always chorus because I couldn't sing, so I auditioned for singing parts, but I never got the singing part. So I was always resigned to the chorus. But I remember the last musical I did. It was Once Upon a Mattress, and I had like a line or two. And I don't know if it was a singing line or a speaking line, but I got slightly little more than a chorus. And I had like a name. My character actually had a title. And stop. And I remember we had to our outfit was we were knights, so it's like little knight costumes with the little poofy knights, the skirts that the knights wore back then. It was like Middle Ages, I guess. Um, and we had slippers for shoes, and we were supposed to get tights, blue tights, our tights to match the color of our outfit, and mine was blue. So light blue tights, like baby blue. And I told my mom, and they said, be sure and get tights. And she shows up with a pack of light blue pantyhose, not tights. And it was like the day before opening night. And that's all I had to go on with. And they did not look like tights at all. And you could see all the hair on my legs poking through the pantyhose. And I was the only one on the stage with the hairy legs and no tights and blue pantyhose instead. So, but you know what? When those things happen, you got to roll with them. You can't be self-conscious of them. You can't let the audience know you're thinking about them or that they bother you. You just got to be on that stage like blue pantyhose is normal. For maybe you were like the poor knight or the hand-me-down knight, or maybe you were a knight ahead of its time. It's time. See what I did there? And another thing I learned, the first play I did was Julius Caesar, the Shakespeare play, and I was Casca. I was one of the noblemen, and I played that character so well. He's real haughty and arrogant and supercilious, and he looks down, or he thinks he's hot shit, and he looks down on everybody. And people, I played that role so well, people hated me. They hated. I did the character so well, they hated me as an actor. But I got to kill Caesar. I was the very first person to kill Caesar. and we had these little retractable blades. And I remember during dress rehearsal, I had the blade in my pocket, and when it came time, I'm supposed to like kind of slide up behind Caesar, and I'm supposed to take the knife out and say, "Thus falls Caesar," and I'm supposed to stab him in the back with this knife, and it had the fake blood and everything. And during dress rehearsal, I pulled the knife out, and only the handle came out. It was just a little knife handle, and the blade had stayed in the pocket. It had like came separated, and it was poking me. It was poking me in my junk. It was supposed to poke me in the ball in my nuts. And I was on stage like this, like squirming with that little knife poking me, and just hitting Caesar with a handle. I was like handling him to death, and everybody around me was like all my co-actors was like it was funny. Everybody was laughing, and the director yelled at us, and she said, "It's not funny. I'll tell you when it's funny. When something like that happens, you don't break character, you don't laugh, you just handle Caesar, and you sit there with a knife in your balls, and you just bear it. You got to pull. It's all about pulling off the illusion. It's production. You have to pull off the production. The audience, don't do anything that's going to take the audience out of that illusion. You suffer for that art. What do you talk? Is there drama? What do you mean a fake? We're all fake, Chuck. I don't even. None of us. I don't know who I am. I don't know if I'm real. I can't guarantee like that certified guaranteed real logo. I can tell you this. I am organic. I'm not a production. The stuff you see out here is really what is happening with me in the moment. It's not pre-planned or produced. No, I'm talking about Midbro or whoever a fake is. I guess Chuck, nothing's going on right now. If you want to come up and talk a little bit. Yeah, he's Frank's been very almost malicious lately. He has this level of vitriol that he I don't know if he's taken his Geritol or Correctol, whatever old people are supposed to take. Oh God! All right, this is not what I predicted when I started this, but I'll go with it. Or not. But as far if you're talking about Midbro, he's a content creator. You take him as what he is. I'm a content creator. Not really. I'm actually when I started this stream, because I started the first one during COVID. Um, it was meant to be. I started it with a trans guy, and then we eventually brought in a couple of friends. So it was kind of like a little team, and it was meant to be conversations, guest interviews, and we had a Discord. There was a little comment community. So it was kind of exactly like what you see here. But the content, it was not open panel. The content, like we had our guest in advance, and at the end of the show, after about an hour, if there was anybody in the comments that wanted to come up, this was on Zoom, y'all. We did this all by Zoom. We would send them a Zoom link, and then the audience could join the panel. But very rarely did they take us up on it. Every now and then an audience member would hop on, but for the most part it was just guest and conversations. Um, and then when I started this one, it honest to God was going to be a channel for conversations about men's mental health. I wanted to show men talking with other men about the issues in their lives, what's important to them, their fears, concerns. I wanted to see men opening up, being vulnerable, talking about mental health, seeing that it's not scary, kind of normalizing it. I was going to have men's guests from the men's movement and the men's work field on. and somehow I ended up in the Panoverse. Like, so, um, and I've been on a journey from there. But one thing the Panoverse taught me very early on is that I didn't want what I thought I wanted. I didn't want, not necessarily that it was going to be overly professional, but I wanted something a little more focused, a little more actual content. But I learned that I enjoy this freeform style a lot better, and kind of this spontaneous, never know what's going to happen, more dynamic, uh, chaotic type of content. This much more mirrors my actual work, the people I work with, the type of work that I'm used to doing. I've never been a very good like front-facing person, like polished, professional, formal, um, somebody you would want to put like on a Dr. Phil or Oprah to like explain a topic or be credible with the public. And so this format, the Panoverse taught me that I don't want the formality or the type of content I thought I wanted. That I want somewhat of that, but I want it in combination with something else. And so I do have the Panoverse to thank for that, and for opening me up to types of people that I'm from Louisiana. I'm from South Louisiana. We have quite a mix of people down there. Um, so it's not like I don't have experience with the diversity of the human species. I've lived in New Orleans, Vegas, LA, San Francisco. But there are still people on this Panoverse that I don't think I would have met anywhere in life, and types of people I never thought I'd be talking to. And I'm not saying that as a negative whatsoever. I think my life, I'm gonna, I'm trying to see if I was gonna say I'm gonna be honest, and then I'm trying to see if I'm actually being honest. But I think I am when I say that my life has been enriched by contact with the Panoverse. And if I go back and redo it without the Panoverse, I think I would say no. I want the Panoverse version. It gave me something that I wouldn't want to do without. And now it's learning how to manage all of that. Quite. Yeah, it's and they're trying to make the pool bigger, like deliberately bigger. It's a networking strategy or what am I trying to say? Like growth strategy of starting to feed different audiences into each other to make larger audiences, which is something we've talked about on here for a while. I just had different audiences in mind. Yeah, and I've been thinking about this. Like the younger generation are growing up with I didn't have this growing up, and I think if I had, my arc would have been different. I would have been able to develop some skills and figure some things out earlier, um, at a time when I would have been able to do more, like make different choices. And kids now are getting that opportunity, and they're getting put in contact with a range of people from all over the world. They're getting to experiment with identities that I never even dreamed were out there. And I thought I was on the edge of identity experimentation, and what the modern world has is light years behind anything that I had. And so I definitely see its potential. And I think there is a stage of development which you kind of try on different roles and play and find yourself and find your personality. Because there's like a self fabrication element to some of that. I don't think it's all completely organic. We shape it a little bit to our social environment. But yes, you're right. This is I was telling some people today that figuring out the panel verse is almost harder and more complicated to me than what I see on these Survivor or Big Brother type shows, and those look really hard and complicated. One reason I think those shows are easier is because you have votes. You have ways to find out who's actually telling the truth or are what they say they are. And here it's constantly open ended. You just never know, and there's no way to ever know. So it just endlessly goes on with playing and gaming and producing and content creating and content farming, and it's an ecosystem, it's an ecology. I'm just trying to stake out and clarify my little part of it. What do I want my little corner of it to be? The part I actually have some control or influence over. And that's where all of you come in, because you've helped me, and together I think we have done a pretty decent job at it. So, oh my God, I'm already almost on 30 minutes. I don't know. I'll keep it going a little longer. See, I think Chuck, there's probably other panels going on now, right? Is that what the where everybody else is? You know, it everybody everybody here has a game. Everybody's played a game and or has a game. And I'm not saying that in a like everybody's being deceptive or has an ulterior motive or agenda. I'm just saying everybody's here with a goal. Or hopefully. I think everybody should. If you're not here with a goal, consider adopting one, because I think being here with a goal, even if it's just to observe or learn or hang out or whatever, like being clear about I think bringing purpose to something can add a little extra element of like focus, clarification, and kind of give you some kind of anchor. So whatever your goal is, like bring at least one goal to your panel experience, whether it's viewer, chat, commenter, panelist, content creator. Kind of be somewhere in your mind, be vaguely aware of what you're here for, specifically what you're hoping to get out of it, and that is kind of a game, like the attempt to reach a certain goal. There's that's kind of a game in and of itself, and so you bring the game of whatever you're here for, whatever your purpose for being here is. The game is trying to execute or maximize or get the best outcome around that goal. And so my game is to grow the channel, to make sure it's at the, my chart with the red zones and the green zones, that make sure it's staying in that green zone that I'm trying to keep it in. Um, Building a team to grow with in the future, because it's going to take more than just me. Figuring out additional activities, events to offer the community, all that kind of stuff. That's my game, if you could call that a game, because that's what brings me closer to my goal of community building. But every person here is going to have a different game. Like your game might be to hang out, kill time, get to know people, have fun, kick back. This could be like TV for you. Like these are just different television channels that you relax to throughout the day, except they're interactive. So you get to know all the characters in the process, and that could be all the goal you need. But at least you have a reason for being here. Hey, Disc, Paul, what's up? I still have not watched the Mary Turner stream, but I did see it come across my feed, and I'm going to post it right now. Um, Why is it so hard to bring up channels? Okay, here we go. The Case of Mary Turner. This is from Discussion Salon. He just put out this video. So, I think the basic game in modern Western society, and maybe in human society, because it's like resource gathering, um, is money, success, like financial success, material success, economic success, career success, professional success, etc. That's never appealed to me as a goal. If some kind of success comes as a side product of something I'm doing, fine, but I've never set out with that as the goal. I've set out to accomplish a particular thing, and whether I accomplish that thing or not is the success for me. So it's success on my terms, and my terms have never been money and whatever society's terms are. Like, and I'm not knocking those terms because I think they're good ones and they work for many, 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 many people, and I want them to keep working. I just have different ideas of success. Yeah, yeah. You're right. The more concrete you can get, like tied to specific situations, the better. I'm a problem. I consider myself a problem solver, and so I look at specific. It's easy for me to take a single specific problem and focus on that. So everything I'm saying is meant to be applied to specific problems, but even that you could generalize about a bit and calling that a game and saying we probably all have at least one specific goal that we're here for. Let's see, cap. And did that kind of start with the 50, like post World War II, the dream of middle class American prosperity, and did we kind of had a reaction to the conformity of that with the 60s? Then the 70s, we just stopped caring about any of that. We just want to have fun, hang out, and vibe and groove, and it was. 70s were a lot of fun. The 80s too. The 90s is when everything got all cynical and angsty and kind of gritty and realistic. Like that's when all of the childhood and I think social illusions started to drop. And we started to accept ourselves and our society as less ideal than we thought it was. And then somehow I think we swung back into some other form of idealism with the woke and the anti-racism and the purity, group purity. Um, People definitely don't seem to be relaxed nowadays. Very uptight and self-conscious and anxious. Yeah, because Kennedy was 63. That's also about the time the Beatles and the Stones and all that was taken off. So that was like a transition from that era to the what for me was the modern era. Now it's like the rock age, and it's as old timey as anything else. What is the modern stuff? Is it? I don't even think music or even television is the force it used to be, or possibly even movies. Is it video games? Is it TikTok stream like this format, video online videos? What is the new? What's defining the culture these days? What age are we in? It's not the rock age anymore. It's not the techno age. It's not the Not any of the ages that I grew up in. And there were several ages because you had like along with the techno, the musical techno age. Because I remember when things transitioned from like alternative rock to techno becoming the dominant youth culture. You also had technology changing as well. So there were like, then you had social media. So that was kind of a change, but it was separate from, but in tandem with these artistic changes. So it wasn't just like single changes. There were many things changing. And the combination at any time to me is the snapshot of that age. Yeah. And you know what? I remember like I think it was 1990 and I was really really into the Pixies. And I was listening to Doolittle, their best album at the time, and really turning it up and just rocking it up. And I remember thinking, I said, one day I'm not going to be limited to a single album. I'm going to be able to there's going to be a device, like a little box, and you're going to be able to load up all of the music that you want into it and tell it what song to play, and it can play random songs, and it's going to go beyond the CD player. And I remember thinking that in 1990 when I was listening to this Pixies album, how the future of music was going to be consumed. And I'll be damned if we're not. We're definitely at that or beyond that at this point. And so content consumption right now in 2024 is giving me everything that I was wishing for and dreaming of in 1990. Being able to watch any movie I want or any TV show I want at the touch of a button from my living room. Imagine being in 1990 when you had, if you didn't have cable, you had like the four or five channels. Imagine in 1990 being able to turn on your TV and watch any movie or TV show. That would have blown our minds. Nobody would believe that that was coming. But it's exactly what we all would, like if we had a wish, a magic wish, we would all wish was here. And it was the same with music. So now that we have that, we're in that era. I was ready for this decades ago. So I'm not complaining about it. That Amazon and the streaming services are centralizing our media and driving us into this online consumption of content. I can, dude. It's not even you could pull up a movie. You can watch any movie you want at your fingertip. It's not even that. You can watch it with other people from anywhere in the world, from your living room. That blows my, like growing up, if you wanted to watch a movie with friends, you had to call the friends. You had to figure out what movie you wanted, or you had to go to the video store together. And you had to go to somebody's house and physically watch the movie together. So it was something you did once or twice a week, maybe a couple times on weekends. On weekends, we'd get like big stacks of movies from Blockbuster, and we'd go through it. We'd take the whole weekend and just go through them. But that's how you had to watch movies with friends. That now to be able to simulate that exact same experience, or very, very close to it, from the luxury of your bedroom or your living room, with anybody. Like you could do it with lifelong friends, you could do it with random strangers. That's a bonding. Like watching those campfire stories, like all sitting around the same campfire, listening to the same story. That's a bonding experience on a primal level. And so to your point, Paul, I think all of this is a good thing, but then we have all those monopoly rulings coming out too. So what's the shadow side of this? Like you take the bad with the good, or is there a line at some point where it's just not worth the convenience? Oh, so y'all like it was just a device that you drug out. That's kind of how ours was. It was stationary in the living room, but it wasn't the dominant. TV was when it was like one of many things to do, and it was when something there was a reason to do it. There was a particular show on, or there was nothing else to do. But if you had friends to play with, or there were people over, or you could go swimming at someone's pool, or go to the library if your mom was going to take you to the library, you picked any of that over TV. TV was just the default when there was nothing else to do. You might turn on the TV. And so ours was not TV was not a big thing in our household either. It didn't at least like me and my older siblings. I think maybe my younger sibling or two might have been babysat more by the TV than we were. But we're almost a decade apart. Um, but my generation of kids, TV was not the center of our life. Not like screens are today for today's generation. Um, it was just one activity among many, and most of the activities were active. They were outdoors or involve engaging in other people or moving your body or something. People say that, but I've had better quality social interaction. Lockdown was the best thing that ever happened to me. It opened up. It saved two things. It saved my mental health, and it saved my social life. My social life in Seattle was probably one of the poorest it's ever been of anywhere I lived. I was at a workplace of people that I didn't realize disliked me or didn't want to work with me. I had very few actual friends that could relate to me because the cultural stuff was a big barrier, and most of the people I had were transplants. Um, I had a roommate I was very close to, but I had I didn't have a big circle of friends. And when COVID happened, I got fired from the job 3 days before lockdown, and they called lockdown. So I realized that the job that I thought I had was not the job I thought it was. And the social life that I had was not nearly the social life that I was capable of having. And this medium cured all of that. It put me in touch. It gave me a much better social life with the type of people I was looking to have a social life with, and it let me do the best quality work I've ever done in my life, better than any job that I've worked at or gotten fired from. So for me, it was a very positive experience, and it improved my social life. But again, I think there's that balance. I like you don't want to lose touch with with the real world, with people in real life. Philip,
Welcome, brother. How you doing?
for some reason my audio is only in one ear, and I can't figure out why. Your mic is working fine.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
it happens. Might just have to need a new gaming headset. Might just be needed.
Let me unplug and plug back.
Hello. You're muted. Yeah, you muted yourself when you did that. Yeah, you're full on muted. Well, how you doing, Chuck? Shout out to Chuck in Tennessee. Welcome, my friend. Shout out to the discussion saloon. Hello, welcome, guys. I was listening to Jeff, and he was talking about some good topics. And one of the topics he was talking about was COVID. And before he was talking about that was bonding experiences around campfires. And I totally agree with Jeff that COVID eliminated that bonding experience between people.
Am
And
I here?
yes, yes, you are here.
Okay, I think you're. I think the audio's back too.
Awesome, awesome. No, I was just bringing up the point that the whole bonding experience is that's something I try to do with every conversation I have with everybody. I used to just ignore people and think that that was the last time I was going to see them, so I didn't need to know them. But saying that out loud, that that could be the last time I could see him, sets more reality to it that maybe I should make more time with that person or just take more time with that person.
Are you talking about the Panoverse, real life, or just in general?
Real life, because you were talking about earlier how campfire stories is a great bonding experience for people,
Oh yeah. Hmm.
and I was just thinking that you don't. That you said that a campfire is a good reason for a bonding experience, but really you can make a bonding experience out of anything, and you don't need a campfire.
Yeah. I mean, I bond from watching just watching movies and TV shows with people on the internet.
Really, I get too hyper focused on the movie to even think about anybody else.
Maybe it's a body doubling thing. I do when the movie's playing because we all go on mute, so none of us actually talk during the movie. Although we can type little comments here and there, but
Oh, in
just
Discord.
knowing that the same people are out there watching it though, and then we all talk about it when it's over. So you're watching it by yourself, but you're conscious that at the same time these other people are all watching the same thing on their screen. So it's still kind of a shared experience because you're like all body doubling.
See, I just haven't seen a great movie because not really any movie I've watched I want to talk about other than they were bad.
That's the name of the movie. You're talking about how bad the movies are.
No, like for example, Star Wars, the Disney series Star Wars. It's just I had nothing positive to say, and I didn't really have to talk anything. It was bad. It was bad. It was just straight bad. And in other movies I've seen, I don't really. It doesn't hit me that hard to talk about it. It's all fictional.
What's some of your favorite movies?
Well, like I said, Starship Troopers.
Oh right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I said Starship Troopers was one of my favorite movies just because it's just it's a perfect. It's not a perfect movie, but it's a movie. It's total fantasy. You escape from reality watching a movie.
So it's just a good story.
No, it's a horrible story. It's just
Oh,
it's exactly what a movie should be. You know what I mean? Like people say, well, it's not a good story, but I mean, it had a character, it had a character arc, and it had a finish. What else does a movie need? It had action,
it.
it
I'll
had
tell you what
babies.
it needs: good writing, good acting,
And
good
isn't that
production,
subjective?
excellent characterization. That's the big one for me. If you can't get the characters right, that will take me out of a movie faster than anything. And so will bad acting.
So that's
And
what
bad
this movie
acting and
had.
bad writing are kind of related.
So this had bad writing, but good characters.
Do what?
The movie had bad writing, but good characters. Like the
Sometimes
dialogue.
that can compensate. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes really good actors could pull off bad writing and make it entertaining anyway. But sometimes I could hear if they can't, I can hear the writer writing and the actors just reciting these bad lines that the writer's just writing for them.
well, and it's like what's it called? The movie it didn't really tell like a underlying story. It wasn't. It didn't have an agenda. It didn't have an agenda behind it. It was just a dumb movie about bugs in space and people dealing with that.
I just
And
want to
friends
entertain.
and friends like friends from like high. It was like kids from high school joining the army, and then realizing like, oh, we can't be friends forever, and they're all doing their own separate things. But in the end, somehow they all come together. In the end, it's just a classic story of friends, life, and ups and downs. It's a classic story, but people don't appreciate it because it isn't. Oh, it is. It doesn't have meaning behind it because it's. I don't know because it's
That sounds like meaning to me though.
well, it's fighting bugs in space. You
Yeah,
know what I
but
mean?
like
It's hard to sell
that
that.
bond, like being part of that community, that bonded little group, that and watching them come together and accomplish something and succeed. That sounds
And
like a
then
lot of meaning.
yeah, then I felt like I was part of that group because you watched them grow, you watched them do everything, the ups and downs, and that's where I was like, well, but people are like, dude, that's a horrible movie. The CGI was bad. Well,
Oh,
it was actually pretty good for its time.
right, because bad CGI today was like eye-popping special effects when we were watching them. So I'm very forgiving of CGI. I have very low standards. Hey,
Yeah.
Alan Eyes, welcome from Scotland. Wow.
So
Oh, I know plasma. I hate it's technical that bothers me when guests come on and they have to like spend 30 seconds fixing their audio before they can talk. I feel like that's just so. I feel like the audience deserves better, and when it happens, I'm like, God damn it, why can't I get it together?
in my kingdom, you're not allowed to join the stream if you're on a phone. You got to have a mic. You got to have a mic. You got to have a computer. I'm not dealing with phone people. I'm not dealing with it. They have the worst audio. They are they have no idea what they're doing to the show. Right? If you show up with bad audio, bad camera, bad internet, what are you doing? You're not even thinking about your friends. You're just there to hopefully be a part of the group. Are you really thinking about the show, your friends? If you're bringing crap,
Damn it! If I didn't notice that until you pointed it out.
are you serious?
Because I'm so for because to me the first it's the person first of all. So I'm like, oh, cool person that I really like is here. And then when they're on the panel, I'm just glad they're on the panel. So I'm so forgiving of their audio. And then it's like, as long as I could understand the conversation, bad audio doesn't bother me. And so it's a person I like or want to hear from, and I could focus on the conversation so it meets my standards. And I never think about how it looks as a show, like as a professional
Oh, you
product.
got to play chess, brother, on every situation. I would think.
I'm so focused on the people and the content and the stories that the audio gets down. It falls out of my attention tunnel, and then I don't notice. Like Neurojack's on here all the time. You could never hear him, but I'm so interested in his conversations that we talk for hours anyway with the bad audio. I think the this kind of audience, the panelverse type audience, I think is a little more tolerant of different audio levels than like a more
Yeah.
professional crowd would be. Paul sleeping. Um, oh, is Paul? Oh, cause it's y'all are over there, right? It's later for you. What time is it there? And we had an Australian guy that wants to come on, but I don't know what his time zones are either.
Either way, just whenever you are available to stream, we appreciate it. So thank you.
Let me see. Oh, it's 4:20 in the morning. Wow, it's exactly 4:20.
Yeah, but it
So
doesn't
are y'all
stop
are
anybody.
the Scottish British people just getting up or just going to bed? Have y'all been on panels all night?
I'm always confused on how Australia is one day ahead of us, but they don't seem one day ahead of us at all.
In fact, let's see what Australia time is. Oh, 1:20 in the afternoon on a Friday.
That's what I mean. They're way ahead of us. Like
Yeah,
what?
they're in tomorrow. Wow.
Like I tried
Well,
to think
I
here's the
love
thing. Like
having our international people here. Welcome.
sometimes I feel like I relate with more of the international people than the locals. It's kind of strange.
Oh, me too. Like when COVID started, every I was Zooming with people from Canada, the UK, Australia, all over the US, and every one of them were more interesting than any of the people in Seattle that I had been interacting with for the last 10 years. Like I was so I had it made Seattle feel like a small town, and I was finally able to interact with like people and the larger world. That's what COVID felt like with the social media technology.
It was pretty amazing to see what the world can do from their home. Like, we didn't need to go to work anymore, and it was hard for places to justify people to come back to work. It's like
And
it was weird. It was weird. It's like having the people come back. It's like, how do you tell people, I need you to come back to your desk when it's like, dude, I'm just as productive when I'm at home. What's the issue?
well, they use the thing about like higher productivity when you're in person and can interact with your team, blah blah blah. But then Google just got they tried to use that in one of their things, saying that it's because the people stopped coming into the office and it made it harder to do this, this, and this.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know. First of all, I'm not really. I don't know how good of a team player I am anyway. I try to be, but people never seem happy with the results. So I don't feel. I feel like I can work fine from remotely. The kind of work I do, I don't need to be in a room with other people to do it.
Now, see, now I that's actually one you said about goals. That's one of my goals is striving to be a team player. I have to set that as a goal. It's not something that comes naturally to me. Is that something
My
you could do possibly to change your potentially
my
change out
very
your
first
outcomes?
thought, first of all, is you have to make sure it's the right team, and that otherwise you're gonna feel like it's you when it might not just be you. But assuming you have the right team, what are the difficulties you have so far? Like what keeps you from feeling or being part of a team?
That's not me, Jeff. It's you. You said that you don't feel like part of a team. I'm the one
No, but you
asking.
you said that that's one of your things that you were wanting to get better at.
Well, I'm already better at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm almost a construction manager. You have to be a good team player in order to be a construction manager and run 40 to 60 guys in a day, who have their own personal problems and agendas and issues.
They bring all that to you. Oh, you like work related stuff or just
Well,
everything?
not only that, it's like the quality of people's work has gone down, right? So when they do perform a task, and you're like, dude, that's not up to the standards of quality. You're like, dude, you got to do that again. Asking somebody to come back and do it again is not easy. And trying to convince them like, hey, you did a bad job, and you need to come back and do it again is not easy, dude.
What
Not easy.
what why this drop in quality?
Pay. I think it's honestly we don't get some people don't get paid enough, and I think I honestly don't know why someone doesn't take pride in their work.
I
Or
don't either.
maybe they are taking pride in work, but that is literally their ability. You know what I mean? Like, how can I hate on someone's ability? Everybody's not the same. I definitely know that I can run faster than the guy next to me some days, or, like I'm not running as fast as the Olympians, but I'm also running faster than the guy eating Cheetos on a couch all day. So not everybody's the same. I used to think everybody was the same, and that was one of my issues actually, and it was actually mentally destructive.
Oh yeah, I never thought I was always saved for that one somehow. I never assumed that. I thought we were all I never thought any one person was better than another person. I thought we were all like equal, existentially equal, or equal under the
Really?
law. But I didn't think we all were the same. I could see very clearly that each person around me was a very different person with
Hmm.
unique qualities to them.
So yeah, and then finding those unique qualities is it's a fun game now. It's a fun goal, and I think that's my game on. That's one of the games I'm looking for is finding people's unique qualities on YouTube. That's my game.
That's a cool game. What have you found so far?
Let me see. Jeff's unique quality is hmm, It's about conversation. You do know how to have conversation with people. That's one of your qualities is being able to conversate with people and the knowledge to conversate with people. Your consistency to show up every day is a great quality. You know how rare that is for someone to show up every day like this?
That's
It's
one of
not
my
easy.
superpowers.
That's what I
That's
mean.
called
So
commitment. I've always been good at
so seeing
showing
the
up.
finding commitment in people is really cool on YouTube because that's actually rare.
I know. I can do a lot. If I could find other people like me or clone myself, I could do a lot with just a little bit of commitment, like this type of commitment.
Yeah, finding people's unique qualities. Chuck's unique quality is he's got a ton of wisdom because
He's
he's
our
lived it.
elder.
Yeah, he's lived it. So that's his unique quality compared to other people. He's got the wisdom and the credit to back it up. It might be not the right wisdom you're looking for, or it might be not the wisdom that you needed, but he has wisdom. So
Yeah. No, I benefit from Chuck's wisdom.
yeah, so looking for people's unique qualities, asking the right questions, um,
And
building
I've
community.
said before that I think yours is this grounding energy that I know you say you're feral and everything, but you bring this really calm, grounding energy. You're pleasant to talk to. You're easy to talk to. You ask excellent questions. You know how to keep a conversation going. And so you
Um,
bring this really comfortable energy that makes it um, easy to talk and
yeah,
want to you want to talk.
thank you, Jeff. I think one of the things that helps at the end of the day, being able to talk like this, is also being tired of working hard all day and not having the energy to bullshit and give people shit. You know, I'm just tired, bro. I don't have time for this
Just
playing
raw,
games.
tired and raw.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is who I am. I don't have time. I don't have the energy to play games. Feral raised by a pack of wolves. I wasn't raised. I wasn't raised.
No, that would be civilized.
Yeah.
Wolves would be too civilized. Daniel, you need to run that through an AI or Grok and get that image.
So, do 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 do. No, feral I used to think survival of the fittest. You know, all I need to do was be strong, be successful. I found out real quick that society has actually favored the weak and the brained. They've 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 used politics against the strong.
Did you have siblings and stuff? Like, what
Yes,
was your family position?
a middle child.
Oh,
Yeah. So older sister, younger brother. My brother got treated better than I did because it seems like every parent is learning, and so the last kid is always treated the best because they learned everything, they've experienced everything. My brother was the baby child, and I was the one, that was the first son. I was the
so you were the
first son.
practice son.
Yeah. So good times. It sucks though because my family wasn't taught to stick together and do things together, so we're really separated. I wish
Oh,
I had a tighter family, and my inside family, my outside family, like cousins, aunts, uncles, and stuff. I'm tight with them, but my personal family, we're spread out. It sucks, and broken. It sucks. I'm the only one that's made it so far.
oh,
Hmm.
made it in what kind of way?
I have a career.
Oh,
I
like
have potential.
economically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I haven't been in the system. One time I did play with the system. I was slapped on the wrist and it wasn't.
You
They're
told
like,
us about your the
yeah,
holding tank thing.
that's what I mean. Like I was right there of being on the other side. I was right there, bro. So like I should be a statistic, not a person just blending in with society. I should be a statistic. Feral. Feral people become statistics, bro. It's crazy.
I know. Yes, I've said my whole life like it's a miracle I haven't ended up in jail or homeless or dead. Like the fact that I'm here.
Wow.
That if I think if left to my own devices, that was the likely outcome. I think I had the right people at the right time to kind of steer me on a slightly different path away from that, and it made all the difference. Like they were able to redirect me onto something positive.
Same thing here, man. If I was left to my own will, and I ended up doing more damage than good because I thought of just being a kid, enjoying the dumb things, and not being thinking about the future. Just thinking about living in the moment, like what's good in the moment. I wasn't even having that much fun. That's the sad part. I was just just there, participating.
Oh, take care, Paul. Good night. Good seeing you. Come up and
Later, brother.
chat one day. Um, that's why I wonder if we do need that. Like we talk about humility and letting somebody else lead and letting somebody else like guide you because you don't know everything about yourself and other people see things about you. Maybe we do need that guidance because I'm not like on my own, I don't make the best decisions, but then who do I trust? Like no stranger's going to know me well enough to give me that guidance. So who do I if I'm not doing it on my own, if I'm not if I can't be left completely on my own, who can I trust to guide me? I don't know. Nobody.
I wish I could, brother. I just don't have the credit and experience to guide you. I would set you in a path that you wouldn't be
But
happy.
even if you could, even if like you like if you said I could guide you, I don't think I could submit that's what I'm saying. Like we have this resistance to submitting to any kind of guidance, even though it might be what we need. And I think it could hold us back. I think learning to accept guidance, like learning to let somebody else lead at certain times when it's beneficial to you, when it would actually help you. I think there's still resistance to being able to do that, to follow, like to let somebody else take the reins
Well,
about your life.
you're absolutely right. You should be very cautious on who takes the reins and mentoring somebody. And that's why usually it's very rare and hard to get good mentors because one, they're already taken.
Yeah.
Good mentors are already taken. So, and so people try doing the classes and stuff, and that could potentially work, but it ends up being more of a, you don't, they end up losing connection, the actual connection with the
Because
people,
it's not that one on
bond.
one, it's
They end
just
up
a
losing the
class.
bond. Yeah, they end
Yeah.
up being the business and losing the bond. And the bond is the most important part of the mentor.
Hmm.
So, um, no, it takes a special person to be a mentor. You just can't give it up to anybody. So,
So
in that
then that
situation,
instinct to not submit is correct. Like don't just follow anybody's guidance or leadership
well,
just because you know you make bad decisions.
in my situation when I don't have a mentor, I had to look at other people and unfortunately go to not unfortunately, thankfully go to Jesus. I had a backup. When I didn't have anybody physical, I have someone mentally and
Hmm.
emotionally and always there without always there. Jesus is always there if I think about it. Um where a physical mentor can't be there all the time for you.
It's like
But
AI
Jesus could.
companion.
Yeah. Well, that's tough. I wouldn't say
What
that, but yeah,
what
yeah.
guidance? I'm, I would
Okay, yeah.
actually trust Jesus. Like if Jesus talked to me or came down and said, "I can guide you, my child. You can trust me. I have the wisdom to lead you where you need to go." I would actually probably trust Jesus and say, "Okay, Jesus, take the wheel. I trust you."
And I did that today. I do that every day now. I'm on the border right now because I'm you're watching me become unferal right now. So literally, I'm on the edge of one decision could lead me back down to homelessness. Reverse. I was homeless 6 or 7 years ago,
So
and
you're
now
still at that edge of
yes,
like
every day.
precarity.
Yes, every day.
Or do you think you're
Every
always going to
day.
be at that edge, or do you foresee some kind of stability down the road?
No, no, because I stop. I start thinking. I start thinking, and I start slowing down. It's hard to explain. Like if I didn't stop and think about or like realize my situations, then I could snap on somebody. But I have to sit there and go, "Hey, what's making me frustrated?" Recognize the situation. I try recognizing situations before they happen.
So you're like tuned into your instincts, and you notice when your reactions are happening, and then you start
The only
thinking.
reason why I notice is because the reactions I get back from people. I have to observe the reactions I get back, the body language, the tones, the eye acknowledgement, all these little facial features, body features. I'm recognizing now. Before I didn't do that. I didn't look at people before, and so now I'm trying to understand more about people and reactions and stuff. It takes a lot, Jeff. It's not easy.
And so
I'm
you're
literally
saying
playing
when
cards.
you're interacting with people,
Mhm.
you're watching them, you're noticing their reactions to you
Mhm.
and what you're saying, what you're putting out, and then based on that,
I'm trying to create a positive opportunity.
be, because sometimes when you're interacting, you have reactions that are from the feral side, and then you have to start going to the thinking. Like that's your
Mhm.
signal to start thinking.
Mhm. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. In fact, I think you probably do a better job of it than I do.
I know I
because
do. Thank you.
my feral like those whatever that I know what you're talking about. I can get into the state of be careful here, put some thought into it, don't react. But that only goes so far. At some point, that's going to break down pretty quickly if people keep provoking me. And so I only have the ability to hold it up just a little bit.
So I don't want to use people for example. So I'm thinking about it right now. I know how not to do that. So the other day I was on a panel and someone was a brat to me, right? Was a brat to me. And in those moments, I was feral but caught myself. Feral but caught myself. Several times you can see in the stream where I
Is that when you
was
dropped off?
actually I dropped off because I wasn't feral anymore. I saw that the person I was talking to wasn't moving forward and was trolling. So all we
And
would
so it
get
was a
out of
waste of
that,
your time at
it
that
was a
point.
waste of my time and it was a waste of everybody's time because I'm not here to provide for trolls. I recognized that and walked away from that. I wasn't. We couldn't move forward. He was
Yeah. No,
stuck,
I definitely saw that. Yeah.
and so I don't. I didn't even know how to change the topic because all he would revert back to is the old topic and hate and troll. So I separated myself from the situation.
And that's so me because I normally I would take somebody like that off if that happened. You would not be the one that had to leave, and but that is on me because I made an exception that one time for very particular reasons based on my history with this person, and that's all that was. But normally, you would not be the one that should have had to leave.
No, it is what it is, brother. There's no. It's a learning experience for me, and I appreciate it. Yep.
Well, that was the that was the one chance. So in the future, it will not go like that again.
It's all right, brother. I used to do that too, and promising the future is not easy because when it doesn't work, it hurts.
I know, but it's also something to hold me accountable about. Because if it
Thank you.
does
I
happen
appreciate
again,
that.
and it doesn't happen, like I say, you could say you said this was going to happen again. It's happening, and then
What's it
that'll
called?
be on me to face. But
Did
also, oh shit, I lost it.
you're saying that from a place, a kind place, and I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you, because I used to say that too, and I was saying it from a kind place.
Also, I think you did the right thing because that's what I encourage. That was self empowerment of taking yourself out of a situation for whatever reason. If you determine that the situation is no longer serving your needs, you can remove yourself instead of externalizing it onto the situation. And I do that all the time. If I'm having difficulties on a panel, that's like okay, it's time to leave the panel. It's time for me to take myself off the panel. That's the easiest solution and puts me in control of the outcome. And so that's what I encourage all the time, especially with people with PTSD. We walk out of rooms all the time. We rage quit all the time. We walk out of panels all the time because when we get triggered, we know that the best thing for us to do is to go take care of ourselves and get back to our baseline and not try to continue it and risk escalation. So
Yes,
I want to normalize people dropping off for whatever reason.
I hope people can do that in the future, and they can do that. It's a beneficial thing to understand your situations instead of just reacting to situations. Oh,
Yeah,
that's another thing feral people do, and animals do, is they are constant reactors.
yeah.
That's what a feral person does. They react.
And you're reacting to what you think is happening in that situation, like what your mind is telling you. And because if you talk to the person, you might find out that it's not happening quite like you think, or there's other. So it's our initial surface reaction to. But
Hmm.
sometimes that reaction is right. Like
I still do
sometimes,
that. Yeah, I still do that. My initial reaction to how a person was talking to me was right. My the way I instigated it and tried to point out the 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 the, the ways where so I felt that he wasn't listening was not right. I didn't need to go there. I already knew he wasn't listening. I didn't need to point out he wasn't listening.
yeah, that's what I say. Like you might be better at than I am.
Yeah, it's and I get frustrated easy, unfortunately. People think it's anger. It's really just frustration. Anger to me is the next level after frustration. That's like you start. It becomes physical.
Yeah. I hit anger
Frustration
the
is.
other day, like instant. I went from zero to anger, and I could tell the difference. I knew it was, and I've hit it with a few people on here over the last year or so, but it's very rare. 99% of it is frustration. You really have to do something, like intentionally to fuck me over, for it to cross over to anger. Like you have to earn the anger, but once
I
you
hope no
earn
one
it,
does that to you, brother. You don't deserve that on the panel verse. We all deserve an opportunity um, to be friends.
they get that. They get the same opportunity everybody else has. But when they fuck it up, I can't promise another one.
What's you said you're a one strike person, or because like I said, I'm like a three strike person. I'm all
I'm
about
definitely not a three.
second chance.
I'm
Yeah.
mostly a one strike because I believe that people more or less know what to do and not to do. So if you're doing something that I find objectionable, especially to me, you're probably already doing something that you know you're not supposed to be doing. So it's not like I have to teach you that okay, this is your one chance to learn not to do this, and if you do it again, that's it. Like that one strike is probably enough because you probably are already doing something you know you're not supposed to be doing if you're an adult. So I don't see the need for two or three. But every now and then I will make an exception with a friend who did something once, maybe without knowing the effect it was going to have. I might give them one more chance. Might, for certain people, give them one more chance. I don't think I've ever given more than two because it's the fool me once, fool me twice thing.
Mhm. I've heard that. I've heard that. And boy,
Because
am I a fool.
after twice, that is on me at that point. I'm the idiot at that point. From that point forward,
So, okay, so ha- this is a tough one because my last relationship it was really rough, and I didn't want to give up on that person, but it wasn't healthy. Should should relationships have second, third chances?
how long were you with the person?
Off and on for 7 to 10 years.
Oh wow, that's long. My limited experience with relationships, if they're not a narcissist or a sociopath, because that dysfunction is not ever going to go away. I've had healthy, successful relationships, and there's always like a 6 month or so, at least for me, adjustment period where you get to know each other. And during that little window, things can happen that make you question, and there's conflicts that can sometimes end the relationship or make you think it's not the right one. But if you work through all of that, and you reach the point where you've developed healthy communication and conflict resolution skills, usually at that point it's pretty solid. So that's why I asked how long. If you're doing this after 7 or 8 years, I think it's different than if it's something that's happening in the beginnings of a relationship.
Mm,
So this is
mm.
somebody that for 7 or 8 years things went okay, or it was like that, like these threads were in there from the start,
Things weren't good, but they weren't good. Like it
oh,
wasn't a normal relationship at all.
like from the beginning.
Yeah, from the beginning, it wasn't normal. No.
Okay, then
Yeah,
yeah, you're
yeah, but no, to me, that's a good tip right there. That within the first 6 months, you should recognize how that relationship could be in the next, in the future.
Yeah,
six
I
months, you should
guess
be able
I'm
to
more
know somebody.
tolerant in the first 6 months. Like I'm willing to give more chances in the beginning because I might not know the person that well. I might still be learning the person. But after like a year in, where we really know each other, I expect less fuck ups, and I myself too. I expect to fuck up less. Daniel, the world you live in. I'm kind of scared that I'm a part of it now.
Is that like a Rocky and Bullwinkle kind of
Yeah,
reference? Oh, I thought maybe it was like a Panelverse reference. Like I know there's a moose in the Panelverse, and I think there's a squirrel in the Panelverse, and I
I
do
think
think
it's
there's
too. I
Russian
think there's an
spies.
oblique a Panelverse reference in there too.
Yeah, so I mean that thing's hitting a couple of squirrels there, a couple pigeons. So no, I think
Well,
bonding is important, dude. One of the best quotes I've ever heard was, is that there's actually it was something like there's no strangers, just friends you haven't met yet.
Or frenemies you haven't met yet, or enemies you
Jeez.
haven't met yet.
Yeah.
I've always said about living in Vegas that every person you meet is an enemy waiting to happen. Like your best friend in Vegas is an enemy waiting to happen. That
That,
Vegas is so volatile.
I
And
thought
so
Vegas.
everybody you meet, you have to be prepared at some point for the enemy side to come out of the relation, like the enemy side of the relationship to come out as well as the friend side. Because people switch loyalties and allegiances all the time in Vegas.
Man, I did not. I lived in Vegas for a bit at one point in time, working construction, high rise construction, and I did not experience the Vegas experience. I'm just a different person. Like you would think you go there, you go to Vegas, you go to the clubs, you gamble and all that kind of stuff. Gambling was never a thing for me. Clubs was never a thing, but the buffets were good. You know, after a
Yeah.
hard day of construction, a nice buffet is awesome. A world class buffet is awesome. So, and we did a lot of hobbies in Vegas, but one of the things I found strange about Vegas is how the commercials did not portray what was really there. Commercials show all these young, attractive people everywhere, and the casinos are just full of people dying in these seats, just smoking cigarettes, drinking, and just throwing money into machines, bro. Just ding, 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 ding. It's like this cycle, and it's like, oh, they're just dying in there in the AC. Ugh, it was weird. It's like you only see groups of hot people moving through to the places, but it's not all of Vegas.
Like, like marketing,
Yeah, the marketing,
false
like,
market,
yeah,
misleading
this was a hot hit
marketing.
people are. It's
Where's
like,
the
no,
boobs?
this is
Where's
where a
the
lot of
hot chicks running around the
retired,
casino?
old, broken people go.
But I'll tell you what, I bet that the cocktail waitresses were like as advertised, huh? Usually they don't skimp on those, or they get
Maybe
degraded
in
too,
the
along with Walmart greeters.
maybe in the nicer parts of the casinos, but not in
Oh well,
the
you
not.
were what casinos were you going to?
No, one of the interesting things is that we were building a building that was above a topless pool, so that was kind of a cool experience.
Was it on
That
the
was
strip?
yeah.
Oh,
Yep, 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 yep.
I'll tell you a secret about Vegas. The locals never go on the strip. That's all for tourists. There is a whole entire life happening in Vegas that the locals are engaged in that have nothing to do with the strip, and that's the cool part of Vegas.
A lot of hanging out in the desert, bro. I did a lot of hanging out in the desert,
Yeah,
having fun.
that that too.
So, no, there's our friend Jack
Talcott,
Talcott.
greetings and blessings. I saw your I saw your exchange with Zat today. Uh, he's
Hey, come up here,
welcome, Jack.
Jack. Be a friend.
Yeah, you can come up if you want.
That's the one thing I think Jack is good at. He's good at
I don't
being.
know if you know Philip, Jack, but Philip is very good. He's at
I used to grace Jack's channel.
oh, okay. Like
Yeah,
positive, like personal growth and good life wisdom and creating positive
I used to ask
environments
him
and
questions about his endeavor to see where it would go, but it didn't. I couldn't do that anymore.
you know what, Daniel? I everybody when I lived in Vegas, everybody was longing for the days of mafia rule. Like you wouldn't believe how degraded the city became when the corporations took over. The mafia kept that city clean, crime free, and you could tell they took pride in that city and they ran it like it was their own.
I don't know. I feel like they're the ones who also maybe when they enjoyed cocaine, they brought that in too.
Oh yeah, they did. But so did
That's
the
what I.
corporate. The movie Casino is excellent. It's the transition from the mafia to the corporate rule, which the mafia still had their fingers in, and the Mormons. The Mormons are the secret power behind Vegas. I don't know if everybody knows that. The Mormons built Vegas, and Mormon money is flowing all through Vegas.
I did not know that. I know that recently, not recently, I guess a couple years ago, I saw a headline in a news article reading that because the was it Lake Mead is drying up, that they were finding a couple barrels or exposing themselves, and they found a couple bodies. Yeah,
They're gonna find more.
that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah, they found a couple barrels, and they're like, oh, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. So stuff that happened in Vegas, like you don't, yeah, no, people
No,
disappear in Vegas.
not in this age, not in the digital age.
So
It's not staying in Vegas anymore. Yeah, and the Mormons are the people that loaned the money and invested in some of the first casinos. They're like, we don't gamble and we don't drink and we don't screw around, but if somebody else wants to come and do it, we'll sure help them make money. Like we'll sure make money off of it. Help them get set up and make the money, and that's what they did. They're very smart investors.
I find it funny.
They profited off of everyone else's vices, and they helped it along.
It's like gambling is a part of the society because you'll find it in the gas stations. You'll find it probably in your Denny's. You'll find it everywhere in Vegas. There's an opportunity to make money or spend money in Vegas everywhere.
Groceries. I miss the grocery stores in Vegas because you walk in the grocery stores and all you hear is ting 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 ting, like you're in a casino.
Yeah, yeah.
The 7-Elevens everywhere, restaurants,
The airport has it there
the
waiting for you.
airport. Yes, everywhere. Where is it not?
That's what I
The
mean.
only thing they don't have the lottery in Vegas though, because it competes with the gambling. So you have to go like every year when they release the lottery tickets. There's a huge caravan to Kingman, Arizona, and there's like a line
Oh, okay.
wrapped around. It's like for a mile. This little general store, this like little country store in the middle of nowhere. There's a line of cars and people trying to get those lottery tickets.
Wow. That's a weird fact that you
It's
know.
like a pilgrimage. When it's lottery day, like all the people in Vegas get together and make the pilgrimage to Arizona to get those tickets.
So I've heard that they do the lottery a little different in Europe in some areas where if they someone wins in a city, they pay that person the large amount, but then they divide it out the rest of the amount throughout the city. Like, why
For the
don't we do
city?
that? Yeah, throughout the city. So, like, if there's $1 million lottery, one person will get $500,000, and the rest will be distributed out throughout the citizens in the city.
Like to everybody?
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, everybody
Wait,
wins.
who does this?
I think Spain does it. Like
Oh,
it's like a
so
universal
not a
lottery.
U.S. city.
No, that's what I mean. I kind of
Oh,
said they do things a little different in Europe. Yeah, it's a European lottery because they're smaller. The countries are smaller. Like they have a state, so it's like a state lottery
oh,
for them. Small. Yeah, Europe's tiny compared to the United States, and they're a little tiny country, so it's easy to do a lottery for your little tiny country.
I
So
heard. Doesn't Alaska give people oil money or something like
I heard
people that
about
live in
that, but it's
Alaska?
not enough. It's not enough to do anything.
Why
Maybe
buy? Why? Just I guess to buy loyalty for Alaska.
well, I heard they gave you money to yeah, it's like $1,000 or something like that to go out there. It's like
That's
is that
money. Like, oh
thousand
my
bucks,
God,
Jeff?
what I could
You'll
do with
spend
a
a thousand
thousand
bucks just getting
bucks.
to Alaska. So
Well, these.
the mosquitoes are the size of birds, bro. Like, Alaska's not easy country.
Oh
It's
yeah, no, I
not
don't.
easy
I'm
country.
sure it's not. I know I couldn't probably survive there. I don't do well
Yeah.
in
It-
north.
it- and because everything's imported, it's expensive actually.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, a case of water is not cheap. You got to import all that kind of stuff. Well, maybe not water, but
Well,
other
they're
food.
surrounded. Can't you just melt it? They're surrounded by water, ice,
Maybe not
snow.
water, but other things. It's all yeah, it's all imported. So Alaska's not cheap and tough. And can you imagine that's where all the criminals go. A lot of criminals go to Alaska. So you're not going there to have nice neighbors. You go there to have you
Right.
go there, you get stocked up. And if someone's on your property, you shoot. You don't ask questions. It's a bit different.
An average of about 1,200 annually.
That's
That's who's gonna turn that down?
I would turn that down because I live in Alaska, bro. You spend that much money in gas just getting back and forth, just your little mud hut, and you're oh my god,
That
it's
was
just
more than my Obama check.
yeah, like you spend that on vehicle maintenance. Easy, you'd be gone.
What's a normal snack food like a bag of chips? They're about. I get them on sale. Like sometimes they go down to like 250, but if you buy them regular price, chips now are like 3.99 ish. Sometimes 4.99 for the name brands.
I was no, it's $4.99 or $5 for the name brand chips now, dude.
Yeah.
For the bag of Doritos, it's $5. You're like,
Yeah.
what? This is tortilla chips.
You know that brand that used to have like the $1.99 chips and it was printed on the it wasn't like a
Yeah,
sticker. It was
99
printed.
cents
They're
only.
they're not anymore. They're like 2.99 or three
Yeah,
ninety
they're
nine. They
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have the $2 tortilla chips anymore. They rebranded
So
their packaging.
yeah, even the refried beans were expensive. Like this is a chip and dip. I was like, what is up with this? I'll just
This
go
is
get a whole meal at this
Bidenomics,
price.
y'all.
Yeah, yeah. So no, people are talking about gas. All the prices are up, and we're all confused. It is what it is.
Yeah. I noticed that it hit hard after COVID. I noticed that too.
I got lucky, brother. It C-19 didn't affect me. I for some reason the company I work for was able to talk to the governor of California and go, "Hey, we're essential businesses." We kept working and grinding the whole time. We're an essential business.
It was construction.
Hmm. So I went to work every day. It was weird getting on the freeway and seeing nobody. I was like, "This is how it should be.
I know, it was a ghost town.
This is
It
how
was
it
like
should
12
be."
monkeys. Are you were you I forgot what I was going to say. Like you were building buildings. That was what was considered essential, was having continuing the
Yes.
building.
So a home can be turned into an emergency hospital, emergency housing, new home construction. You can turn into it's emergency
Oh,
building.
so for that reason, in
Yeah,
case it
it's
had some
emergency
kind of.
infrastructure. Yep, emergency infrastructure.
Wow,
Crazy,
that
huh?
seems
Even
that
though we
seems
don't.
so far away.
Yeah, yeah, it does. So.
I remember when I was in COVID, I honestly believed that. In fact, I wrote a song about it. Um, this was our chance to transition to a new world. Once COVID was over, we didn't have to go back to the world we left. Collectively, we were all like locked down together, talking to each other across the world. We could decide to, like, when we leave this lockdown thing, have a new idea of what we wanted the world to be. This was our chance to wake like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, to just enter into a completely new world and break from the old. And I saw a little window to do that. But then we went right back to our old life, except more expensive. Except I didn't.
Yeah. No, it was interesting. It was definitely an interesting time. I definitely could point out some weird things people did, and I probably did some weird things, but it is what it is. We got through it. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again because it was strange.
Yeah.
If
I
it does
think if
happen
it
again,
does happen again, the response will be different.
I would hope the response is different. The only thing is, it's not going to be the same. It won't be the same, right?
Yeah.
So technically it can never happen again, but something similar could happen, and I hope they respond better than they did.
What was the most disappointing part of the response for you?
People being scared for no reason.
Was that, well,
Like they're in their car by themselves with masks. Are you gonna get you're gonna contaminate yourself?
so you're talking about the mask the mask mandates,
I'm talking about the fear it put into people.
from the
Oh,
mandates, from requiring the mask.
well, no. Like for example,
I
I
mean,
know
I was
families.
scared. They didn't put it into me. I legitimately was scared of a new virus running around.
Um, like for example, I know people that will like, hey, I will not let you into my house because you're not vaccinated, and they literally families are separated now because of that.
Well, at the
That's
time we
that's
didn't know.
fear.
That's my only defense of that. So people were being overly cautious. But I think once people saw that they could let people in their house and it wasn't a catastrophe, that they started relaxing about that.
I wish, I wish my parents never relaxed about it.
Mm. I mean,
I wish.
there's some people and there's some subcultures that still do the mask thing. And I remember when I was at the I was doing the men's retreat last year, and there was discussions of should we have to mask or bring mask, or get vaccinated or have proof of it. And I'm thinking it's been like, no, we don't need to do any of that. It's over. I just want a normal weekend in the woods with men. But they still had that mentality, like debating of how much should we be concerned about COVID precautions. It seems archaic now. It seemed to make sense during that first year, and now it seems like, oh my God, y'all are still on this? That was almost 5 years ago.
Mm.
But I also think that people that are neurotic about safety found other people like themselves, and they have like people they relate and connect to now. So if they're like overly masky and they meet somebody else that's the same, they bond now. So I don't know. There's types of people that are still going to live in that fear, and I don't know what
I
to
don't
say
know.
about them.
I don't know. Fear is an interesting thing.
It
Um,
especially medical fear, because that's kind of almost a specific type of fear. I remember during the AIDS crisis, I certainly had a healthy fear of it. I was more cautious than I might otherwise been if I had not known about it. So it had me scared enough to modify my behavior.
that's
But
an
it wasn't
interesting.
like I didn't live in deathly fear. It was just something to keep in mind and take precautions and try to avoid. And as long as I was doing that, I didn't have a reason to be scared.
That's like one of the strange things. Fear is all mental. It's all
It is.
mental. Like I'm trying to think of like fear, like oh you're scared of something, but it's like well you're scared of fire because it burns, so that's a reaction of that. But I mean that's all mental. Like it's like it burns, so that's why you're afraid of fire. Like it's all mental, or like it's all like oh
All
gosh.
emotions are mental, actually. And we have whatever initial emotion we have, but then we also have the choice of what to do from there. So I don't think we're
I
bound
think
by that initial reaction.
for some reason when you say that is I feel like happy is different. I don't know
I
why.
think happy is the reaction that we make the choice to
After the
prolong or
emotion,
hang on to
after,
or sustain.
after
Like,
the
because if
emotion.
someone's happy, they're not going to think, I'm happy right now. How can I reduce this? How can I mess this up? There's probably some people that will sabotage their happiness. But most people are not going to say, oh, I'm in a state of happiness. How can I find a way to make this state end and turn it to another state? So happiness is the one state they're going to be motivated to make the choice not to influence.
Hmm.
But the unpleasant emotions or the overwhelming emotions, that's the ones they try to like get some kind of relief from or mastery over.
Hmm. Hmm.
It
No, I
seems
mean,
like different emotions. Like recovering from grief was completely different than like managing anger, even though they're both emotions. And an
I
emotion like
agree.
happiness, the response is different than if you were having an emotion like anger or grief. You would do something different in response to happiness than you would. So I wonder how, if each specific core emotion has its own methodology and technique for working with it.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, I was just thinking about that. Like, fear is all about, your thoughts and almost persuading yourself that there's a fear. And then the happiness is, I don't think you're actually thinking. It's just like a natural, it's weird.
I'm
like it's like pure.
I'm thinking of I'm suspicious. Why am I feeling happy? What's the catch? When is this going to end? What's going to come along and mess it up? Like I can never get comfortable in happiness. I'm always waiting for it to derail somehow. And Daniel, I call myself a burnout empath because I used to have way more emotion than I do now, and I think a lot of that's the numbness and dissociation. But there are times when I feel like I can straight up turn off my emotions and have zero fucks. And I think that's from the I have cognitive empathy, but the emotional empathy, it's like phantom empathy. I remember what it used to feel like when it was there, but the energy behind it is just not, I can't sustain it like I used to could. So many times I feel like what you're describing here, but it's not intentional. I just feel like if I had to at any point do this, that it's much easier now than it would have been in the past. Oh, what such? Oh, that Daniel's describing. Flow is an interesting and complex person. It's hard to make any one single definitive statement about him because the minute you do, he'll prove you wrong by contradicting it in some way and showing that he's more than just that, or he's not only that. And I have seen times, I've said this before, where I've seen Flo be very sensitive to some people's needs on the panel where I might not have even have been.
I've learned to stay away from certain shows.
Oh, oh, I stay away too, but not. It's not a judgment on him as a person. It's for. I stay away from most panels. It's very rare that I have a panel I feel comfortable going on.
No, like I have, huh. All I know is that I run my panel differently, and money, the money part would be earned differently.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that. So I know that when I was getting donations, it was because of I don't know why I was getting donated. I was just playing games.
Video games.
I was just playing video games. I don't even know why people would donate to somebody playing video games. Now that I think about it. So thank you to everybody who donated my channel because it doesn't even make sense, and that you're too kind.
It,
So
it really is. A donation like is that's an extra level of they're making an effort to express something beyond just ordinary appreciation or giving a like, or making a comment. So uh,
that
I
was
don't know.
fun though. That was a good experience. I had a good experience playing some video games on YouTube and people participating in that. That was a good experience for a bit. But it's not for me anymore. The games have changed, and I can't do that. I can't provide that kind of experience. It sucks. It's like the game changed itself to limit my ability for that experience. I didn't change. The channel didn't change. The game changed.
The YouTube game or the video games themselves
The
changed.
video game itself updated and changed its actual mechanics and how it played. It made it more
Oh,
difficult. It just ruined the experience. I'm like, how did that happen? You ruined a perfectly good game by li- I don't know. It got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So,
oh yeah, Chuck has a good point. People learn from watching other people play games.
um, that's what you would think, but the people aren't there to learn. They're just there to observe. Like no one, no one plays like you. Like you want to do that, but like it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that way. Like a person plays the way they want to play with the game when they're in the moment. You might be able to teach them a technique, but out of all the battlefield hours I put into it, there is only like 5 or 6 people that'll go around in a flying squirrel suit and blow up tanks. It's just something that people just didn't want to do. They were more into like the gun gameplay and just participating in that. And that was all about movement and taking out, um, the big guys with just a little tiny squirrel guy and some C4. So yeah, exactly. I'm playing chess, bro, and the person's like, "This is Yahtzee, and it's Wendy's." Like, yeah, yeah. So no, like yeah, it's like the top people playing Battlefield played a certain way, and everybody else played a different way. It was really strange to see. Like the most successful Battlefield players play different than
So they
everybody
just
else.
watch to see other people's play styles
Yeah, because I
and to
think
be entertained.
like for example, when I played games, I was always the top 10 player, top fifth player, or number one player. Most people are below 10 to 30. So when you have somebody who can do that, it's interesting to watch because you're not able to do that. So you're like,
Oh
this
yeah,
person can do
skill
that in
level.
the game and then go do something else and not die. Where like I would have died, like it's so I can see that when that person will never ever have the ability to do that. They just don't have that ability or that point of view to look at something that way. So it's I think that's what it was too.
So you were able to give them an experience that
They couldn't
was
experience.
not accessible to them otherwise.
Mm-hmm. 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 Exactly. I appreciate you putting that better words in 3 words or 4 words. Took me about 15 minutes, Jeff. How
I've
dare you?
I've had people do the very same for me too, so don't feel bad.
I was taking the scenic route and it's like Jeff's like, dude, let's just get there, bro.
No, I, I,
Let's just get
I
there,
like
man.
the scenic route. It didn't bother
That's
me.
what I'm learning to do now is to take the scenic route with every situation, everybody, every situation in life. Like like in the morning when I drive to work, I'm the guy doing 55 to 50 miles an hour in the slow lane.
So you're deliberately slowing yourself
No,
down,
no,
like
no. Yeah, yes, because why am
consciously,
I
like just slow down.
why am I in a hurry to get to work? I've tried to thought about that. But why are people in a hurry to get to some place they don't even like the people? They don't even want to be there.
I'm always in a hurry. I just hate travel. I just want to get wherever, no matter where it is. I just want to get there and not be traveling there.
Well, I used to, like I used to be frustrated when people weren't traveling the same speed and affecting my way of travel. And now everybody's just going right past me, bro. Going right past me. I'm like, whatever. I'll just sit behind a semi truck and just drink my coffee, put the YouTube on, and just I'll be there when I get there. I'm an hour early, anyways.
It's all in the attitude, the mind, like whatever attitude you
Hmm.
adopt.
Yep. 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 So yeah, yeah. So maybe I should. I'm having a hard time finding a good game.
Do you do any co-op games? I'll do a co-op game with you.
Mm,
I'm not good at games that take a lot of coordination
well, the thing
or
is with
control.
co-op games and everything is like, do you have a $700 PS5?
Oh no, I was talking about
Yeah.
Steam.
See Steam. Yeah. See, I'm not a PC gamer.
Oh, I
I
see.
can I can figure that out. I can figure that out. But the thing is, I'd rather not game for people anymore and just be with people. So I'm really trying to actually push away from gaming, even though I have this game I will be playing soon. But it'll be me playing the game in the background while I talk to other people. I also have that ability. I also, which is rare, I have the ability to play the game and read chat at the same time, and while getting high scores. Some people can't even do a panel and read chat at the same time. So I have that ability also. I was playing Battlefield. It's a first person, large map shooter game, large player, large teams. So yeah, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Chuck. So what are your plans for the rest of the evening? You guys had a Discord meeting. Do you gonna watch more Survivor? Is there a show
I
on the
don't
list?
know. Bex or Frank, are you out there? Any word?
I'm waiting for the boys season 4 to come out on YouTube so I can watch it. Hopefully it's out. I look like every week. I have these a couple hobbies I try to be on the top of right now, like Hot Wheels. I have this
Oh
new
yeah.
set. I have a new set I'm looking for that comes in a 5-piece car, a five car set. I'm looking for to get to put on the wall behind me. Pokemon. I'm trying to get on the edge of Pokemon where buying something that's coming out now instead of buying something that came out later and trying to catch up on the game of Pokemon. And I'm trying to do that. That's about it. And then saving up for that trip, the train
Oh
trip.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple train trips I want to do in the future. Or I might drive, but honestly, the train trip sounds more fun. I'm not
Driving, you'd
gonna
have more control over your trip. Like you'd have more freedom. But the train does sound more like a
more of a
vacation, like a
yes.
relax and let other people do the work type experience.
Hmm. Serve me, peasants. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. So no, yeah, yeah. And the new game I'm looking into is just exploring space game, which is multiplayer, which is Steam related. It is PlayStation and PC can play together. So it's a cool
Do
game.
do you fight things or do you just walk around and explore?
You have that choice. It's a sandbox, so you have that
Oh,
choice to fight things. You have that choice to fight other players. You have that choice to fight AI, robots and stuff. So there is a choice. I choose not to do that because that's just not in my nature
what's
to
the
go around
game?
fighting. It's called No Man's Sky. It was released in 2016, but apparently it wasn't a good release. So they've been updating the game, and now, since 2016 to now, the updates have been great. The game is playing well, functioning well. People are having good time, making good content, getting millions of views. So,
Wow,
well,
the
the whole
graphics
community,
look
the
very
whole community is
advanced.
getting millions of views. So
The graphics are gorgeous.
it's a fun experience for gaming, um, because it's AI generated, and
Oh,
it's
really? Like
yeah, it's
so the game itself doesn't even know
well, it
what you're
does. Like
gonna.
for example, it gives like it's limited to a certain set. You only can put so much in a game. So, for example, if they have 13 objects in their game, well, they'll have 13 objects, but that
Oh, I
means you're
think you're breaking up a
oh,
bit.
okay. So, maybe my internet's dying. I don't know.
Oh, you're back. I think you're back.
But so it's you know how you have a 4 set number set, and then you can rotate the numbers like on a combo a limited amount of times, almost like a million times with just 4 numbers. Well, that's what the game does. It picks like 4 objects. It has more than that. We'll say it has like an awkward shaped hand, an awkward shaped eyeball, and all that, and then it starts throwing that into random combinations, like an AI generator does. You know what I mean? You throw in like, I want, we want to make a song. I want lyrics. I want a Rastafarian beat. I want lyrics to be peaceful, and I want a slow rhythm, right? And then you put that in an AI generator, and it makes that song. Well, that's what they did for the game. Like we want planets. We want planets for certain things on them. We want animals for certain things on them, and an AI generates all that, constantly regenerating it into something new and changing its
So is
orientation and
each experience new? Like you never know what you're gonna get
right now,
each
there
time?
seems to be like 6 planets that are very similar, but each experience is new. Like, for example, I'll fly into a new solar system, and we'll have an ice planet, and then we'll have like a lava planet, and we'll have like a planet just covered like in an ocean, but it's not the same it's not the same because it's AI generated. So the map isn't the same. The way the water orientates like over the whole planet doesn't look the same as the other planet. The atmosphere and colors will be different. So it changes constantly. So they have a color chart. I know that an atmosphere chart. They have all these different things, and they're AI generated, and it's creating almost hundreds of possibilities. It's cool. It's a whole new. It's I'm exploring an AI galaxy right now. It's
Wow.
really
So
cool.
like each time you go to a planet, it's an AI that's generated that planet and everything
Correct.
you discover
And
there.
because it's a shared solar system, you have a chance to exploring it first.
Oh, you mean other players can come along after you, and
And
so you
on
and
your
you can go
planet.
to someone else's planet that they've explored and see.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
And now I have the ability to rename things, right? So I'm taking over this game by renaming every place I go as King Philip. So eventually, everywhere on the map is just going to say King Philip and YouTube, King Philip and YouTube, everywhere, everywhere. And so I'm going to advertise myself in the game. And then my
Can
idea,
somebody come along and change it to their
no,
thing?
because you're the founder. You
So
can
if you're
create,
the first one there, you have the ability to
name your
claim it.
planet, name all the species on the planet, name all the
Right.
plants on the planet. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna monetize that and go, hey, who's in my chat right now? Chuck in Tennessee. What do you want this planet? You want this planet? You want this real estate? They're like, I don't know. I was like, well, okay. Well, you want me to name it? And we'll put Chuck in Tennessee.
And then he
That's
would
just
pay you for
no, no. But if
oh,
they wanted to pay, they could. But I would just do that. I would go, hey, who's in my chat? Let's go name a planet after you. We'll go explore the place and we'll go name a planet after you. And we'll put KF. So it's Chuck in Tennessee, but KF, YouTube. So we understand it's all related to the same group. And our group will eventually take over No Man's Sky solar system or galaxy. So I'm gonna take over. I'm building my kingdom in No Man's Sky. One planet at a time, one solar system at a time. It
I
is
lo-
funny because some people they're about exploration, but they're not about stepping on every planet. And so I went onto someone's solar system. I recognized that they didn't explore the planets. So I went to every planet and renamed it me. So I trolled them. They might own the solar system. I own every individual planet in that solar system.
oh wow. Well, are you going to be putting this on your channel?
Yes, soon. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
because I would
And
watch something like that. I think if the
yeah,
planets are
well,
cool.
yeah, the planets are cool. The animals are cool. It's a fun gaming experience for a sandbox. So I can't wait to do it. I'm excited. It should be coming up to my channel soon if you guys are interested in hanging out with me, having conversations while I game.
Here's his channel right there. Give him a subscribe. I wasn't even subscribed for some reason, so I
Oh, don't
just
worry,
subscribed
brother.
too.
Don't worry. As long
Oh,
as
I
you show
love the
up.
banner.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's my Chinese symbol. Is the I'm the
The
tiger.
tiger. Is that
Yeah.
the horoscope, the birth
Yep, yep, yep. And
horoscope?
I also feel like it's also my spiritual animal. You know, I'm a observer. So what I'll do is like a tiger is you sit and watch her prey
Oh
in
yeah.
grass. You just sit there, and when the right moment is, you should strike. I used to do that in a negative way, where I could sit there and wait for somebody to be a hypocrite and go, "Oh, you're a hypocrite." I'll just point that out real quick. Like you're not, you're a false idol because you're a hypocrite. And you think you're all hotshot by just pointing out you're a hypocrite, bro. And that's to me breaking the law. You should be put to death.
That's what people do here. They attack each other for their pet little. That's what happened to you the other day. It's like truth or rage they call it, and they get attacked for.
That's a great term, truth or rage. I used to truth or rage for sure. To
Yeah, I
me, that's
think
feral.
it was it Hank. I forgot who. Someone on this panel said it, and
I
might
would
have been
say it's
Hank, might have been somebody else. But yeah, they that happens a lot on the panelverse.
yes. I think people have a lot of growing to do on the panelverse, and it's going to be fun to hopefully watch them grow. If
There's a
not, it's
lot
going
of
to be interesting.
hostility to people that represent whatever their boogeyman is, whatever their hostility is directed against, or is at the center of whatever their conspiracy is, whatever group they believe is running the. And if you associate yourself with that in any way in conversation, it could trigger hostility. And
Oh
then
yeah.
they're not able to process the conversation rationally at that point. and I've seen that happen so many times. I've seen flat earthers do it, anti-government people do it, conspiratards do it.
Yeah, yep. I used to be a conspiratard. That's a great word. I like.
Yeah, I trigger truth or rage all the time.
Um, you know how you ever heard that term that everybody's in a rat race?
Yeah,
Well, I consider myself more in an emotional race with people, or a intellectual like a way of thinking in yourself race with people, and I can tell I'm ahead of a lot of people on the panelverse.
yeah,
If it's a race, and I hope that you guys realize that, and you guys can catch up to me. That's all. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm
we're
just saying that if we're in a race, my position is a little better, and you have the opportunity to be at the same position as me.
yeah. You're setting the standard, the time to beat or whatever.
Because I used to be like some of the people on the panel. So that means I know where you've been. I've worn the shoes.
I um I never know what people know, but when I stand back and look at the panel and I watch them try to figure out things, I see I see the gap. I see the gap between what I what I'm capable of knowing or figuring out and what other people struggle with. Um, as far as the panel verses, as like figuring out the drama, figuring out what's going on with people, figuring out who to trust, who not to trust, who's dysfunctional, what people's patterns are, all that stuff. Like I'm really good at figuring that out very quickly and accurately, more or less. And it's when I watch other people try to do it that I start to see the difference because I would do it a completely different way. But until I see other people try to do it, I think we're all more or less doing the same thing at the same in the same way. Um, yeah. Oh, hey, just us. Do you mean the channel link or the StreamYard link? I'll get both. All right, here's the channel link. If you want to send it around. And if any of your Aussie friends show up, just tell them to mention your name, so I'll, that they're with you. They're one of your peeps. Okay, I think we have just us. Welcome, sir.
G'day, Jeff. How are you, mate? Philip,
Hi, how are
how are
you?
you? Hello, brother. Good,
It's
thanks,
what
mate.
like afternoon there. It's
Uh,
Friday.
third. Yep, 2:30.
Okay.
Oh, it's a
Yep,
great time in Australia for streaming then. But you guys have a huge time difference in that one continent itself,
we
isn't it?
do. From the East Coast to the West Coast, 3 hours.
Yeah,
I think
there you
it's
go.
similar to you guys. Yeah.
Hmm.
Your connection's breaking up just a bit. We're getting like every second word.
Testing,
Hmm.
testing. One, two,
Um,
three.
it's a little roboty.
I feel like there's a lot of potential in Australia where it's like a younger United States. There's a lot of growth, a lot of growth. Weren't they established after us?
It seems like they're growing in a different direction than the U.S.
Chris,
lately.
have
It's
you ever been to
because
the U.S.?
I haven't, Philip.
Okay.
Uh, my bucket list for my wife and I, because I've served with the US military in Iraq and Afghanistan. I have some mates in Cincinnati that I'd love to visit. Um, yeah, but no, I haven't been to the US. I love everything about it. I love everything about it. I wish we could become a republic, break away from the monarchy, have our own constitution, so we have our own real rights. Because people think that Australia are similar to the US, but we don't have that. We don't have freedom of speech. If we preach hate speech will get locked up straight away, even though nobody likes that, but it's part of freedom of speech, right? Under the First Amendment. We didn't have that. We didn't have guns. They took our guns off us in the 90s. So now we can still get them, but you've got to go through a whole rigmarole. It takes about 7 months, and you can only get a bolt action or a lever action. You can only, when it comes to shotguns, you can only have side by side or under and overs. You know, no pump action or automatic shotguns, no pistols. So yeah,
that is strange to hear that how the beginning of Australia was so free and open, and now it's so restrictive. It's like I heard of like for example, I like putting off-road tires on my truck and putting big lifts and stuff on my truck, loud exhaust, and you guys can't modify your vehicles much. You have to keep the tires within the fender wells and stuff like that, and mud flaps and everything. Yeah, so I mean, it's very restrictive, and it's like where you guys came from was the complete opposite, which is so strange.
it's, you know what I think it comes down to, Philip? I was talking to my mates this morning. How's my audio? Is it bearable?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I was talking to my mates this morning on another live stream, and they came up and I said, we're talking about voting, who we're going to vote for. And all the guys that I respect and really like, fuck that shit, I'm not, who cares? It's rigged anyway. And I said, it's because everywhere community I go, all the people that matter, all the good people that have these great ideas, write it off. So it's almost like the people that are left are voting in the cities, and they're because obviously you don't have to vote here. So the outcome's coming out of because of the city preachers. But I said, if all you guys actually went and voted, maybe it would change. Maybe we could get in Pauline Hanson or Bob Catter or someone like that, because the votes would count. But all you guys rather sit at a barbecue on Saturday and go, it's all rigged. When there's 20 guys here that I what you say, I think I agree with, and a lot of Australians would, and that vote matters, So I think it comes on the public too. We've sort of got brought up with that. It doesn't matter. It's rigged. Doesn't matter who gets in. It's all the same shit. When I think it does,
Well, that's a great point. That's a great observation, because I'm guilty of doing the same thing. I'm guilty of complaining about the government I'm in, but I've never voted.
Right.
What kind of hypocrite am I? You know what I mean? I haven't even attempted to change this place, and all I do is complain. So I understand now. And now that hearing that, I might put more effort into changing my community through a vote. So that's a great observation. Hopefully, other people are listening to that, because that's a good point. That the people who have great ideas, if we actually don't do anything, then our ideas aren't worth anything.
That's right. That's right.
Good observation, dude. Because yeah. How are we going to unrig the system if we don't participate?
I think so, mate. That's right. Because at the end of the day, it's a vote. And if they add up, it's hard to make it more fraudulent. It's hard to do a lot of stuff if people turn up. But it's within their response as well. You know what I mean? Like, is what it is, isn't it? But like, I wish more people would participate. I think it would matter. Because I believe in your country, there's 350 odd million people, and about 70 million shot for a vote, roughly. I'm sort of. See, that's a shame.
That is a shame.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to see half. If you could get 150 million votes, that would. But I mean, you guys are the greatest country in the world. I mean, you turn up and vote, everything beer and Skittles most of the time. I mean, Biden, Harris. Seeing the wheels fall off there a bit, and if the wheels fall off in the US, it just comes smashing down into Australia and New Zealand. You know what I mean? You take the lead and we follow, sort of thing. You lead us.
Do you think the world is really like that? That the U.S. has that much swing on other places? Like, I don't see that, because I'm just I'm just the average guy. I don't understand the politics of how the world is affected by the U.S. I just potentially hear about that. Maybe we try to be the world police, but I personally have never experienced it or seen it.
That's your American privilege.
Yeah. So, this is interesting.
I have it.
The world is watching our clown show of an election and waiting to make their choice on what they're going to do after if they find out who's president, which is crazy to hear.
I mean, I wish I could vote. There's a lot of us back here going
Wow.
You mean
over there.
in our
It
election?
makes that much of a difference to us, mate. It really does.
Because you have to vote
Especially
in Australia, right? You're required. It's mandatory voting.
you do, you meant to, but nobody does, and everybody just sucks up the $60 fine.
Oh, so all you get is a fine, so you can choose to not vote if you're willing to pay the $60, and that's all that
That's right.
happens.
If you don't rock up on voting day, 6 weeks' time, you'll get a little fine in the mail saying you never rocked up to your registry and your postcode. You get a $60 fine. So, most,
Wow. To me, I would have a stack of those, and I'd be in debt to the government. I'd be trying to come after my taxes. I'd be like, well, I ain't paying no fine. Like I was so feral. I was just like, oh my god. I was like, I
hey,
was going
Jeff,
kind of top.
could you put the link in the chat, mate? I've just got a mate messaging me going, can you send me the link? I want to come up.
To come on the StreamYard link.
Yeah, could you just put it in the chat so I could
Yeah.
just copy it and send it to him in a text or
Oh
something?
yeah,
Because
let
he
me
just
put it in the.
text going,
You should be able to copy it from StreamYard too, but I'll put it in the back chat. If you click that invite button, it gives it to you.
oh, sorry, mate. I'm new to all this stuff. I've only just started a YouTube channel myself. I'm only like 3 months in. Yeah.
Here, let me
How's that
put.
going for you? How's your YouTube experience?
Really good, mate. Really good. Just back in Australia, we've got this mad 420 community, and there just happened to be a big fight, and it's a bit of high. It seems a bit of high school bullshit going on over there at the moment. So, but no, it's been really good. I from my point of view, I'm trying to stop young men in Australia from, joining gangs and prospecting for bikie clubs. I'm trying to get them to maybe go to trade school or join the army like I did when I was 18 and have a career. So I'm coming from that point of age and of like inspiration. They might not have had a good male role model in their life, because I had a lot of people coming to me saying, I wish there was someone like you when I was 17. Instead of being in jail and having a needle in my arm for 20 years, I would join the fucking army. And I went, shit, maybe I can make a difference. So, yeah, I started. And, yeah, it's going good, mate. It's going good. I do live. Like, I'm going live tonight. My live's 7:30 tonight. And I'm going to talk about mateship, loyalty, courage, and integrity tonight. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully, Jeff will let you share your channel link. I'm interested in your conversations you're going to be having in the future. Hopefully, our time zones work out and I can watch your show. If not, I'll be just watching in the morning as I go to work, because that sounds like something to be around my morning time. That'd be perfect. Yeah. So cool.
Yeah,
that's
and
really
if you
cool.
want to ever come on here and do a topic or have a particular conversation, let me know.
I've been trying to get on here, Jeff, for ages. Like this morning, mate, I was there. I made a cuppa, then my mate rang me. And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm watching on the screen. I'm like, I've got to go. And then that's as I got off, you canned it. And I was like, fuck. Then I did another live. I'm like, look, guys, I've got to go. Jeff's gone live. I've got to get over there, bro. And then my mate's going, give me the link, give me the link.
Thank you, brother.
I'm gonna start doing it more steady once I figure everything out. But I'm on pretty much twice a day at least. So whenever you want to stop by, feel free. And then Saturday I'm gonna do an all day stream. So I'll be there morning to evening, which I guess will be your Sunday.
I'll be excited, dude.
Sorry, I'm just sending this to my mate.
No, Chris. Oh, what do you want us to call you? Just us, Chris? What do you prefer? Oh, looks like he froze. Trying to figure out the whole StreamYard thing.
Yeah, I think it's his connection is the audio issue.
Or he's playing one of those pranks where people go and they pretend to freeze to see if you react and exit out. When people do that, they're like,
he's really good. That they do though. You're doing it now. Oh yeah. That would have fooled me. Whatever you just did would have fooled me.
So.
Sorry, I was another page up. I was just sending a text in on my phone. Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, you're doing all this from your phone? That's probably the connection issue.
It is. It's my phone.
Is that it's a phone?
Our internet's so bad in Australia that I'm using Elon Musk's Starlink.
That's you're on Starlink right now. Yeah. Right now, that's the audio issue right there. I like Elon, but Elon, you got to get better products. Twitter, Starlink.
SpaceX,
if you need a few other Spurgs helping you
Tesla.
out, hit me up.
So far, the only cool product I've ever seen him make was the flamethrower.
Even that was a little lame.
It was, yeah, I'd take a flamethrower.
Yeah, I suppose.
No, but that's awesome,
Oh,
Chris, that you're interested in helping the youth be more than just being knuckleheads. And you know what's interesting? We were talking about that, and Jeff, you might, if you have any questions, this guy might be able to answer some of your questions about life.
Well,
I'll give it a
I'm
go.
curious if you work with a group, if you're like a one man show right now, or if there's a group down there that you're working with.
No, by myself. What do you mean by group? Like I interact with the YouTube community, but I'm not with a group or anything like that.
We have Jack Dagger in the back, and
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a good dude.
he's cool. Oh, that's your friend. Oh, okay.
Cool.
Hey, Jack, welcome.
Hey there.
All right.
Welcome, brother.
How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, Jack. Thanks for
Hey,
coming
thanks
over,
for
mate.
I'm
Good
really
man.
surprised at how green the community is in Australia. I didn't realize you guys were herb friendly.
Oh, so we're herb friendly here? Fucking nice.
Well,
Yeah.
ask Jeff first. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Yeah,
I never know what
I'm
people do. We're all self-determining adults. So.
in that case, can we entertain that topic real quick? Are you guys more of a Indica couch or a satellite sativa indica?
I like both, but I don't like hybrids.
Wow. Yeah. Right. Hybrid's confusing. Like you ask, well, was this a sativa dominant, dominant? And they're like, I don't know. It's like you should know
Yeah.
what type of hybrid it is. So
And for
Uh,
our non-partaking viewers, can you briefly explain sativa and hybrid, indica for them?
So apparently, to science, they determined there's two different types of herb you can get, and one is helps you like a motivation, like it helps you do things, it helps you like do chores, participate in activities, make activities more fun, more relaxed. The other one is more of like a body where you don't do anything and you just enjoy the moment, and somehow you melt into the couch, and
Couch
you end up
locked.
yeah, you couch locked. You munch. Well, sativa you get munchies too, but yeah, you get couch locked. That's the whole point of.
Indica is more munchy. Someone explained it to me like sativa you get high, and
Yep.
indica you get
so,
stoned.
so an indica, I think it's indica you'll be a bit more active on.
Really?
Sativa.
Sativa, one of the
Yeah,
two.
sativa's like
Yeah.
10 cups of coffee for me.
Yeah,
And
yeah. And then,
indica like has me like this on the couch,
yeah,
try to stay awake.
that's it. Nailed it. And then a hybrid can be a mixture of the two, but they can't tell you, like you said before, exactly which way it is or what's what. So,
Yeah, the hybrids are all most of them are hybrids now. They're like a blend.
yeah.
And there's like sativa leaning hybrid, sativa dominant, indica dominant.
I remember a
Isn't,
good memory. Go ahead, brother.
isn't it crazy in America how you've got states where it's still illegal and states that it is legal to buy, as if you're going to buy alcohol, do you call that recreational?
Yes, and then
What?
there's other states where you could be put in jail for the same thing you could go buy legally in another state.
See, that doesn't make sense. How come it's like that?
Because
Because
we're
is
the
it
United States, 50
just,
individual states.
I think every state has its own set of laws. Is that right?
Unless there's a federal law that overrides it. And right now there's no federal marijuana law, so it's all determined at the state level.
So it's
But at
kind of
some point they could pass a national law that would standardize it for everybody.
so. I think the easiest way for us to get a head around it, Chris, it's kind of like us and our driving laws between like Queensland and New South.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Crazy that the federal government wouldn't take umbrella of the whole country and claim the tax on the recreational use.
Yep.
That just seems like a. And then people, if they don't want to buy it, they don't buy it. If they want to buy it, they buy it. And then the government, the country, they all ban from the tax bin. So across all states,
Damn, that
across
was
all
a
states.
cloud. Jack, you have a channel? Oh, let me. Okay,
um,
I'll just put you in as Jack 420.
He helps
I
me
do
on
a
my
lot.
channel.
I do a lot behind the scenes with a couple of the fellas, but I don't run my own channel.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
he helps
So
me
your
with my
friend,
live and
he's
stuff.
a friend of yours, Chris, or does he? Do you do help men too?
I just kind of help run the back scenes of what Chris does. So like I run all these comments and everything, and I'll post.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I'll do all like I'll pull up YouTube videos or whatever we're talking about, or all that kind of stuff.
You guys are a good
Yeah,
team. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome. Awesome.
Chris
and
has got the
we
story.
met on someone else's live.
Yeah. I actually found work through Chris's chat before we started doing all this kind of thing. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's
yeah,
Well,
awesome.
y'all said like y'all are a pretty thriving community already.
yeah. We just try and keep positive. Like we also allow people to know negatives of life and what's normal, but like we just try and push positive thoughts and let people
Yeah,
manifest right ideas. And like Chris did
yeah,
a lot of serve in the Australian Army over here, so we push a lot of his stories.
Wow.
yeah.
It sounds almost too good to be true. Maybe I'm traumatized by the panel verse.
It's
Oh,
honestly it's a great place to be, especially for people that are struggling with anxiety and depression and stuff. Just somewhere where you feel welcome and anyone can come and talk. You don't have to be
yep.
on panel. There's heaps of people in chat that talk also. Like we've got a really big interaction. It's
And
just a
that's
great.
on Chris's channel.
That's on
Well,
Chris's channel. We've
how
got
how often do you stream, Chris, or how often is this available?
Oh,
every
mate,
Friday to Sunday. Is it?
Thursday. I don't have a real strict. I'm still not working out. I definitely do Friday nights as my thing. 7:30 Friday is my. But I'll jump up on Thursday. I'll jump up on Saturday afternoon. I just we've got a couple of other boys that we sort of through this community. There's other lads that have pages, so we sort of share the love. If he's live, we'll go and jump and smother on his live and get the chat going. If I'm live, they'll come and help me out. So we
Oh,
sort of Fridays is my day, Jeff. But yeah, I'm trying to. But yeah, it's not just me. There's a bunch of other lads as well. But yeah, we Jack met through a live, and it's fucking going really well. But the one thing is, I notice you're a lot more tolerant than I am, Jeff. As soon as someone starts talking shit, bang, they're out, mate. I don't put up with it. Any negatives or personal attacks, get fucking. I'm so right.
yeah, and I think I'm getting better. Yeah, I'm. You should have seen us. Like, go check us out like 6 months ago. It has improved, but
Yeah, we
I'm
just
not. I'm
because
not.
we just
part of it is like not wanting to give up too soon and try to understand the person a little bit first, and so it's that
Right.
temptation versus managing the panel and everybody else's
Right.
experience, and so it's a judgment call each
Yeah, I
time.
think that's
Right.
where the Australian comes out, me and Chris, and we're like, yeah, nah, you can go and get, you know,
Yeah, you could piss off.
yeah, just,
Because
Yeah.
one person comes with a real shitty comment, and then everybody starts attacking them, and it just brings this whole negative. And I'm like, we're just trying to keep everybody in a happy.
we've got a lot of good moderators in our chat too, like, and they
Yeah,
fucking, they don't slip, man. Like, I don't think you'll get more than 30 seconds of you commenting if it's something stupid before you get wiped out of our chat anyway. So
right. The moderators
you're
are
lucky to
awesome.
even
Yeah,
get
the
to see it.
moderators.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's right.
excited to check out you guys' channel and
Me
hopefully be part
too.
of the community. Yeah, that'd be really cool.
I mean,
Oh,
I,
Yeah,
it's not
definitely
that
come
good.
up. Yeah.
It's not that good. I'm not talking it up. Talking it up a bit here. it's,
Well, it sounds like
Chris doesn't see it for what it is, but it is a great little place if you just want to come and hang out. Like honestly,
that's what I mean.
that's
It sounds like an opportunity to meet some
when
good
is
people.
the next time y'all are going live? You said tonight,
tonight, 7:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time.
7 Eastern Standard.
yeah,
So
about
Whatever.
5.5 hours. Yeah, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Australian. Yeah, Eastern Coast, which is 7:30. It'll be 7:30.
how many hours from now? That'll be easier for me.
I believe he said it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock where you're
It's,
at.
it's
So
2:50 now, so I'll just
yes,
go
Like
over
in
and have a look.
5 hours,
Yeah,
which
about
would
5 hours.
be like 3 in the morning.
yeah, I know that's rough. That is
But
rough.
how long do you go? Do you go for a while?
We go for a while.
Minimum I usually go from 7:30 to at least midnight. I have gone through to 12 hours. I got one guy pushed me. I did 17-hour one. That was crazy because everybody started getting back up the night before, and then the chat's been crazy again.
I think there'll be a day when Jeff does that, like a 17-hour show.
Let me see.
Oh, in 4 hours.
I can maybe stop by. I'll either like stay up until then or wake up live in 4 hours. Okay.
Well, Jeff, if you had the ability, you should stream and then go right into that show if you got no other plans, bro.
Like keep this one going until 3:30 in the morning and then slide.
We do
Right
that
over
in our
there.
community. We do that quite often. We'll if
We
someone's
do
got
that
something
all the
scheduled,
time.
yes, we'll like kind of stay live on someone else's channel kind of 10 minutes prior, and then we'll all just can, and then we all just go into theirs, and then same thing fires back up.
It's kind of funny, Jeff, that you were talking about that in a couple streams ago. How you guys were talking about starting a community that does that.
Yeah.
From stream to stream to stream, and that could just naturally happen somehow.
Yeah, like a common audience that we just filter
So
Yeah.
between different streams.
we've
Yeah,
got
what-
one Spudley. He goes, mate, from anywhere from 10:30 at night here all the way through till wee hours of the morning,
5 in the morning.
and then
He's a separate channel, Spudley.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then
Wild
I
Bull Bar.
usually
Let me
I'll
try
run
to
a
find him.
backstage thing of a morning to hang out with the fellas, and we'll kind of hang out and have a session. You know, wake up and yarn shit for a few hours, and then kind of talk between us and work out who's going to go live, and then kick it off that way. Or yeah, it's kind of really cool.
Oh, 4 hours
So
into a live.
it's almost too good to be true. How long have y'all been doing this?
We're only new to this.
Oh,
Very
We're
new,
hyping
bro.
it up way too much, Jeff. That's what they're saying. We're hyping it up way too much. We're way too excited. That's what they're saying.
no! It sounds like everything I've been looking for. I keep finding all this drama stuff, but this
Well, I
is
think
originally the
that's
type
the
of
main-
stuff I was looking
I think
for.
that's the main thing too, Jeff. Is me and Chris, we also were surfing through trying to find something that what we've kind of brought together now. So I think that shows in what we wanted is what we got. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like in the middle of a live stream, one of the other lads will come up and he'll be on the panel, and I'll be like, "Right, do you want to go live, Matty?" And he'll be, "Yep," and he'll drop a link, and then bang, everyone just jumps over to his channel because I've had
Yeah.
enough, or we're just sharing the love or whatever. And then he'll
Yeah.
finish at 11 o'clock, and this Wild Bull Bar will come in. So he's not like your typical live. He'll have a panel, but he likes to play a lot of music. So he'll just sort of sit back and play some good Aussie tunes and send a lot of love songs down the camera, and doing this, and he has a beer, and he's just a fun time spot. He's just an Aussie drinking beers, listening to music, fucking throwing love hearts at the camera.
But then you can get a couple of us on panel, and then he'll just start telling stories, and like it's just another good
Yeah.
time, you know.
Yeah, yeah, he's a good dude.
I'm excited to
And
check it out.
he's been
Yeah,
doing
I
it for
might.
years.
I might either stay up for it or I wake up early enough that I could catch part of it at the end.
Yeah, well, I'll be going for a while, mate. We'll stay on topic for probably 45 minutes to an hour. Then I'll open the panel. People will come on, and then it's solve the problems of the world time.
What is tonight's topic?
Tonight we're going to be doing a little bit about
Mate.
Chris's war stuff, and then about loyalty and mateship. What it's like to really have a proper mateship behind you, like a brotherhood, things like that.
Like you've got mates, and then within mateship you have different levels, and then loyalty comes into it. And how far does loyalty take it for you to have a real mateship? And then how does courage and integrity affect that as well? That's what I want to talk about, because we've had a bit of a drama in the community over here. So I just thought I want to fucking just put my spin on it, because they think they got mates and they really haven't had mates. So I'm going to explain what I think, what being a man is and what mateship is. And then we'll talk stories, and then we're going to, because people are just finding out about Darwin Awards. So I was going to introduce Darwin Awards.
What is it?
It's called a Darwin Award.
Oh,
Darwin.
yeah. I think I have a few
Now,
of those myself.
I don't want to ruin your topic tonight, but I want to explore something. The originality. Where did mate come from? Is it because it's from the ships, or is it an English term? Where did
It's
mate
all,
come
they're
from?
Aussies.
That's a good question, Philip.
Because we don't talk here in the United States. We're just friends, bros.
We're dumb Americans.
Look, I'm
Yeah,
going to Google it so I
or
don't talk shit to you. And I'll fucking
Because when you said mate, at first I thought of the opposite. Like my
Like a
my
partner,
mate, partner. No,
like a
like
romantic partner.
yes.
I did too
And
the first couple of times. Then I realized it's friendship, like a
Yes,
band of brothers or a pack.
yes, yes. Yeah, 1300s, Middle English. Yeah, yeah. Dutch meaning, colleague, friend. Thank you.
I
Around
love
the
this. This is
barbecue,
all the
dude.
stuff I have to look up. He just pulls it up on his phone and shows it. This is like the next level.
That's why he's that guy. He's like, I'm the
Yeah, he's
moderator.
that guy. I need one of
He's
those
that
that
guy.
guys.
That's
Look,
oh,
awesome.
thanks,
I
Jack.
know from Chris's angle that when you're thinking and you're trying to tell a story, it's really hard to pull up something in the background too. And so just to take that off him, and just to be able to help him out as a mate, I'm still sitting here
Fucking
doing
awesome.
fuck all watching anyway. So what's it to help out?
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, what was your?
Just
Because
that's
I
too
haven't.
much thing.
I'm new to your channel. I'm number 387, Chris. So congratulations. Um,
Thanks, mate. I
what was your
appreciate it.
topic before this? What was your topic on your last show?
My last show would have been what were we talking about, Jack? I was talking about
So we went back to, so for a while we've just been doing open panels. Last one we went back to what we kind of kicked off was Chris's war stories. We told one
yeah,
of his
that's right.
stories about Lieutenant Dan. We covered a couple other things, just kind of
Yeah,
a bit of a laugh and to bring it
Well,
back.
thank you for your service, Chris. I did not have the I did not take that path, the army or military path. I took more of the labor path. So I appreciate what you did, brother. That's not an easy life. I understand there's what you have to do for yourself and for others to make where you're at today. So
cheers, Phil. I appreciate that. Kind words, mate. Thanks.
And I don't know if he told you, but he didn't just do 4 years. This bloke did 22 years in the army, man.
oh, even more. Yeah. I'm so glad I said that. Then, dude. Yeah. Thank you for your service, brother. You're protecting like people don't understand when you join the army. You're not just protecting your nation, your family. You're also protecting the world when it comes to certain things. And say like Chris said, he was in the Middle East protecting the world together with other people. Like it's a big brotherhood. It's not
Well, I
just
just
the
thought,
country.
I always thought if we can take the fight to them, then they're not coming back to my country blowing trains up and blowing up the fireworks for New Year's Eve and fucking hitting the Sydney Opera House because we're occupying them in their lands, fighting them there. They're not, they can't come to us. So
Yeah,
that was my
proactive.
main reason why I wanted to go and take it to them is so my family and my friends and my people are safe here and we can fight evil there. That was the sort of like my thought
So
process
you were
behind
wanting to go fight evil. You were wanting to be there when you joined.
Yeah,
He did
yeah.
22
Wow,
Oh, but
years.
that's heroic.
Hell yeah, he wanted to be there.
I'm guessing Chris hasn't told you as much, so I'm just going to go and drop it. But the bloke went over 3 times and did 3 different trips to war.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's what I mean, brother. Like I could
He,
tell.
he, he didn't just go once and think that's fucked. He was like, "Oh, you're going to
Send me
go again."
back.
He's like, if I'm fucked, we're all fucked.
you got to remember as well, though. I'm achieving different ranks as well. So as I achieve a different rank, a war zone looks completely different from me now. And my last time in 2012, when I went to Afghanistan, I was a rank of sergeant, so I got to pick my own team and take my own team. So it was a different dynamic again. So, but yeah,
Wow.
I was chasing
You
it though. Look, in the Australian Army, you're lucky to get one deployment, but I was chasing it pretty hard.
you seem so mild mannered and chill. I would never we all have our warrior side, but I would never have seen that in you if I had not known.
Watch out, Jeff. Like I said, he might just be tired. But
No,
there's a
a lot
lot
of
in there.
work, a lot of work, mate. A lot of work on myself. I've gone. I've been bitter, angry, alcoholic. Um, but I just find now that I bought an acreage. Me and my wife bought 5 acres. We built a nice little house here. I own everything. I've poured now. I'm stopped to smell the flowers. I spend all my fucking time as much as I can with my family. I smoke a bit of weed, and I just try to be kind.
That brings up a good point. So there was a movie, The Gladiator, You guys remember that with Russell Crowe?
Yeah, kind of,
One of
sort
the
of.
first
Yeah.
scenes was him, and it was showing that how he was different than the other soldiers. Like in the middle of battle, he was able to focus on like a flower or a small object. It was a bird. It was a bird. He was able to separate himself from the battle and focus on that little object and appreciate it. Even though the chaos all around him was happening, he was able to separate himself and enjoy that moment and get right back into the war. And I was like, whoa, there was a big moment in that movie, I guess, and people didn't realize what it was. And it was just like this man was able to handle the chaos and still separate himself and enjoy everything. And that's a pretty amazing person. So I'm glad you're there, brother.
It was easy
Glad.
for me, mate, because I just went, as you know, my men were my only worry, mate. I just need to bring them all home, knowing that what I could have that conversation with their wives. So my worry was that anything outside, my men's, you know, morale, physical ability, their food, their water, their sleep, didn't bother me, mate. Didn't affect me. You know, I was super focused on that. And when you have that worry, it's easy to do shit because it's just them I'm working for, you know. My man, that's it. I'm bringing them motherfuckers home no matter what, and that just drives you. It just makes you put your best foot forward. It made me in high tense, horrible situations. My mind was calm. I get into the slow state, and I found the more pressure, the worse the pressure put on me, the more calm I was, and the better I operated. But that's due to the training too. The Australians, to go for 9 months deployment in Afghanistan, already been training for 12 months. We built the fights that we were going into in Afghan. We built them in Australia and operated in them for a year. So we already knew off the ground we're going to, and we come in, and as we're operating them, we're bringing in people that we're going to replace. What are your problems today? Boom, then I'll come up with scenarios. What are your problems today? You know, so we're pretty fucking well trained.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're training
If you
out,
click
brother.
out, you'll see it, Philip and Jeff. But this is also the same bloke that was in Saddam's palace when they fucking stormed it.
Yeah.
He's got
Wow.
pieces.
Yeah, I
He's
can't
got
wait to
pieces.
channel, brother. Like I said, like I know that we're hyping you up. You're like, dude, I'm just a small channel, but there's a reason why you're here. And trust me, people aren't putting my life for no reason, brother. So you're appreciated. Your hard work is appreciated.
And the funniest part is, boys, Chris just sees himself as a normal citizen. He does not see himself as anything but.
I am, but I'm not better than anybody. I'm just people always put me on
That's that humility that
How's that
we
echo,
talk
dude?
about here all the time, that the rest of us are trying to find.
Yep. Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Rock and roll.
I'm not better than any motherfucker. I just do my job just like you're doing your job. Like
Is
Philip's doing
is
his
part of
job.
that the army, like because they break you down and they get you in that state as part of basic, or did you have that in you before?
Mate, I was bullied when I first joined the army. My first 4 years in the infantry, the first 2 years, I had really fucking terrible commanders, and because it was the mid '90s, we were a peacetime army. The last time the Australians had fought a war was 1972 when they got to Vietnam.
Whoa.
Okay, so from 72 to 2000, Australia was not in any occupation. Yeah, so we 1 hour went and did a little bit of Somalia in 1992 around the Black Hawk Down time. That was a humanitarian aid thing. But other than that, the Australian Defence Force never deployed, so we're peacetime army. And I came at the end of that in 95. 10th of October 1995 is when I joined. And when I got to my battalion, I was bullied. I was given, you know, like my very first 18-kilometre walk, they hit me with weight. They didn't make me drink. I fucking passed out. You know, wake up in hospital, all my clothes cut off me, my fucking boots, my legs cut because they cut all my clothes off. I was bullied. I was bashed. I just remember thinking, I'm not going to fucking do this. I'm not going to be like that. When I get a new bloke under my wing, I'm going to fucking treat him with respect and love like I wanted. You know, if these motherfuckers just put me under their wing, I would have been like, you know, loyal as a dog and just wanted to impress. It's like I never, you know, these pieces of shit have been around bored doing nothing, man. You know, sticking it to the newbies they call us. And I wanted to change that, bro. That's why I went to Kapuka as a recruit instructor, because I wanted to make a difference. Soldiers coming in off the street, I wanted to influence their lives straight away and say, this is what the fucking real army's about. This is what it's about. You know what I mean? I'm never going to ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. I'm always going to lead by an example. want to make sure before I ask you to do it. Whenever I used to see my diggers and I was asking them to do a horrible thing the day before, I'd make sure they'd all see me doing that fucking same thing. You know what I mean? So when I ask them the next day, they know I've got their back and I fucking walk that trench, even though I don't need to as a leader. But I know that was what affected me. What made me motivated? What made me be a good soldier? What makes me want to fucking put the flag on my arm every day and be the best I fucking possibly can? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I want to be
Yeah.
that person, and I just found my niche, and I just treated my men with respect. And you know, they'd fucking crawl over glass and run into hell for me, mate. You know, run into machine gun pits, mate. Wouldn't even think twice because of
Yeah.
just because I just showed people think the Bushmaster's my greatest asset, the radio's my greatest, the Warthog's my greatest. No, bro, the fucking people are your greatest asset.
The extra set of
Everything
eyes
else
protecting your
supports them,
back.
and people
Yeah.
forget that. It's the people, it's the fucking always the people, man. You look after the people.
I think the people have forgotten that too.
It's a
And
shame.
that's where it's
People,
our job. It's our job to remind them. Even though they're
I
not
think so.
listening, so not all of them. It's not all of them are going to listen. It is our job to remind them.
You know,
Remind them of
and
their
people
power.
when they get to these type of positions, like just say you get to manager, and then you start treating people as shit, manager because they think they were born. They're there a couple of years. I was born, I was born a manager. They forget what it was like to be the new bloke, and then what it was like, fucking, going through the bullshit to get up to where he got to, because you get to that and you forget about it. You're like, I'm fucking here. I got the job I wanted, and you forget about everything else, But you
I
got to
have.
remember what those people below you are going through, man. If you do that, man, you'll always be successful, I think.
It's a bit different though, because I've met somebody who used to be my manager, and then he got promoted into another management position. So he went from being the work, understanding work and understanding what we did, and now that he's taking pride in his new job and understanding his new job is to understand to push these guys no matter what it is, and not really understand what we go through anymore. That's literally his job, and he took that and that's what they asked him to do. And so he had to separate himself from that. And it's really strange to see that. But in order to hit for him to be successful at his job, he had to do that, which is strange to say. And it kind of makes me open my eyes that maybe I don't want to do that position in the future. Because I'll be asking my guys to do things that I know that are stupid. But yeah,
But
no,
would you
sometimes
do
I
it?
think
Would you do it? Would you do the things you're going to ask them?
well, the thing is like, is he actually have that control? Because, like, for example, like we're managers. Doesn't he's not the owner, so he's being managed to do that. He's being managed to tell me to do
Dictate from above.
unreal tasks. That's where I can't hold him really accountable because it's not his business. He's just a manager, and it's the for us because we're such a large business. It's the guys, it's the investors running the business, and he's just trying to do his job the best he can from the understanding that he was taught and the way the management wants it. And that's where it's like, dude, the management wants it that way, and that's that's bad. So I think I'm going to go as far as I can with this company, but I'm not going to go to a place where I know it's a separation between management and construction. That's what I do. I build homes, so I think I'll stay right where I'm at. Because where he's at, he's far away from construction. He's so far. He doesn't have the time to even think about construction. He has the time about deadlines and meeting the investors' goals. It sucks.
Philip, ask you a question. Do you think if the investors or the guys that are pushing that narrative, if they came and they understood that gap that we're talking about, asking you men to do stupid shit and all that stuff, you'd get more out of the men, which would make them a more lucrative company. Do you think there would be a gap there they could bridge by learning that or not?
I don't think I have the ability to or the words to explain that to somebody who makes more money than me.
No. I mean, not you. I'm just saying in general. If that happened, just looking at for what it is from an outside perspective, if you could see that and fix that, do you reckon it would make a difference, or it wouldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. If I owned a company, I would love to be able to be on the ground and with my guys, working with my guys. But since I don't own
Right.
the company and somebody else
Mm.
does, that captain, that ship is owned by somebody else, and I agreed to be
Right.
there. and those are the rules we have to play by. So that's where I have to be. That's where I have to humble myself because I agree to these conditions.
Yeah, I just started a new job 3 months ago, mate, and one of the best parts about it is that my bosses started working in the trucks, and they know what it's like. They've been there. My bosses still go out on site and quote all the
Yeah.
jobs, so they know what we're going through. You know what I mean? And for once, like I'm doing furniture removals, like it's not an easy job. Don't get me wrong, but just having a good company and a good bunch of blokes to work with, change doesn't matter how hard the work is. You know what I mean? Like it's just great.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, and that builds trust too. I would trust a supervisor that was in the trenches with us. I don't know how I couldn't manage from a distance. I would have to be on the ground to even
Right.
know what to manage.
Well,
The
the
first
other
supervisor I had up here, she managed remotely from the basement. We never saw her. She was never on site. She didn't know any of the patients, and she'd come and tell us to do all this stuff and had no clue what was going on in the office. We'd have to go around all her policies and requests to get it done the way it was supposed to be. I didn't understand that form of management at all.
Well, the other good thing about this company is, man, some blokes have been there for 10, 15 years. There's one bloke that's been there for almost 30 years. And they're all, I'm treated the same as he is, you know what I mean? The only
yeah,
difference is he gets to go in the forklift.
yeah.
Besides that, we're all treated equally. There's no, it's just, I've actually never experienced a company that works so well just from being so level and such on a great playing field with everyone else. It's weird.
That's
That's awesome.
awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
right now I'm in a frustration zone where people just don't want to be at work because it's one of those jobs. They just don't want to be there, or they were taught a different way, and they were taught that they can do it from their office. Like, bro, no, this is a hands-on job. In order to build a home, you got to get in there because if you let the guys these
What are
slaves do what they want, they'll build a home that's backwards.
Hey, Philip, you want to move to Australia, mate? Fucking builders at the moment, mate. Far out.
I would. I just don't know how to become a citizen. I heard it's hard to become a citizen in Australia.
No, it's not
It'll
that hard.
be because you'd be part of the. We have this. This. What do we have for the immigration? If you come under these particular work skills that we're looking for, like electrician, air conditioning mechanic, builder,
Yeah, yeah.
you come straight in with the whole package, citizenship, works, mate.
I'm interested in it, bro. I could be like the #1 builder in Australia easily
But not
Why
only
would
that,
we leave the best country in the world to go to Australia?
because it's a land of opportunity. It is
Other
it's
than
the
y'all have
wild,
the best
wild
survival.
west, bro. It's the wild, wild
look. This is all I'm going to
south.
say without putting too much shit on America because, like, I'm happy to go there any day of the week. But if you go to the hospital right now for an injury, what do you got to pay? Because I'm not paying anything.
No, dude. I remember
Oh, the
I
healthcare.
had a dislocated toe, and I paid $1,000 for him to pull it and an X-ray.
I'll go to the hospital right now with a broken leg, and I'll stay there for a month, and I'll come out, and I'll be lucky to have $1,000 bill.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like America is so confused in how we have how we could run this country and just set an example for the world. But we, for some
But
reason,
beautiful
Is that what we're
country,
doing?
and would love to come and explore it one day. Don't get me wrong.
do you know how many other countries have free healthcare? And we're just
Yeah,
like the outliers, Chef. We're the outliers. America's the outlier, bro.
But we have expanded Medicaid in my state, so I know what's possible when we want to do it, and it works pretty well.
That's
So
what I mean.
America can do better. They can deliver better.
That's what we're saying. America could do better, Jeff. We just, for
With
some
without
reason,
unburdened by what we had did in the past or something.
What is to become?
Forward into the future of what
Jacob
could
Miller.
be unburdened by what has been.
What has been?
well, I
What?
appreciate meeting new friends today. Jack, Chris, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate meeting you guys. Hoping to catch your live show. Jeff, thanks for entertaining my questions and my time. It's getting late for me. I have to wake up early to go to work. That's important. So,
Mhm.
brothers, friends in the
Much love,
chat.
Philip.
Yep.
Much love, mate.
Philip, always a pleasure.
Mm-hmm,
Anytime.
fun. And hopefully I'll be able to catch your show, Chris. I'm excited. Peace.
No worries, Philip. Thanks, mate. Then you're stuck with two Aussies.
You,
No,
well, I
thanks
know
for having
why.
us. Yeah, so thanks, mate.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
glad.
had no idea. When you said you wanted to come up and talk, I had no idea this was the topic. This is what I've been looking for.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry for.
sweet.
I didn't mean to come over and kind of rule your channel either. I just
No, no, this
yeah.
is very casual here. It's a community effort.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I mean, I come up once before, Jeff, but you had about 6 or 7 people in the panel, and they were going at it hard. I couldn't get it in, but I was like, "Give me another go. I've got to get back up there."
Yeah, sometimes it gets active, but
Oh, is this
I can always make space for conversations like this without the
did
panel.
we? This is the one we're trying to get on this morning.
This is the one I was trying to get on this
Oh
morning.
yeah, yeah, we're in the comments.
We were going to.
Yeah.
I was on the phone to Chris this morning, and we are talking, and he's like, "Sent me the link," and I've like I sat there in the backstage just about to click enter studio, but we were on the phone for about an hour and a half, and by the time I entered the studio, you'd ended it about an hour ago.
Oh, so even if I ended it, the link takes you to the empty studio.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, it didn't. Sometimes they go an hour, sometimes they go 9 hours. And it just
I
depends on
don't.
who shows up.
Me and Chris
Right.
talked shit for hours on end. I don't think we'd realised that we'd been on the phone for so long till we got off the phone and tried to join.
Yeah, we were on the phone for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, weren't we, Jack? And I'm like this. I've got to get on the Jeff's thing.
Oh,
Well. And then that's what I said, Jeff. I was on another live, and I'm like, "Fuck, he's live now. Come over." And I just said, "I'm out." And then I said, "Jack, come over and fucking hang out. Something different. Something different, eh, bro?"
Yeah, fucking better than listening to our ordinary shit.
I wanted to come talk to Jeff. I've seen you there on the lives lots, mate. I wanted to say good day and what it's all about.
yeah, I'm glad you did. And Jack, what's a little bit of your story? Like what brought you to
Oh,
this work or to Chris?
um, like where do you start? We were just kind of in panels, old chats, fucking. Me and Chris actually both just started as just ordinary people in chat
Yeah.
on
Well,
another channel. Few of us got behind Chris and influenced him to start his own channel because of his backstory. So eventually he did that. Um, and then through Chris's channel, like I said, I met up with a bloke that lives around the corner from me, found some work, got a job. That's just been going great. We've kept going with this little community, and like I said, I just get behind Chris and help him as much as I can. And
thanks.
I think me and Chris talk nearly every second day or every day.
Wow, that's
We've come close friends, yeah. Fucking oath, mate. It's good.
If one of us is having a bad day or something, we'll just give each other a ring and fucking give them the spill. And it's just I
that's so
never
important for men to have, and I
I,
think
I never realised from YouTube that we could have even brought this community together that we have, let alone have found like these good friends that we now have, let alone a fucking job. Like it's
and this crosses over into real life. So there's people you
yeah,
met on the panels that you now
yeah,
know in real life.
yeah.
Yeah. One of the guys that he's really good mates with that ended up helping Jack get a job. He messaged me, and I think I was telling you before. He said, "Look, mate, if somebody like you, telling me when I was 17, and I wouldn't have done all this crime and done all these drugs and ended up in all this jail time, I would have done it, And I thought, I heard that, and I'm like, fuck, I might start a channel, And Woodsy now is with Jack, and they work together, and they're really good mates,
Not,
and it's
not
just like
only
a
did I
listen to.
find a good mate out of this, Jeff, right? He's the type bloke. I had a shift at work the other week. I had to start at 4 a.m. He didn't get called into work that day. He still got up and drove me to work and gave me a lift to work because I don't have a license at the moment. Just to help me out, like just
Solid
yes,
guys, dude, man. Rare to meet people like that. But you know what brings
Wow.
us together, Jeff? We've all gone through some sort of trauma, mate. A lot of the guys have been through a hard trauma. They've gone through addiction. They've gone through, their hell, mate. They're trying to work it out, and have finally managed to grab the sides and pull themselves out of that fucking hell for a second. and they make this community. We've all sort of like I've got my trauma. It doesn't matter how your trauma or what your addiction is. We've all ended up at the same place where we want to just be better and get away from whatever was your anxiety or your depression or your
Whatever your
PTSD or
demons may be, just to be able to put that aside and talk to people about normal shit and
Yeah.
understanding normal routines again and normal headspaces. And, like Chris has a lot of demons he still fights with every day, and he'll talk about them. Um, I know I suffered through a bit of trauma, and, I've spoken about that. I went through a bad thing of addiction. I know a fair few of us in chat went through a bad rig with addiction, a lot
and
of
and
these fellas
and
now work
his story
fucking
is
40, 50-hour
inspirational to me.
weeks.
Like
Sorry, Chris.
Jack's story is inspirational to me for what he's done to get what he's gone through with the addiction that he was in to get to where he is now with his missus and his kids, mate. That's inspirational to me. And still, he's only a young man. He's still got his life ahead of him. He's made decisions to come out the other side of hard drugs too. See, too, that's
Yeah.
inspirational. Like,
That's
that's fucking
heroism.
awesome. I
That's
love, you know
heroic.
what I mean? It is, mate. It is. And people that in the chat that might be suffering can find strength through that, mate. And in fact, I know that because I'm getting messages in my videos saying, this shit's fucking helping me. I'm doing this or I'm doing that. You know?
Y'all really are calling from the future because this is everything I've been trying. Like, it's good to see, for people to see everything I've been trying to do here because y'all are actualizing what I've been trying to do. So this provides a concrete example of what's possible, and I think that's good for people
Awesome.
here to see because that's the direction I'm trying to take this. So it shows that it's possible and other people are doing it.
And a big thing I like to preach
That's right.
anyway, Jeff, is manifestation, mate. If you fucking manifest something for long enough, you will get what you want.
How do you manifest the good and not the drama? Like, not all the dysfunction, everything else alone. Like, how do you manifest the good parts and not the bad when it all,
So just
like
pick
with
yourself
people
up.
with our backgrounds, it's kind of all in there together.
So I like to just try and pick something that I really like. Whether it's a car, whether it's just set yourself something and just manifest that idea, you know what I mean? And just set your goal for it and just, whether it's not possible today, as long as you keep manifesting that idea,
Set that
eventually,
intention
that's
and
right.
keep
Avenues are
it
going to
locked
come up
in.
and you'll keep exploring it until you find your way to get what you want.
Hmm.
But if you don't manifest what you want to start with, you won't even look down them avenues. You know what I mean?
Because that keeps it at the forefront of your attention, and you start noticing all the little things you might not.
Just for instance, right? Say I want to go out and buy a Kia Rio, right?
Oh, what?
Like, like a little Kia or a car, right? Just like a.
Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, if I start talking about it and manifesting, I'll see them everywhere.
Yeah. Hmm.
And you know what I mean? It's just like that. And then you start, oh, that one was cheap, and then so forth. Same thing with anything. As long as you manifest it, you will get it.
So
As
when
long as
you
you
say
work for
manifest, Jack, do you mean you're mentally envisioning it? Or you putting physical photos on your fridge that you walk past every day? Or
it. Whatever it may be,
Like a
however it
vision
may work
board.
for you. I like to just, I'll always like kind of research it and look into it more and try and learn more about it. And, look at, whatever it may be, if it's something for sale, I'll try and look at all the different ones for sale and see what options there are. And like,
we manifested it before. I like that idea, bro.
yeah, bro, okay, this is the best example I can give you. My missus, she really wanted a Mazda 3 2014 model. It's a car. I don't know if you know what it is, Jeff. It might be different over there. But it's just like a little hatchback car. They're worth probably 15 grand. We were looking for one for ages. We had no money at the time. We were just kind of, seeing what was out. Within 6 months' time, somehow, somewhere, with a bit of tax money and whatnot, we'd come up with about 8-9 grand. Now, now in the driveway, there's a 2014 Mazda 3.
That's fucking awesome, Jack. I love that.
How did you get it? You found one in your
Just
price
happen
range?
to just keep looking, keep searching, and just happen to find the right deal at the right price at the right time. But yeah, manifest it, mate. You will find what you want.
Yeah, I think Shameless is given very helpful tips here. That's what I call it, setting the intention and keeping that intention set, and then action and consistency too, because you're not like imagining it into being. You have to actually put work and take action yourself to help make it happen too.
Bloody oath.
I just had a mate right, so I'm going to cruise, but I'll talk to you later on, eh?
Yeah, no worries, Jack. I'll catch up with you after.
See you, bro.
Jack, it was a pleasure meeting you. I might stop by the show later tonight and come back anytime. Thanks a lot.
Sweet.
So how much longer before you think 4 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, 4, 2. Yeah, it's like 3.5 hours, mate. Yeah, about 3.5 hours. So, you want to get some sleep or?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I could probably make it. I'm actually not tired right now, so I could either try to stay up or try to nap and wake up for that, because I get up pretty early anyway. I don't know. I'll play it by ear.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I'll be there at some part of either the beginning or later in it
mate.
if I wake up.
It's all good. I know how it is, mate. On the other side of the world, I've been trying to get on yours for a few days now.
Oh, are you on Discord or do you have Twitter or email or anything like that?
I've got an email, but I don't do anything. I don't have Instagram, Twitter. I just use YouTube, mate. Because of my security clearance in the army, I never had any social media feeds, so I never, got used to them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, just hit me up on YouTube then, like you've been doing, if you need to get in touch with me.
Yeah, sweet, mate. It was good. You got back to me pretty much straight away too. So, yeah, I actually came into the chat. Did you see me in the chat? Your first live. I actually came in and said, "Hey, mate."
Earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you said you were gonna like get coffee or something, be in 10 minutes, and so I kind of and then you didn't show up, so now I know why. But I kind of held the stream waiting to see.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
No, don't worry. That happens. I'm on pretty frequently, so I shouldn't be too hard to find in the future.
No, I've noticed. Sweet, mate.
Yeah, I want to turn this into a full-time thing, like community drop-in thing, 24-hour support network.
How's it going, mate? You getting a solid community behind you now?
I think it's starting, yeah.
Yeah?
My ultimate vision is like what you're doing, to where we get enough people to where we can start doing the real world. Like there's enough people where people could start getting together in the real world and have that hybrid online real world community.
Yeah.
So as soon as I encourage, if anybody's out there and y'all live in the same area and y'all want to connect, I encourage everybody to do it on their own. But eventually we want to like find people that can actually help to organize and get people together in the different regions where we have enough members.
Yeah, like, hey, we're going to meet at this park for a barbecue at 12 o'clock, so people just know where to go, where to turn up, makes it easier for them to do the meet and greet. The organization's been done for them. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna get a combination of like this, whenever you need it, but you have online connections being made at the same time that keep that continuity of values going.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm encouraged. Like talking to people like you and Jack, I'm definitely encouraged. I know it's possible. I know it can happen. Oh,
definitely. Yep. Bloody oath, mate. And there's heaps of people. Like there's even going to be looks like a boy and a girl getting together too soon. So.
It's just fine. Are there other panels that are doing what you're doing, like the men's helping men right now?
Oh, 100%, mate. Yep. There's Chain Matt, J, mate. Yeah, bloody oath, man. Well, what they really do is they just have an open panel, and it's sort of the same blokes that jump up. I'll jump up, Jack will jump up, a couple of other solid will jump up, and then we'll see what the chat's saying, and then we'll talk. We like to talk about men's mental health a lot because all of us have our own struggles, and we all talk about how we dealt with it, how we get through it, how we end up smiling at the end of the day, and we sort of share that, and we encourage other guys to share that too, because it's tough. People can benefit from their story, and the more you tell your story, the better you can deal with your trauma too. So it's a good thing, mate. So I think next weekend we're actually trying to do a panel where we're just going to talk about men's mental health. That's it. How to deal with triggers, how they deal with triggers, how you deal with nightmares, if that's the case. What mine is a nightmare. How people deal with anxiety because of the addictions they've been. Some of the stories in Australia, mate, of addiction is just because I've been in that army bubble, so I've never been around the hard drugs. So when I see these poor people go through what they've done, and I think your addiction doesn't define who you are. It's not we're not defined by our mistakes and our addiction. Just that's what you make of that. And when you come out the other side with a solid story, and now you've been doing needles for 25 years, numbing the pain, and now you're 50, you've still got to go through that trauma because you've been numbing it. But now they're sober, and they've met a community like us where we're behind them, and I get a phone call every other day from a bloke off the community. So I put my phone number out there, and when a young man needs to, I'll get phone calls, and I'll just here to listen, mate, and just tell them to breathe, and so it's good, mate.
You're like a one-man team. You're like a one-man operation. Or is this all volunteer? Or you just do this out of just out of vocation?
I do it because I care, mate. Yeah.
I know. Same here. You need more than that. Like there's.
Yeah.
There should be support for something like this. Like the work that you're doing is very valuable.
I think so. I just because I've got a young fella who's 19. He's trying to find his mum. There's I've got a guy that's 22 that's been on hard ice, and the photos of him being 40 kilos wringing wet, and now he's he's 6 months into his gym goal. He's eating right, and he's actually got his own panel that I jump up on. Keep it up, being men's rights, mental health advocate, reporting his rewarding more. Shameless, that's unreal, mate. It is super rewarding. That's what I like it. Just seeing the smile at the end of the day. That's a good thing. That's good work, man. That's respectable, honourable work. It's hard work too, dealing with all that trauma. But it's I get phone calls from all these young guys, and Jay, mate, like he's 22, and he's so mature enough that he's gone through a good 12-month hard addiction of meth, and now he's on the other side, and he's telling young fellas what to eat, and he's at his grandparents' place, he's in his caravan, he's got a fucking good channel going, he's got a good community, he's only about positivity, and I just got to get behind that. And there's another young fella called Chain Matt, and he's the same thing. He's his trauma was he was in a car accident at 160 kilometers an hour. He had a head on, and 29 surgeries later, and all the rest of the drugs that come with that. And now he's just trying to bring his community together, and he's got like 11,000 subs now. Chain Matt's doing really well, but and we sort of I just bounce around these couple of loyal guys, and we all jump on each other's panels. But they'll be on mine tonight. As soon as I go up, you'll see them all: Chain Matt, Jack, Jules.
I can't wait to meet them. Are they all Aussies, or is this extending like into other areas of the world?
This is all Aussies. This is me trying to extend us out. I've been trying to get on, a chick called Madam X. I think, is it Madam X? She does lives in the UK.
Male?
No, female.
Male Pandora. No, I mean male. Is it Male Pandora? Because she does mental health panels, men's mental health panels.
I don't know. I just know it was Madam X or Malcolm, something X.
Maybe it's a different person.
She's she comes over into my lives, and I notice she'll get topics from my lives, and then the next day in the UK she'll start a live with the topic that we were talking about in one of my lives. So I've been trying to jump onto hers as well. And then I saw yours, and I thought I'm going to try and get into America as well, and just start talking about American panels as well, and try and bring the community
Yeah,
over there.
I'm looking for the American panels too. So if you find others, let me know. There's a guy named Steve Jarrett Jordan and that shows up on panels sometimes. He was here a few days ago. You could just search Steve on my channel, and he does men's mental health work. And so he and I talk a lot and have those conversations. But he's about the only one here in America that I work with closely enough to say that he's doing something similar. And I want to believe they're out there. I'm sure there are. A lot of another thing I find is that a lot of them will it's they monetize it, so they have the men's programs, but it's a marketing thing and you have to sign up, like buy the membership or pay the monthly fee or buy their online course or something. So those are out there, but it's different from what I think we're trying to do.
I think so. As soon as you say, "Oh, you got to pay this monthly fee," and it just people just turn off straight away. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
And I'm
unfortunate as
sure
it
they're
is,
helpful to the men that buy them, but it's a different
yes, yes,
crowd
yes, yes,
that I'm trying to help. And I know they have the
right.
Mankind Project. I was part of that for a while, but again, it was a different crowd of men than I think I was looking for or trying to help.
Right, right. Um, yeah, I'm lucky. There's like a few young Australian men that are all over it, and I've actually this is my second try in American panel. I went to one called the Blue Vet or the Combat Vet or something like that, and I went up
Oh,
into his
yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Is it something for vets?
something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, in fact, I went on, and I think that's one of the panels I got kicked off of or had to leave. But
Well, I
I
went
went
on it.
on intending to have a conversation about men's mental health because some
Right,
friends pointed me in that direction.
right.
But it was not a good experience.
Well, well, I had the same thing. I had some friends. Oh, Chris, you're a vet. Jump over here onto this channel. You know, you might be able to influence or help over there. And they were just fucking fighting each other, Jeff. You didn't do this. You didn't get your arm blown off in Afghanistan. You fucking got hit by a truck and you're saying that you're fucking, you know. And I'm just like, what is this? All the vets here are just at each other's throats. It was, and I just said, look, lads, I said, until you sort your shit out, I'm not coming back here no more. You know, I'm out. That was shit, mate.
Some of it is I don't know how you said you were kind of new to YouTube.
Yep.
There's a lot of drama and dysfunction. This medium draws all types of people from all walks of life, and they're not always the healthiest or well-adjusted people. And when you get enough of them together in the mix, the drama can overwhelm the healing and the mental health and the recovery and the positive work. And I have this chart that I show all the time of a community with green arrows that are moving it upward in a positive direction and red arrows, which are all the forces that move it downward. And there's a lot of red arrow type drama that will take a community in a negative direction, but people get pulled into it anyway. They just get sucked into it. And I've watched panels degrade. I've watched them start out with mental health topics and end up with people fighting. And speaking
I've
of,
seen it. I've seen it. It happens. It does happen in Australia as well.
and so it's finding the panels that can keep it in the right direction and not let the drama, because all it takes is like one or two of the wrong people on the panel in the wrong combination to have that happen. Welcome, Browns boy, Lanza.
G'day, mate.
This is Chris from Australia.
How you going?
He helps men.
G'day, mate. I'm good, bud. I'm doing good.
How are you?
Yeah, how are you, brother boy?
Good.
You seem kind of
good,
quiet
good.
tonight. Huh? Are you doing something exciting? I hear a back. I guess he'll check in when he when he gets ready. Another thing about my panel in
Me?
particular, where a lot of us are neurodivergent, man. It's autism, ADHD. So along with the mental health, you have all that other weirdness. And so we're kind of a specialized type of mental health on top of that.
Roger that. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose we're not really. I haven't really come across too many guys. Um, they say they suffered it as kids, and they were on the benzos, on the whatever the drugs are for ADHD and all that stuff. The kid, but they all say now they smoke weed, and it's sort of, that's probably another thing I have in common, Jeff. There's a lot of men that I interact with. They all smoke weed too, so they use it as medical rather than. I suppose it's still recreational because the side effect is you get high, but a lot of them use that as their leveler. They'll have a few billies, and it keeps their mind in a cool, calm, collective state. I suppose it keeps them calm, it keeps their brain creative. I mean, so that we've got that in common, Jeff. I suppose I must say that's probably an anchor almost, actually. You know what I mean? But having said that, a lot of the guys that come in don't smoke weed. They're just there because they say, well, I don't even smoke weed. I'm here for the positiveness, So, and they drink beers. So I always say, if you got them, drink them. If you got it, then smoke it. So, it's not just about weed. We want everybody. So, but it was sort of like that. It was sort of getting to that community, like, if you don't smoke weed, it might be. So I had to knock that straight up on the head and just go, wait, this is for everybody. It's just weed is medicine for me, like it is for you and you and you. And it's just
Yeah,
like
I
another thing.
remember I was on here in Seattle, they had it medically before they legalized it recreationally, so I was part of that, and I remember how much it helped with the PTSD. And also, I'm dissociated, like I don't feel my body, I'm not in touch with my body, and it helped with that too. Like certain strains of weed helped me feel my bodily sensations more. And so I've used it for mental health purposes as well. Not so much
Right,
now, but it has had that effect in the past.
right,
But then
right.
it's also had caused
It,
anxiety too. If like the wrong strain can cause anxiety, or too much of the wrong strain.
it's a super huge antioxidant, uh,
Is that a good thing?
and it raises. Yeah, that means because you're like every human is oxidizing. It's like cells are oxidizing, and so they're actually mini explosions, and so an antioxidant helps in that process of dying cells, and it raises your melatonin levels 4,000%. Your what do you call that? Like daily average.
Oh, is that where you get
And
so
melatonin
mellow and
is
sleepy?
melatonin. Well, sleep is the only time in which your body repairs itself, and melatonin is a huge part of sleep. So that could explain some of those, ailments, whatever you call them, help, the help the people feel from ailments from it. Yeah, physically,
Oh, from the weed, like the
mentally.
medicinal properties.
Yeah, like I
Has
got
it
a
helped
body.
you?
Yeah, I used
Do
to
you
wake
use
up.
it?
I used to wake up every day, and after like a small little routine of getting ready, I'd stretch. I'd do like a 15-minute body stretch while smoking a joint, just to make sure it got like deeper into my muscles and shit. And then like I'd drive to work, and I'd get to work like an hour to an hour and a half early, where there was no one there, and I would just park there, and I just rip, just blow trees in the parking lot, like just to get I wanted to be as high as possible at this job, and it worked. It worked out pretty fucking great.
But were you doing it to get high? Were you doing it to get
So,
high or for the antioxidants or what do you call it?
Jeez, that's a lot of cell
well,
explosions.
we could break it. I mean, there's obvious benefits to doing it. So,
Did it help you do your
but
work? Was
other
that
than
one
the
reason?
obvious one,
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm not being a smart ass. I'm genuinely wondering.
uh,
Oh, you're in the right place.
no, that's okay. No,
Did it
Jeff's more
help
of
you
a
do your
smart
work?
ass.
Was that one reason you wanted to get so blazed?
Uh,
Oh my God, Moose!
I
This
think
wow. Are
it
you still out in the
helps with my.
woods?
It helped.
Like,
You
did
know
you
what
do
it
it
did
for
was
fun,
like,
or did
because
it
like
help you do your job somehow?
like both. Okay, because like when I used it, right, like I'd be stretching, right, and so I like be more conscious of my body because of it, right, and then I like yeah, I get like super stoned because like did it help with my job? I would say yeah, hell yeah. And you know what's funny? Yeah, I was the biggest stoner at the place that I worked, and one day, one of the stupid idiots tried to like say like, oh, this guy he smokes more weed than everyone else. He was like tried to like rat me out or something, and like the
Right.
both bosses were like, not a fucking chance does that guy smoke weed.
Wait, they didn't
So
think you
yeah, I would
smoked
say
weed?
it helped work. Oh, they would have bet their lives that there's no chance that I smoke weed, even though like I was just like
I
blazing blunts in
That's
the parking lot and shit. Like, but bro, I'm telling like
well, that
it's
speaks
hard
for
to.
itself. Then if the boss didn't even think you were on it. That's would definitely helped your job, eh? Yeah, right. That's cool. And you
I'm
do that
gonna
still?
spark a little bit up right now myself. You'll have me inspired.
I'm having the bucket right now.
Oh my God, Moose! I didn't know you had it that bad. So to catch you up, Moose is like out in the middle of the wilderness on some camping trip, and he found just enough bars to come and check in with the internet crowd,
Is
and
that the
to
optics
have a little bit of
of
noise while sleeping.
Yo,
what's
Moose
his
got bars.
is his channel optics are high or something?
Yeah, this is Moose. Moose, you're gonna like this guy. This is Chris. He's from Australia, and he
Yeah,
helps
I've sucked his
men,
channel.
like men's mental health. And he was in the military for many, many years, and has stories and wisdom. And he has a men's community. In fact, in a few hours, he's gonna be doing his panel with his people. But Moose is one of our people here that help with the. He wants to do a men's thing here.
I've subbed to his channel.
Yeah.
I've actually subbed channel
He has
through
several. It's Optics Are High is his main one. He has Producer Moose is his other one. Yeah, sure. I'll drop it right now.
yeah, yeah, I
Hey,
subbed him
just
because I
us, you got this.
Do what, Lanza? Here, I'll put in the back chat.
I think you said just us
Oh,
had
you're
like some sort
roboting.
of groups.
You're roboting.
Cool. All
Oh,
right,
that
how's
might
that?
be a an error. So Shameless says she's from who? Moose or Chris? Sometimes people like mass block or some people get caught in a crossfire that's not intended for them.
I've got nobody blocked on my channel, not one person.
Oh, okay. Say no more. Eh, say no more. Yeah, chaos agents. That's another thing, Chris. Speaking of community and keeping them healthy, there's a lot of chaos agents in this world, this sector, and there's people that like generate or exploit for content because they know what certain audiences want to see, and so people like you and I will be having our conversations, and they'll come in and find ways to tweak it or manipulate it to have a certain type of content to get the numbers up. And so that happens too. And not only on the conversations, but
Mm,
in the chats too. There's little tricks
yes.
that people.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes,
And
yeah, it's like I've seen it where like if you are like say maybe talking about a subject or like a person maybe that they'll use an alt account in that chat and they'll be like, you guys are talking like, please, you guys are just talking
oh,
gossip,
to like
and it's
instigate
just to get
conflict,
you off that subject.
that
It's
kind of
just to get you
stuff.
off a certain subject.
Yeah.
I've seen that shit happen.
So it's like guarding against that too, and keeping your community shielded from that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm lucky I've just got a few heads that have been around for 5 or 6 years that are attracted to our channel, and we've got them as moderators, and they're pretty much moderators on all the same channels. And as soon as
So
someone
you have a
comes
good
in,
team that knows what to look for.
yeah, they just got our backs. Like, I don't even get to see the comments sometimes. Sometimes I'll say, hey, stop. I want to see some of these comments so I can get a chance to rebuttal
Oh,
against what.
yeah, that's why I tell my wrenches not to moderate.
But nah, but like what I said, we try to keep it super positive and on, like if anyone comes in the end, you can see there's an obvious change in the chat or something like that, or oh, this guy's a joke, why is he fucking crying all the time or something like that, bang, just fucking get him out of there. Don't even give him a chance. And I'm on the panel, if someone wants to change it, I'm strong enough to say, hey, I want to stay focused on this particular topic at the moment,
Yeah.
um, and I try and guide the conversation if I can a little bit, just a little bit, like you said, so it doesn't turn from mental health to, street fights or something.
Street fights.
Or burnouts in cars, or it tends to. But,
So
yeah,
Lanza,
so
what are you into tonight? Are you hanging out at your house?
me,
Lanza. This Brown's boy, his other nickname is Lanza. I know him as Lanza.
Yeah, I try to
He
use. I realized, yeah, I like to use
he.
different names to either bring up different ideas, but there's a few that kind of stick,
Yeah. It's usually the
like
purple V
Lanza,
that's the giveaway because the name's always different.
assimilation was one. Replant wild nature, support, bones don't turn to oil.
what about in the US, mate?
Um, uh,
What what are you doing tonight? What do you have happening this evening?
Me?
I'm just
Uh,
smoking.
oh, okay.
I'm just smoking. I'm just smoking, and yeah, it's kind of seeing what's up. I don't know. I didn't even check if anyone else was live. I just saw you were live. I was like, I'll click it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in fact, let's. I
And I
know
heard you guys
Flo
were
was
talking about
doing
kind of like
some big.
drama starters. So what I knew when I clicked it, I was like, oh, he's gonna be like, speaking of, and you did when
Oh,
that came up.
because the other alternative is Flo,
But,
so it looks like he has more drama content, if that's what people are into.
mm, no, because you gotta be like so fast and witty with your jokes, and then at the end of the day, no one cares anyway. That's
You
how
mean
I
on
feel about it.
Flo's?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
It's hard to. I don't know. Yeah, that one's more of a. I haven't been over there in probably like a month, but yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Yep.
I'm gonna I'm gonna put content on my. I'll put real content. I'm like,
I think you should. I think you have so much potential.
no, there's no. Well, potential's
Yeah, you
always
just
been a
gotta you
thing
just
with me.
gotta
So
jump in and start doing it. I think you're gonna find your groove.
yeah, I will.
Okay, I keep forgetting to smoke, so let me take care of that. Uh,
What,
I'm
what's
around.
your what's your content, Lanza?
So I'm gonna like mainly focus on like anomalies slash like topographic maps slash star forts slash oldest aerial.
Oh shit! I think Brandon's boy just popped out. It's unfortunate. I'm into topographical maths. They call that.
Connection. Oh, Lanza's really into maps. He has these cool websites that show like the old historical areas with the Google Map overlays, like the current overlays of the old historical
Oh
maps.
wow, that's cool. That's
Welcome back.
What you guys here?
He's into maps too. Chris is into maps.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like oldest aerial photographs. I'm probably gonna do around where I live, and then I'm gonna select these anomalies that I tend to find based off of the topography and the identification or the differences between the oldest aerial maps and current Google Maps in order to find Native American artifacts, and also bring a metal detector in case, maybe there's like a bag of gold somewhere, like on a bank that no one found.
That sounds cool as mate. I like that. That's cool as.
Yeah. There's a lot of areas to explore. When the first video comes out, I'll show how to overlay the current Google over oldest aerial photographs of wherever. You just you can search anything, like where you live, everywhere. I mean, I haven't looked like in specific areas, but just mine. But because my area also has like petroglyphs. It has burial mounds. It has
Don't
like
y'all
what
have
do
the
you call
serpent mounds or the snake
there
mounds?
are serpent mounds. Like I don't know how far away they are from me, but I think they're like a couple hours away from me. But like
I wonder if they lead all the way under the Vatican.
yeah. I bet they'll let us take the
That's
tour.
where they come out of the mouth. They come out of one of the eyes.
Yeah, I don't know. There's I don't go with other people's theories most of the time, so it's hard for me to figure out like what those. They were obviously meaningful. And then so yeah, in my state, there's only two places that deal with like native. Like there's only two like universities or whatever that are allowed, and even they say, what's up?
Can I ask a question, mate?
Mm-hmm.
So how old is the oldest? What did you say? Aerial topography maps taken, or aerial photos of the areas taken? How far back does that actually go, mate? Would that be only early 1900s? Does it actually go back a bit? I'm not too. or is it
Uh,
from like stand on mountains and then they take photos of the area from mountains, or that's really interesting to me.
so the reason why I found out about this is because they're still finding like native sites that are they say align with all this like I don't know like interesting stars or whatever. There's still the main way that they still find these things, dude. They're just on like farms and shit. And
Right.
but if yeah, I mean like you can do lidar. It's really expensive, but well, I forgot what your question was.
The oldest aerial map or the
Oh,
oldest aerial view. How far back when did they start doing them?
so like this is based on like it's based on some like historical library. This website is so like
you go there and then you
like
sort of
in my state it goes back to like 1892.
That's the oldest in your state that they
But
have.
yeah, but like it also has like the names of the landowners and like how the land was split up and like it has like where like the fire station was. Like it has all this sick
Oh
information
wow.
on it. But there's other states that are different, and I will say that I have found that in some states where you would see maps much earlier than 1890.
okay.
Like Florida,
Yeah.
like Florida, I noticed on that site
New
it's missing a
York,
lot of.
probably. New Orleans.
I just noticed Florida's missing a lot of maps on that site, but
They
it's
have all the sinkholes. They're having all those sinkhole
well,
problems.
if you look up 444 Brickell Street, Miami River, it's yeah, it's like it's this thing that collapsed, but they found out that it was on top of like this like ancient structure that predates the pyramids, like how you were saying in Louisiana, they have some
Oh, you mean
mounds
the
like that.
mount, like those burial mounds?
Yeah. So like industry, took over
The
or
Mound
whatever, and
Project. Let me see.
they cementized.
A hidden archaeological site.
I reckon people would really love that, mate. Especially if they come from around the areas knowing the history and all that type of stuff, and where the old fire engine site was in the 1890s and stuff. That sounds so cool. Having that all on a map where you could probably would you do them up and sell them, or would you just do that and put them on the YouTube page so people could look at it through your content? That's fucking cool, man.
Well, yeah, I'd show you how to use the website, I guess, and then I would do it in my area, and I would sit, because I've been looking at topography maps for a long time and coast shores, and been looking at it, been studying it, so. And I've been learning from like the only two places in the state that do it.
Yeah, right.
And I could refer those videos, too. But Australia's probably got like some real interesting ones.
Yeah, I've noticed we've got some old maps. You're talking about when they were mapping the coast of Australia from, I think, even the 17 or maybe 1600s. Yeah, the Dutch and the English.
And you might be. Yeah, you might. I mean, I was surprised. Like I thought that there was some information held back. Especially in Florida because of what I know about Florida and its importance in the trades early on, and its native population, the Seminoles, early on. The Four Rivers come down through Louisiana and Georgia and Florida, and it's always been a popularized area. But there's a family called the Collier family, and they like do like you guys know what land barons are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, like that's why some of these maps aren't like. I would say there are maps out there that aren't exactly available completely because of these barons. But
Right.
I'm reading about him now.
Are you guys aware of a dude called Cassius Clay who
The
started?
boxer?
No, no, no.
Cassius Clay? Oh.
He- He's pretty much the guy that ended slavery in America. He's the guy that made Abraham Lincoln sign 6 months earlier to commit to the
What's
war.
his name?
Cassius Clay. He
Can
went
you
around in the
can you
he went
type
around
it
in
in the chat?
oh, I'm not good at spelling, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
pretty
Let
much.
me try to find it.
Oh yeah, this should be
Oh,
taught in
okay.
America.
Yeah, okay. There's two Cassius Clays. There was a Cassius Clay that was an abolitionist. And then there's the boxer that was named after him. Is that Muhammad Ali? Is that the same
Yeah,
guy?
and what a man to be named after, Cassius
I
Clay.
know.
You
All
know
right.
his story.
Oh, he's a white guy too. Okay.
You know his
Politician. Major
story.
General Cassius Marcellus Clay.
Oh my lord, his story is amazing. It should be taught everywhere in America. He went around the South and he started going to slave owner. When his dad was the biggest slave owner and landowner in the time. When he died, he gave all the land and all the money to the slaves, mate, and took his gun and his Bible and he went around the South and he started saying to slave owners on plantations, give the fucking land and the money to the slaves or fight for Julmy. And he was going around killing slave owners, mate, knocking them off one by
What?
one.
I've never.
Yeah, I don't
Oh
know
my
how you
God.
guys don't know the story. It's the best story ever. And in the
I
end, he
know
even
it's like
yeah, they should have made a movie about this.
right instead of Robin Hood. That makes that sound
mate,
like a cartoon.
it's amazing. And
I don't think you could do
after
a Men in Tights of the Cassius Clay story.
it's so good because he ends up shooting like about 110 slave owners.
Wait,
They're like,
what? Come
There's
on.
a very
yeah,
specific amount. Not you were like about
mate,
Let me
I love
see.
this story, bro.
about
Okay,
110.5.
I guarantee we did not learn this in school history. So I keep saying that we learned all our Civil War history and all the stuff that people accuse us of not teaching, but we definitely did not learn this.
And then, a couple of slave owning families tried to put a hit on him, and they fucked it up. They shot him in the chest, but he was that much of a crazy man. He ended up like running towards the guy, biting
The
him on the neck.
Liberal Republican Revolt.
Cassius
He
Clay.
just said, Jeff. He just said the guy got shot in the chest, but demanded still to walk towards the guy with the gun and then proceeded to bite him in the neck. The story's not lining up, okay, for me.
He pulled his knife out. He stabbed him. Oh, you read this?
I've got a real big imagination too. Just
It's
this
pretty
just
full on.
doesn't.
And he ended up fucking, getting Abraham Lincoln's, you're going to do this now. Then they sent him as the first ambassador to Russia, and he bought Alaska off Russia for fucking $150. Like, it was the best move ever. And then he came back and he hated the local sheriff where he grew up. So he proceeded in his 80s and 90s to harass the fucking racist sheriff until he was 97 and said, I've done enough now. I need a rest, and then died.
Please
Why
tell me,
don't we have this movie?
dude. I was gonna say, please tell me this is a movie, or how do you know so many details about this?
I love American history, mate. Have you ever listened to the real why the Star Spangled Banner is white? How the flag was held up and what that song's actually about?
Oh, I guess that would make. Well, yeah. I noticed that they never made movies about taking over the government too. I've noticed that.
Dude, there's so many famous people. Like the Star Spangled Banner, when you listen to why that song was written, it makes you cry. It made me cry. I wish my fucking national anthem had so much, if you see how they held that flag up with the bodies of the men, you gotta watch. Just look up YouTube, the real, what's it called? The real something Star Spangled Banner, and then this guy narrates as he's singing the song. He narrates it to like a caricature of what's actually going, and he's sort of doing a commentation of what like a commentation of what's going on the boat as the British are firing onto fort. I don't know which fort it was, but it's like 100 ships firing onto this fort because you won't take the flag down. All you got to do is take the flag down, and they're like, nah. And they put all their boats and they fight it into this one position on this fort. And they even knew there's like women and children at this particular fort, and they couldn't understand why the flag wouldn't go down because they landed like round after round on the rampart, but the flag just kept staying at an angle. And then when you go to the rampart, as the guys were holding the flag, and as they've died, their bodies were holding it up, and he got on an angle. The next bunch of guys would come in and hold the flag up, and they did this throughout the whole barrage. That's why when I see people disrespect the United States flag, I think of those men.
Yes, but I also think of that also represents our freedom to do that, and that
100%.
not many
100%.
like I see, like, yes, I'm proud that in America we can do that to our flag, and
Yeah.
at the same time understand the reaction you have from seeing it.
Yeah, but
But
look,
I wouldn't want them to not be able to do that, because that's one of the things I value about America is the freedom
I
that we
totally
have to
agree.
do
Mate.
stuff.
I went to war. I fought, mate. I fought for people's rights so they could do that, mate. So they could burn my flag. It's part of it. But it still hurts me. But I'm not going to judge them for it because that's their goddamn right to do that, and I respect that because we live in a fucking awesome country, and not as good as America, but we live in a fucking as far as life goes, it's pretty fucking good. You know what I mean? Like we've only got
Well, if
25
it's
million.
any consolation, you do have the best survivor out there. See, the best survivor. There's no survivor like Australian Survivor.
I don't actually watch it. So.
Wait, Jack, you're a flag hater? Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. I thought you said why I hate the flag of America.
Like
Yeah, because I remember a story of like a school teacher who didn't feel safe with the flag in her classroom. Like she didn't want it around her kids. It made her feel uncomfortable. She had all these negative associations. I'm like, what? How about the American flag? And you're a teacher?
Yeah, it's called, she's
the stars and stripes. It just represents
woman.
freedom.
Maybe because it didn't have the sideways pink and blue triangle on it or something.
Yeah, she's a woman. She didn't want to go along with the program.
But
teaching
the fact
program.
that women got the vote, that she's a woman and can vote in this country, is part of like what she should admire about that flag. That we have a system that allowed women to use their power and eventually gain the vote. Like they didn't even have the power to vote and affect the system, and they were able to get the vote.
Right.
The vote of what?
The right to vote
Have a say.
in the
Have a say.
elections.
Yeah, man, that's like all kind of predetermined.
Like, go try
like
that in some other country and then say how much you hate their flag.
Right.
Well, you got a point. It's kind of like, is there more shit over here? Is there more shit over there?
We have the best shit, whatever shit there is. Maybe it's my American bias. I've never known any other world but America, so I don't have any way to judge. But I think we have the best shit. Whatever shit's going on, we have the best of it. It's going on in the best country.
The only rebuttal I have to that is that we have oceans around our country, so we have a strong border. So it doesn't matter if you have a weak politician. We have a strong border, so we don't have just people rolling over the border just any way they like. So that scares me for you. That scares me.
So
for
y'all
you.
don't have the immigration issue we have.
We did have, but we had a strong prime minister in 2013, and he started getting the Navy boats and tying ropes to the fucking boats because the only way you can get his by boat, and turn them back and sending it to all the cartels, saying that we're just going to fucking, doesn't matter what you do, we're just going to tow these boats back to the port you left. And it was shocking. Half of Australia were up in arms. You can't do this human rights. But we did it for 2 years, and we haven't had a boat come back since. And we don't do it anymore at work.
What years was this?
Tony Abbott. So it was like 2013, 14, 15, around there, I believe. Or might have been even earlier, 12, 13.
Well,
You know,
okay, so when we say America's the best country in the world, I guess we mean in certain areas, and not that
I
other
totally
countries
understand
can't
that.
do some things better, like
No,
Survivor and patrolling their borders. Keep,
no, we still have immigration though, bro. We're built on multiculturalism. Australia was built on multiculturalism.
yeah.
You know, so I think that's why we've had a civil war. We've had so many people from so many different backgrounds that were involved in the American Civil War, the French Revolution, and they sort of, in 18, I can't remember what it was, we had what we call the Eureka Stockade, where all the miners, the gold rush was going on in Australia, and the government decided to put a $10 tax on all the miners because the gold was so good, but only 10% of the miners were making the money. So these miners were going to be paying $10 before they even get to the minefields, you know what I mean? So this is the 1800s. So what are we going to do? The government's coming out to enforce the $10. That we've got the guns, so we have a massive fight. And the government even killed a couple of the miners, but there was enough miners that were from the American Civil War and from other places, from China and from Europe, who said this is not the go. What we need to do is march into the capital city and peacefully protest. And we did that, and we're sort of defined by that. That could have been our civil war, but because of the multiculturalism and the wise heads that we had, it ended up being a peaceful protest, and we grew from that and embraced that, I suppose.
What year was that?
Oh, mate, I feel so bad. I know more about your history than I do my own, but it's 1800s. It was the gold
Oh,
rush.
okay.
It had
Well,
to be after American
is
Civil War.
Australia subject to the crown, like Jack's saying right here? Is anybody subject to the crown? Do they even have power?
What was the question? Sorry.
Is Australia subject to the crown?
Do you
Or
think
are
the
you
crown?
self-governing?
No, we're definitely self-governing. The crown has no fucking say here. We have a governor general that represents
Fuck the
the
crown.
monarchy. But this is what I say to the crown. The crown.
Well,
Fuck the
but
monarchy.
then why do you not have your guns? Was that the crown though, or that was Australia? That was the Australian
Nothing to do with
government.
the crown. That was an Australian Prime Minister, mate. That was Australian because we had a mass shooting in Port Arthur in Tasmania in 1996 where he shot like 35 people. He went into a coffee cafe, shot everyone in the cafe, shot everyone on the bus. He went to a tourist location, shot all the tourists, and they came in. That was it. 6 weeks later, they degunned us. They took all our guns off us. And you know what, though? We haven't had a mass shooting since. So
Since they took the
people
guns. Have you had mass stabbings? Oh, that's a real cat. I swear to God, I thought that was a little toy animal. That's the cat tail. Okay, wow. Hi, cat. What's its name? Do you know its gender? No, no answer. Oh,
His name is not YouTube
not
monetizable.
content.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
no.
Now, well, now I'm even more curious. Just type it in the back or something. The unmonetizable cat name. Yeah, don't get my stream struck over a cat, please. Jack, you should come up. It says like this is the guy to talk to.
What about when the NGOs
Jack can't figure out which group is actually running the world. If it's the Jewish people, the Crown, the globalists, the Illuminati, what? I think he's trying to figure out which group
I
is
think they
ultimately
come from
pulling the
America.
strings.
I think the people that run the world come from America, mate. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefeller. They're the people that are running the world, bro.
They're not running my life.
Nah, but they're running what happens, though. They're running the wars. They're running what's going on in Ukraine and that. They're running the fucking, look at Bill Gates. He's giving free vaccination to African kids.
All right, scratch that, Jack. Maybe this is not the guy for you to talk to.
What's that?
I thought he was I thought he would help my team.
Who, me?
I might be creating a monster.
Who?
Huh? Jack, Silver Tongue Cavalier. His name is Jack, and he has very interesting ideas, but about
But that's just
where
like
the ultimate power might lie.
What do I know?
I think it lies with the people. At least here in the U.S., I still think it lies with the people.
Well, I reckon we'll see in November. That's for sure.
We'll see what the people decide. I expect Kamala to take it. I really do.
Really,
I'm
Jeff?
not hopeful.
Oh my lord, that can't happen, mate.
I'd like for it to not happen, but I think it's going to happen.
Oh man, we just need
Because
freaking.
I tell you, she doesn't even have a policy position yet. She hasn't posted anything on her website about what her actual positions are. Right now, she's just a name and a face, and people are already so excited about her without even knowing anything about her. So I think that it's gonna be on emotion, like just she's cooler than Trump. We like her better than Trump. She inspires us more than Trump. Because they're not even interested in policy yet at this point, and they're already ready to sweep her in.
I know it's we need inflation to come down. We need you guys to start producing oil, start burning coal and fucking producing oil. You know, become the main producers of that. We need that to happen, man.
I thought during COVID they had slowed the oil prices dropped, or we had extra oil, or we're producing too much, or something. There was something about the oil during
Well,
COVID.
Biden started cutting off. You know, he cut off the between Canada and Mexico. Biden fucked it.
Uh,
I think anyway. You know, but I'm just an Australian observing from fucking a whole ocean away. You know,
yeah, we get a lot of those, mostly Canadians. They like to look across the fence and uh, have
they need to
opinions
look in their own
about
back. They need to look in their own
life in a
backyard.
world they don't live in. But I do the same with Canada. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
what can you expect, man? They're like they're just beautiful, trustworthy people in power. So just get what we get.
Do
We're
you
lucky.
is there
We're
anybody in
blessed.
power you would trust, or you don't trust anybody in power?
I trust the RFK.
You gotta
Really?
be. Oh, you're talking about like okay. Yeah. In real life, yes, but like if
Oh, in real life, yeah. I thought you were talking about politicians. I mean, some of those Navy SEAL in Congress, man, I trust him. It's going to be hard for him to turn on his people, on his citizens. But yeah, RFK, he's the only person that's not calling people names or fucking this. You know, this person did that. He's just trying to get his policy across. But how can you take a man seriously when he doesn't talk properly? When he's a leader of the free world, that's the only problem. I think what
yeah,
shit he is.
man. You know what? I mean, if you like people just talking nicely to you and not really the content exactly, I think that's where
I mean,
people get
I like
hung up.
Trump too.
They get hung up
I
on
like Trump.
people's personalities, and
Personality is important. But
I
no, I
think
know
he's
what you're
just a nice
saying.
guy.
Like
oh
when you're
my,
making
yeah,
political decisions.
yeah. But some of the greatest liars have some of the greatest performances of
Yeah.
lies. So
100.
wouldn't they make it to the greatest stage of lies ever?
I
I
do,
mean,
but he's a lot
correct me if
with the
I'm wrong, but
assassination
like
from his family.
the
You know,
government
like
is above Hollywood even still. Like the government probably keeps the best actors for themselves, and Hollywood has to fend. I'm
Like,
now starting to
what
side
do you
with Hollywood that they have to battle the government for actors.
what do you mean? Like they're having secret plays and productions put on by in the White House, like secret productions
Well,
with better actors
I
than
can't
we get on
stand
the
Hollywood,
screen?
but
let's see what constitutes an act. Preparation, script. Okay, check. Uh,
Production.
Makeup, check. Media, check. Journalist, check. Worldwide production via Viacom and its friends, check. That is called a production, my friends.
Well, how would it go in your world? They would come out there in their pajamas and their slippers and looking natural, and what parts would be different that you would want to change?
They would just be honest and
But nothing you described had anything to do with their credibility. It was all about how they looked and
No, it was
uh,
their acting. It was their acting.
right, that kind of stuff. But
Right. Well, you know
so
how
in
they
your
like, you know how they
world,
like, you
like
know how they
what would
like
not
lie.
acting look like? How would they come out in your world that would signal that they weren't
Honesty,
acting?
honesty doesn't lie, and is not an act.
But would you still want the cameras and all that? Like, is that part of it?
Of of
Well, in that case, I think Trump's pretty honest when it comes to policy. Call me naive.
bro. Oh, he's so.
But
You know what, man? They're all honest, dude. I don't even know what I was thinking myself personally in my own brain.
I'm just saying because he's saying simple stuff that he can achieve, like build the wall. I'm going to give fucking waitresses and waiters their taxes, their tips. I'm not going to tax that. You know, it's like simple shit he can actually do. I can start fracking again, bring the fucking produce more oil, brings down the cost of petrol.
Drill, baby, drill.
That's shit, mate. It is, but
Yeah,
that's what's going to
but those
fucking
are
take you over.
based on your modern. Those are based on our modern conceptions of what's possible. Correct. So there's zero
Oh,
innovation. There's
probably.
zero innovation at all
You don't think
occurring.
anybody's innovating anywhere?
If we're talking about real innovation and not, dude, there's been better discoveries than what we even like from the 1800s that existed that are better than what we use now. But the only reason why we don't use them now is because,
It's the
energy.
lizard people, the snake people.
No,
Oh,
oops.
the Jews,
I think. Oops.
the
I think power.
Rothschilds.
Oops. I think power corrupts eventually. Oops. And yeah,
Oh,
I mean, there's, bro. Like
Yeah,
you
but
guys don't know
I
a
think,
lot about me.
no, I think if you can
I
bring down
really don't,
inflation,
honestly.
if you can bring down inflation, the cost of living for everybody, then I think innovation will grow out of that because cost of living's down, cost of fuel's down. People can start to maybe I'm going to give my job up and become a fucking entrepreneur to invent and pursue anti-gravity or whatever the case may be. But I think if you can get
Yeah.
down the cost of what it costs for mums and dads to feed their kids and put petrol in the car and put clothes on their backs, and that comes down and everyone's got a few $100s in their pocket at the end of the week, I think that will just innovation will come from it, mate. It's a side effect, I reckon. That's
I
my
already
two
see it. I already kind of see it now.
I'm not sure either one of them is gonna really do that. Or put it this way, I don't know how none of them have
Education.
explained how they're gonna do that, and I don't trust Trump
Education.
to do any of it.
Oh,
So.
I was talking from the community.
I mean, not that I don't trust
Community
him to do
level.
it. I don't trust him to like it. However he explains it, I don't trust that that's actually gonna happen.
He's a fucking narcissist, mate. Huge
Yeah,
narcissist.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I know how to take Norse. I know how to interpret and
Yo,
read them.
I could take a home equity loan out right now and probably drum up enough money or whatever to buy like call it 5 acres or some shit or like 10 acres or some shit, right?
That's what I
And
am.
I could grow a bunch of food on it, right? And it could be a community garden. And then from that point, people who need food can come and get it, and it's also part of education or something, or like maybe it feeds homeless shelters, and some of those people participate in the making of the food in the gardening and just
How
education from grassroots, bro. Like I don't know what else to do. Like I'm not going to become president, and I'm not
how
going
would
to
you
wear
keep it
wigs.
from being abused?
I'm not going to get hair plugs. Wait, what?
How would
How
you
would
keep it from being abused?
I keep what?
The garden, the community garden.
It would just be based on just what I
Like
can do.
you have
Like
some
who?
very lofty.
Okay. Here's the thing. There's a lot of thieves, right? What, are you talking about, like thieving?
Just that, and people that just are
There's
not going
people
to
that are,
respect it at the level that it sounds like you think that they might.
I
Hang on,
guess I'll
can I
learn
just
how to, I guess I'll learn how to deal with that. But in the meantime, I'll remind everybody that catalytic converters are much more, lucrative to steal than like potatoes or whatever. You know what I mean?
Just go
Like,
redirect them.
yeah, like I'll put up signs like, before you steal this food, just know
there's a catalytic
you,
converter
Three
you
really
blocks that way.
there's crime in other areas. Leave this one alone. Again. Or I'll just put like a scared. Wait. How can it?
Yeah,
I,
but like, let's take for example
I
Camille
just
gets
came
in.
up with a bad joke. I can't say it. Oh my
Let's say Camille gets in, right? So inflation is just going to go even higher because he's
god.
completely just shit greedy, right? Your garden will work. It's going to force people to do that because they only have fucking, they're going to have to choose, do I feed myself or my kids? So they'll be coming to your garden for sure. But it only helps a small community. What does the rest of
Yeah.
America do?
But maybe if
That
enough
You
people
know,
do it on a smaller scale, that could buffer.
bro, I know a lady in my city who takes care of 30 community gardens. I could
Damn.
link her.
okay.
I could link her
It
with
still doesn't take away the pain
other
of
people
living
that I
though.
know.
You're giving them
Huh?
an essential like food. You need that to live. So you're still not taking away. Like America, you should. When I think of America, I think if I go over there $500 and I work hard, I have the potential to be in upper middle class, if not, a successful millionaire. That's sort of what the dream sold from there. So what you're
Well,
telling me, I
we're
can't
in
achieve that.
America and can't even figure it out.
All I'm telling you, bro, is there's no cash register at the garden.
Right.
That's all I'm telling you.
So
I'm
they
just
just
talking
come
for
take what they
for
want.
argument's sake, for conversational sake. I'm not having a go at you, mate. I'm just having a conversational sake.
Yeah, no, it's the food isn't good. Everything's overpriced. There's more resources, obviously, that are deemed more necessary due to lobbyist money, yeah, and whatever type of other nefarious interests that I'm not aware of at going towards that. I'm just saying, like, dude, the garden is where it's at.
Well, it doesn't even exist yet, but when it
Oh, I could
does,
make it exist, dude. Yo, I'm in contact with like I have two permaculturists in my city who are I grew up with. They're best friends with me.
most
Permaculturists. They
people I
raise
think are still
animals.
gonna want the gross, nasty stuff over the fresh garden food.
Okay, well,
People will
fuck
come.
them. I mean,
I'm trying to save you from like Talcott syndrome, where you think you're gonna transform the world through a free garden.
no. It's just do what you can. Just do what you
Yeah,
can. That's
as
all.
long as you're more
I'm
realistic or
not trying
practical
to.
about it.
I mean, I know these people. Eventually, maybe, who knows? Like, because I know these people.
Well, do you have any garden at all? Do you currently have a garden, like a small garden?
No, man, I don't. I've been slacking for years.
Okay, maybe start small, like small steps.
For sure.
But the vision's nice, truly.
Yeah, but to buy 5 acres and then grow a communal garden on it, mate, that's noble as fuck.
No, it's not. What do you mean, noble? You're
Well,
not going to
doing
win
it
a
to be
Nobel
noble.
Peace Prize for growing carrots.
No, I'm not saying the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm just saying that's a stand-up thing to do. It's
Yeah.
it shows you care about people, mate. That's what I'm saying when I say it's a
Oh,
noble
yeah.
thing to do.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You know how them city politics be.
But first, you have to demonstrate that you're able to grow a garden. So I would start with like a little personal garden
That's right. Yeah.
and see if you can make it yield for
I also have
yourself.
friends that have acres of permaculture. So like they would be involved too, I'm sure. They would love. They'd like to help for free. That's how those
You
dudes
could
are.
do a stream, like turn it into a YouTube project.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. If somehow like the video pays for the project, that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Selling ice cream.
I was at that lake house yesterday.
Oh, you were.
Yeah. Well, you
Oh, I
guys weren't
missed it.
live, so.
I know. Well, maybe another day.
How's the summer gone over there for you guys? It's winter here.
Oh, that's right. That's the other thing. Yeah, your water is backwards and the seasons are backwards. I forgot about that.
That's right. In December and Christmas we have 40-degree days. Over 110 Fahrenheit each.
Wow.
Most of Australia's population lives within 90 kilometres of the coast. We got 25 million population, and 90% of that's within 90 kilometres of the coast, because obviously the outback interior of Australia is not like America; it's inhabitable.
Right.
You fucking die out there in a second.
What do you think of that? What do you think of like Australia being so close to like that 60th parallel, and then like which is the Tropic of Capricorn, but
Yeah.
that's also like real close to like where that Antarctic treaty says like nobody can go beyond that, so there's no like land south of you guys. Because like what is it like turned to ice somehow?
South of us?
Yeah.
No, just no. If you get on a boat from Tasmania and keep heading south, you'll hit Antarctica.
You what?
If you just head south from Australia, you just jump in a boat and just head straight south from Australia, you'll just hit Antarctica for sure. There's no
Okay.
ice.
There's
no
nothing past what, Tasmania? Is that as far as you can go?
Yeah.
For civilization.
Well, yeah. There might be an island or something on the way, but it's not inhabited and it's not part of, it's not part of our map or part of Australia. It might be classed in Australian waters or something like that, but you know what I mean. It's not. Yeah. If there is,
I don't know,
there is any
man.
island.
I think Australia's got some secrets, bro. I think they don't want you guys discovering them.
Just because it's fun to think that? Why?
Well, look at their architecture. Pull up a picture of like wherever Just Us says to pull up a picture of like some sort of town square type thing. Look at their architecture and tell me there ain't hidden shit like around the area.
What you mean, like Freemason stuff? Like there's symbols in the buildings, type stuff?
No, like bro, like underground shit, like tunnels.
You think there's underground tunnels everywhere?
There are. Earth is a very cavernous fucking thing, dude.
But do you know Australia though? Australia and our First Nations people, and how like the Aboriginals. The history of our Aboriginals.
Yeah,
hey Jeff, what's up?
Yeah. I remember the Aboriginals. I remember the originals too. I think
because Australia is like one of the oldest land masses. It's been the Australian continent has been exposed to the sun out of the Earth's crust.
You have all those weird animals.
And the Aboriginals, mate, they didn't do shit. Like they didn't domesticate animals. They didn't use horses or donkeys. They didn't invent the wheel. They didn't invent buildings.
Do you guys have pyramids?
No.
Not that you know of. Not that you know of, right?
Not that I know of, right?
So you're saying
there's a basic one in Gympie, but like there's nothing obvious. Like
Go check the topography map. See if you notice one.
I will. You guys can like send me requests and shit, like in like my video, like comments or whatever. Do this area, do that area. Look for this, look for that. I'll do it.
Because I ended up in the Australian military. I ended up in like specialist communications and had some pretty high security clearances. And
Oh shit, dude!
yeah, mate.
You know,
Yeah. I did 20
you know
in
about them
Australian Army.
broadcast towers?
I know about a lot. I know about Pine Gap. I know about CIA. I know about a lot of stuff over here, but like tunnels and buildings and stuff like that. Because the first fleet got here in 1788. That's when white men arrived. So everything was built between 1788 and fucking 1960. You know what I mean? By a bunch of convicts. Because they just said convicts English and they're convicts over here, and they just started building
What they say?
And so when they first got here, there was no buildings at all. So because the Aboriginals didn't do shit, they were just they're tribal. They just cruise around with, they just live at the lakes and wait for the animals to come to them. Because we don't have a cold winter. It's the middle of winter here. It's
You don't have a
30
what?
degrees. We don't have cold winters.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like it's the middle of winter, and it's like 27 degrees Celsius right now. Like they didn't need to kill animals for furs. They can just sleep on the dirt. And in Australia, as far as you guys think it's so dangerous over here, which is the biggest con, you can lay down on the dirt anywhere in Australia, and nothing's going to pick you up in its mouth and walk away with you. Nothing's going to kill you. Nothing's going to
Yeah.
As long as you're not laying on one of the 10 out of the 12 deadliest snakes in the world.
Yeah, but mate, I've travelled all over Australia and I've seen 2 taipans. The average Australian have never seen those snakes. I've never seen them.
Do you guys have oh god dang it, ostrich?
No, we have emus.
Damn it! I was gonna say I didn't want to ostracize you, but
But y'all have the koalas too. That's what would get me. Yeah.
That have chlamydia. 50%
dude,
of
the
them have chlamydia.
koalas have a hard time
Chlamydia?
breathing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
They started hiring pervert zookeepers, is what I heard.
It sounds like it. Like humans can catch it from petting a koala?
The wrong ones, yeah.
I'm just gonna leave this one alone. Y'all can keep talking. I just
and we have saltwater
and the
crocodiles.
kangaroos that try to break into your house. I've seen the videos.
Yeah, that's the odd boo, but you know what I mean. That's not normal. That's a psycho.
No, it did look normal. It looked like the next horror feature.
I've got kangaroos probably right now. I've got a group of them that come every afternoon. 5, 6 of them. He's got a big 5-foot eastern grey with all these little bitches. He brings into my front paddock.
Oh,
and
my
God. And the wallabies come in, mate. No, they're cool as. No, they're like roos aren't hostile as. And you could easily just grab one in the headlock, mate, and just take it to the ground and it'll shit itself and run off and just dump off. Like, there's nothing to worry about. Nothing. The only thing you've got to worry about is saltwater crocs, and they're right up north, up in the Northern Territory. And if you're worried about that, just don't sleep within 100 metres of the waterway. And, a croc won't take you, but you don't have to worry about snakes. Most of the snakes, when they feel your vibration when you're walking, they fucking bugger off, mate. Don't see them. And the spiders, there's one deadly spider in Sydney, the funnel web, and you're lucky to see that. All the other spiders, the redbacks, huntsmen, wolf spiders, none of them can fucking hurt you. That's it, really. And there's nothing really. I've got dingoes, wild dogs, but I could take 6 of those on myself. They're just like little red dogs.
Wait, what is the dogs? The dingoes?
Dingoes, yeah, they're native to Australia.
You guys gotta have some deadly sort of bee or something.
We don't have a deadly bee. We don't have a deadly wasp. We don't have any of that shit, mate.
You don't have hippos?
Have we got what?
Hippos?
No.
Hippopotami, musses, platypuses.
No, people were saying that we might have some sort of big cat that they, released back in the 1800s for fair game, but that's still
Tasmania has some kind of cat, huh?
Tasmanian tiger and the Tasmanian devil.
And the devil.
The tiger's it's what do you call it? Extinct now though. That Forrest Griffin, that Forrest Galante, whatever his name is, the animal rights activist on YouTube. I think his name's Forrest Galante. He was in Tasmania.
Oh, is he that? Wait, no, I'm thinking of somebody else.
He's like America's version of Steve Irwin, but just down a couple of notches. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. And he was in Tasmania trying to find them. People were saying, oh, I was on a hunting trip and I saw one. So, but, they were all shot by 90. The last one died in captivity in the 40s. And the Tasmanian tiger, they're just little fluffy animals that just make crazy noises when they're eating. But, you got nothing to worry about in Australia. It really is a big myth, mate. Like
I don't
you can
believe you.
camp.
I think that's your Australian bias, but you don't know. Like an American and Australian is going to be different. Actually, I have an uncle that
You're building a scary.
moved to Australia,
Wolverines,
and he used to visit and bring his stuff back, and he's been there. He lived his whole life in Australia. He loves it. He never came back to Louisiana.
We all say as Australians, the biggest con is that it's dangerous over here because it keeps a lot of people from coming, mate. And we're happy with that.
I'm more like worried. I'd be more worried about the government there than anything else. I think it would be too restrictive for me. I would get in trouble.
Why? What would you do? You think that you might get in trouble, Jeff?
I don't know,
example.
like free speech, like say or do something that fell outside the line of the Australian government because it's different than the U.S.
I've noticed Jeff has mentioned a couple of times, not even meaning to, he'll just piss somebody off for like basically no reason. Like it'll just happen. Somebody will take something the wrong way, and then he's left there going, "What the fuck?" So I think he's just saying that for
right, and that's in America. So if I go to some other country, that increases and it increases like in America it's just social norms, but in other countries it's gonna be legal norms that I'm gonna start conflicting with.
No, we're not that bad. Like even though we don't have the freedom of speech, for you to get locked up or get in trouble with the government, you'd have to be standing on the corner yelling. For examples, everybody in the chat, I have nothing wrong with Islam or Muslims. I'm just going to use this as an example. Fuck all Muslims. They should all fuck off back to their own country. Blah 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 blah. They're violent. That might get some attention. But if you're not doing something extreme like that, then you're not going to have a drama. Like.
What if you misgender someone or dead name someone?
No, I don't think that's really got here. It's only in the capital cities, deep in Sydney, Melbourne. The rest of Australia really hasn't got onto that wake yet.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
yep.
Don't go to those parts.
City slickers, you know what I mean? Like deep in Sydney, deep in the metropolitan areas of the city. Where that shit is. We don't care for it out in the country, mate. I live my closest town's 40 minutes away, and no one cares about bloody dead names or any of that crap out. Mate, it's like you'd be quite surprised. We are regulated, but we're not really enforced. You know what I mean? Like it's like I said, it's pretty free. Even though that I don't.
Yeah, y'all had Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, way back in the 90s.
And we've legalized gay marriage back in 20-something or other. We had a big vote on it, and gay marriage actually had a vote whether people gay could get married or not. Can you believe that? Yeah.
And they voted yeah?
They did, of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
They did, okay. Do they have, how's the husbands down there? Do they have any trad husbands?
What is trad?
Traditional. Like, yeah.
Okay. All right. What is traditional?
Well, I'm one of those, I suppose. I've been with my wife 28 years.
Yeah, you seem like you'd be a trad husband.
Yeah, I've been with my wife
in the gay version. It's hard to find gay trad husbands because they're all LGB alphabeted up. I might have to go to Utah, but Australia might have them too.
So I mean, like I'm not normally into those. There's not many people you find that have been with their wife, with their partner for that long, 28 years. I've got a son that's 22 and my daughter's 24, and
oh wow,
we still love each other madly in love, mate. So
trad dad and trad husband. Yeah, there's a fatherhood crisis for sure in Western culture, and so to grow up with a dad, like an actual functioning father.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah,
No, I was
others
just
in the
gonna
family.
ask about geography, so never mind.
You go for it. I think, yeah,
Because yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Do the geography thing, and then I'm gonna introduce something else.
All right. What is the layers of Australia? Like, because like Florida is a very old place too. I mean,
right.
in terms of being, I mean, they're not like desert, but like consistently, like they're at the trop, like they're in the center line. You guys are at the bottom line, but like you guys are both on these sun lines that spend this like same amount of time.
We got to
And they're
remember,
made out of like what is it,
Here,
limestone?
let me put you solo.
you got to remember the tip of Queensland is nearly on the equator, and Tasmania is halfway to the Antarctica.
So cool.
Our land mass is the size of America. People don't realise that we're big as America.
Oh, you're on mute. But while you're on mute, I'm gonna bring on another guest, and we'll see how this goes. It's Mike Cerrone. He hasn't been on in a while, and so I'm gonna give him a chance to come on and catch up. Welcome,
Hey,
Mike.
what's going on? What's going on, everybody?
What's up? We're talking Australia actually, but
Yeah. What's up, brother?
what
How you doing? Salute to you.
G'day, mate. I'm
Australia.
good.
do you
Australia is
know each
fascinating.
other,
No, I never met
Chris
him
and
before,
Mike? Okay.
but Australia is fascinating because there is a theory, and I want to see what you think. The Aboriginals were the first people ever to be on Earth,
Right.
like the earliest civilization. The
Like before
Aboriginals.
the African,
There's definitely an
whoever.
argument for that. Sure, definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been their history goes back 200,000 years, something like that, mate. It's incredible, and it hasn't changed one bit up until now,
Yeah.
really. I mean, the true Aboriginals that still live in the outback are, living, in shanties, living off the land, still, doing their all their traditional dances and songs, and
Yeah.
it's crazy. But yeah, mate, I think there's an argument for that, mate. I mean, I think they share. Have you heard of the races, the Donovasians? You know how you have Homo erectus, and you have who was it? The Neanderthals, and then there's another mob called the Donovan.
Dinavogian man or something
You
like
know
that.
what I'm talking about.
Um,
I
let me
think
try to
I
find it.
think they're related to them. I think their bloodline comes from those guys. But
I
don't
kind of
quote me on that. I know enough to be dangerous,
Denisovan man, is that the one?
I kind of I kind of got obsessed with creation for a little while. So I was like really kind of like really researching creation and who was the first people here. People say Native
Right,
Americans. People say
right,
Aborigines. But so
right.
it's just and they're different parts of the actual world. So
Right.
Did you
who
ask the
was
AI?
yeah. So it's but I think history does say, as in what they found, that Aboriginals were the first people to ever be on. Now, other than hominids, like they were the actual first humans, as we would call them. Like upright walking, talking, things like that.
Have you
So
seen
I'm
it's
wi-
True Blood Aboriginals, bro? Have you seen True Blood Aboriginals? They are bloody. They look. They're different people, mate. They look old. They ancient. They look ancient. You know what I mean? They look ancient. There's a lot of mixed now. To see a true blood, 100% Aboriginal man or woman is getting rare, but because there's been a lot of half caste, quarter caste, interracial, and they're all sort of like claiming the rights of true blood Aboriginals, and it's going to be pear shaped. When you see the true mob, because that's what they call themselves. They call themselves mobs, mate. You can just see they just look ancient. You know what I mean? But with all due respect, they look
they look from
ancient and
like they look
they
they're
like
know
they're from
you.
like a different. Yeah, yeah, you got it.
It
But
says
they
they're
look like
one of
they
the oldest. They are the oldest continuous living culture on Earth.
yeah,
That's right.
and they've kept their because what America did to the Native Americans, where they broke them down and they pushed them out. It's almost like Aborigines still hold on to all their culture and all.
Tens of thousands of years. It's an oral tradition
Yeah.
that's persisted for tens of thousands of years. That is mind blowing.
Also, also, Britain turned Australia into a penal colony, a penal island. Penal as in people that like, people that committed
Penal
crime.
system.
They would send them to Australia. So it's
the first fleet landed in 70.
it's like they it's almost like they bandished them to this island. It's Australia has a crazy history. It really has a crazy history, and
sorry, mate, to cut you off. Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out why the U.S. military has such a large presence on Australia. I'm just trying to figure it. And I think because there are areas that are secluded. In other words, Australia is so big. People don't even realize how big this thing is. And they're able to put these bases for surveillance, like Pine Gap and things like that.
I knew that was going to come up.
Yeah. And the theory is like they have a HARP. They have HARP there. You know what HARP is?
Yes, I do.
Where they manipulate the jet stream and manipulate the weather. And like I said, these are all alleged theories. But like I said, these things do exist. And
military always occupies the highest points in the area.
You got it.
There's nothing high in Australia, though. It's flat out. You listen to the astronauts in the International Space Station when they come over Australia, they all go away from the window. They said it's got like going across the dining room table. It's just flat and brown. We don't have any mountain ranges. Like our tallest mountain in the whole of Australia, I walked up it when I was 3 years old with my dad and toboggan down the other side, like it's 8,000 feet. It's the tallest mountain.
Do you guys think weather weapons exist? Like weather weapons, where they can manipulate the weather? Do you believe that it exists?
Mate,
I've heard like they seed clouds and stuff. I knew about that growing up, but
he's talking about like sending a hurricane to a country to soften them up before you send the wind.
We have so many more efficient weapons. Why would we waste our time like trying to create?
Jeff, perfect question. Because if they use the weather, there's no trace. If you fire a missile, they know where it came from.
That doesn't make it less stupid. It's still stupid. Like we don't want to get caught actually using a weapon, so let's like fake a hurricane, and so they won't think it was us, and it was just Mother Nature.
No, you're missing the point, Jeff. They're not going to do it for that. They're doing it to soften the country. If you send a Category 5 hurricane into a country, you're going to wipe out people. You're going to wipe out military bases. You're going to wipe out communication networks.
But they could do the same thing with a bomb more efficiently.
They can,
but then people pointing fingers at you, going, "You just killed all these people."
You don't think a Category 10 hurricane they're going to know it was? Those don't even exist in nature. You might as well just do the bomb.
It's the strongest you can get from nature. A Category 5 that happens all the time, really. Like especially typhoons and in that area between Japan, Malaysia, China, all the way down to.
It just seems far-fetched to me that they would try to harness a hurricane as a weapon instead of just use an actual weapon. Something about the efficiency of it.
I agree. I just use that as an example.
Well, Jeff, clout seeding is real. That's been proven to be real. They'll seed the clouds and it'll make it rain in the desert, like Dubai does it.
I've heard of clout seeding, but it's the weapon, like as a military weapon.
Real quick, Jeff. Instead of cloud seeding, clout seeding. All right.
That's a little more believable.
It's real. They put chemicals. They put it's a metallic substance they put into the clouds, and it makes it rain. I mean, it really is true.
Yeah, and I just don't know if like people that are worried that the weather may be weaponized against them, I think are a little bit on that conspiracy chart we looked at. I think they're a little bit at the higher levels.
No, I wouldn't say that part of the country at all. No way.
I actually agree.
America,
I agree. It sounds literally egregious. But like it's not. It is a known fact. Like in India, about 20 years ago, like when they sprayed stuff, like they basically they can like desert an area sort of, and like what that does is it moves populations of people. I'm not like making a huge case. I'm not going to fight it to the death, but that you could say that they're communicating with nature, and they're also like making humans move away from areas or something. I don't know. That's what a conspiracy guy would say.
It's like
I
a
truly think
sheepdog.
America. I
It
think
chases a
America
sheep all
truly
the
has.
time.
That's right. I think America truly has an interest, a military interest in Australia because of China, mate. That's why I think they're here. You know, you got 6,000 Marines stationed in Darwin, and the northernmost city, right, pretty much opposite Malaysia, China. And what comes with 6,000 Marines? An aircraft carrier, so they can keep an aircraft carrier in that area, you know, because they can say, we've got Marines over here. You know, it all makes sense to me. And then plus they're doing the right thing by their best allies that've been fighting with them side by side since, you know, the Boer War. You know, by sending 6,000 Marines here, they're patting us on the back saying, you know, we got your back by doing that, you know. And then CIA get the foot door, like you said, in Pine Gap and get to exploit Indonesia, the Philippines, you know, all those other countries that people think that, you know, forget that there's more Muslims in the Philippines than there are extremist Muslims in the Philippines than there are in any other country. And they're just right there, you know what I mean, when it comes to Australia.
What the hell? We're gonna throw traveling fools into the mix. See what happens.
I think, and brother, I think that one of the biggest reasons why we're fighting for Taiwan is not because we care about them, but that's our stronghold against China. So America gets involved in these other countries thinking that we really care about them. It's just in our best interests. That's all. So I think America in, Australia is just to, like you said, to kind of launch, surveillance of other countries. Because at the end of the day, America is only going to do things in their own best interest.
Yeah,
That's
I want
all.
them to.
Yeah, that's all. It's
Welcome,
always good.
traveling.
It's always good.
Hey, thanks for having me. Thanks
You're
for
not
having me
wrong.
on.
Yeah, what's up tonight? What's going on?
Well, no, when I was like wandering through streams on YouTube and I saw somebody looking like Puck from Midsummer Night's Dream, and I just had to jump on here and say, "What's up, Gen X, Jeff?"
Oh,
So, I'm making a joke, but at the same time, I do appreciate you guys having me on. I do not know anything about your channel, and I just thought I'd jump on here. Y'all are talking about America,
You have
so
actually
I
been
will
on this
jump
yeah,
on.
channel
Australia
before.
actually, but we could talk about America too.
I know
You've been on this
I've
channel.
watch
been on
your-
here before. I know I've been on here before. I'm subbed to this channel. That's why I got it. But yeah, that's why I got the alert. But I'm here. I'm here to support. I'm just making jokes.
Well, welcome. I appreciate you. I watch your trivia sometimes too. You do the trivia.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you,
In
brother.
fact, I'm going to put your channel. Hang on, let me pull it.
Nah,
up.
you don't have to do that. I
wanna
was just popping in to show support right back to you. So.
Oh, well, thank you very much. What do you have going on tonight?
Not a lot, man. About to go to bed. Been working, did trivia night at a bar tonight. Recorded 3 different college football podcasts tonight, and had a couple of beers and about to go to bed. I'm running on about 19 hours straight, so about to go to bed.
Damn.
Saw you live, and I thought, hey, I'll just pop up on here and say, hey,
Well, I'm glad you did. It's always good to see you.
Yeah, man. Likewise, brother.
I like the shirt too.
Hey, thanks. It's one of those old, like, outdated Abercrombie Fitch shirts, It smelled a lot better when I bought it.
Oh.
So, like, does anybody have anything that concerns them on, like, what's going on in the world right now? Anything at all? Like, any topic?
Yeah, I do.
I just found out about the Google thing. Like the Google might be a monopoly, and
Did you guys see? Did you see that they're claiming that every person's social security number was hacked?
I don't even know what that means to hack a social security number. You mean
Well,
like
all our social security numbers have been hacked before. It happened again.
But there was a major breach like a day or two ago, like
yesterday.
Every day. And so it's opening up to basically identity fraud and stuff like that.
Hey, Mike, I heard that you actually owned all my credit card debt, so I was going to send it to you.
Oh, send it to me.
That would be cool. Thanks.
I got you. I got you covered. How much is it?
Appreciate you, Mike.
Security number,
Mikey likes it.
So check your credit reports, I guess.
Right.
I only have probably about
pay for credit insurance, by the way.
Yeah, I'm really smart. I'm really smart with money. I don't have about maybe $12K in credit card debt, and that's through like 15 cards. So I keep I keep them low. I keep them really low.
A lot of cards.
Here and there. Yeah. But
hey, what's your social security number?
What's a what?
Huh?
What's your social security number? What's that?
Is that a serious question? You're asking for real?
Yeah, mine is 373-393.
Oh, they give it to you at birth.
5963.
It's a number they give you at birth here in America. They assign you a unique number, and you use it on everything. That's like how they identify you as an American.
Yeah. It's basically your spending patterns. So it's your spending patterns, and that's how you build credit. And
we just get a birth certificate.
Well,
we get that, but we also get this little card called a Social Security card with a number on it with our name, and that is your unique identifier as an American citizen.
Yeah.
I didn't give you my actual Social Security card, but I did give you the number to get right to Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson's Punch Out. So.
Oh yeah.
What is Mike Tyson Punch Out?
The cheat code.
Oh yeah,
that's
okay.
what I gave you. That's my Social Security number.
Oh yeah, maybe like Nova says, similar to this.
Mike Tyson did that famous interview where it was like Walter Cronkite was like, "Hey Mike, something about how you're preparing." He goes, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I'm doing." He's like, "Why you gotta?" He's like, and the guy's like follows up with this like other kind of question, and Mike gets mad at him again. He's like, "Why do you got to talk to me like that, Mike?" Mike's like, "I'll talk to you however the fuck I want." He goes, "You don't like the channel, turn your station."
Was this recent?
It was live. It was live back when he was fighting like Holy Vanderfield or some shit.
Mike Tyson, he was terrifying. If you met him in real life, he was terrifying. But if you came at him with positive energy, see, Mike Tyson is the kind of person where he's a tiger, right? He's a tiger, and if you come at him with positive energy, it goes okay. But if you come at him like sideways, he'll go into tiger mode. And there are people that are like that. I was like that when I was younger. If you came up to me and talked to me like an old person, we'll have a conversation. But if you come at me sideways, we're gonna fight.
I see that. I see that all the time.
Yeah. So
I'm kind of the
how
same.
How do you go sideways at a tiger though? Like,
if you know somebody,
you end up with knuckles that look like this.
If you know,
how I've never heard someone be like, "Yo, I'm going sideways at this tiger this weekend."
I knew what he meant. He meant like in the conversation. If you approach it the wrong way,
I understand.
If you know somebody's very fiery and very on edge, you kind of tread lightly.
I don't change anything. I am not walking on eggshells for somebody else's feelings. So that's how I usually end up fighting, though, like Lanza said.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. You don't walk on eggshells for anybody else's feelings. And you know what? I hear that all the time. People say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I always say, "Never apologize. Never apologize."
Yeah, I don't care about apologies. Just how can we make sure that thing's not going to happen again? That's all I care about. Let's come up with a practical solution. I don't care about the apology part. I just need to know I can count on it to not happen again.
The world worked really fine while everybody just figured shit out. And all of a sudden, they want to say like, oh, you have to do this to fix. No, the world worked really fine. I mean, until then. Now everybody wants to jump in there and say like, oh, you have to be nice and you have to just. No, the
I
world
think
ain't fucking nice. Ain't nothing nice about the fucking world,
Yeah.
and it'll flow right along just like it has for probably 25, 30,000 years is what we're figuring
Are
out
you
now.
you think we're too much in our heads? Like just let life be life and
Well,
we overthink
I'm
everything
old
and
school
get in our
playground
head too
rules.
much.
Like you can't
Like are
hurt
we
my
our
feelings
own
on the
our
internet.
own worst enemy?
Well, I think the internet's been a bad thing. I mean,
I
people
probably could
want
make a
to
fair attempt at it.
Mhm. Yeah.
at what?
Hurting your
Hurting my
feelings.
feelings?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
No,
I want to
I don't
hear.
want
I
to.
want to hear the
I
best
would
shot you
hate
got.
myself. I really would. I would not be able to
All right,
sleep
Puck. All right,
tonight.
Puck. Hey,
I'd
hey,
live
hey,
with
Puck.
myself for at least 2 or 3 days.
Let's go, Puck. I mean, come on. Burn me to the
Puck.
fucking
Oh.
ground. I would absolutely.
I
fucking
like
love
you.
it.
You have to. First of all, I have to like at least find some dislike for you for it to work.
But
And you're
I think
making it
it's more
harder and
fun to
harder.
fuck with the people you like. I mean, if you like somebody, then you can really fuck with them.
I
mean, that's the fun of
Yeah.
it.
I believe I've seen traveling fools be deceitful, Jeff. So if you want to start off
Oh,
that,
are you trying to provoke, help the
no,
fight
yeah,
along?
I'm trying to help you see something with, yeah, with giving
Okay.
traveling fools some just give them something.
I mean, I like it. To be honest, if you can burn
Yeah.
me to the fucking ground, I'll laugh my ass off. I think it's funny as fuck, man. I mean,
You're robotic. That's for one. Get a better fucking internet connection.
all right, Eminem.
Spend $1.
All right, I'll work
I'm
on
trying. You told me to try. I'm just trying. That was all just blood
that.
sports.
Yeah, all
That's
right,
all it was.
all right.
See, it's not gonna work. I can't pull this off.
That
I'm
was
sorry.
all right. That was all right.
Antlers.
I liked it. I liked
I
it.
don't have the heart. I don't have the heart.
I got you.
Why?
So
I wish you would burn me to the
so-
fucking ground,
yeah,
man.
no,
Make it
so-
fucking. I would love to be the first person you burn.
You
to the
could be a
ground.
masochist, provoking. This could be like a.
I am Sato.
Oh,
Sato.
see. Sato. Me too. That's how I know this.
Sato. Which way we going?
Problem with psychology is burning someone down when you're
I
friends
know
with
that,
them.
right.
You're saying truthful things that are meant to be comedy to hurt them. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's still, even if it's fucking your mate and you're burning them to the ground, isn't it still burning you on the ground towards truthful things that are just shit? It's just, you still can't walk away, and when you go to bed at night and go, oh, fuck, he really said that. Do I really do that? You know what I mean? Like, even a joke.
But who
Yeah.
goes to fucking bed at night and them jackass on the internet?
With
said,
some people want they want that themselves. They provoke it. I think they seek it
He's just
because they don't get a lot of feedback.
Let me step in real quick. So traveling fool. So basically, I'm not sure what your message is, but Jeff is right. People will obsess.
He's just here to have fun, I think.
That's okay.
Exactly, 100%.
They'll obsess over
Yeah.
people. It's not healthy. It's not healthy to obsess over people. When you log off, you should mentally log off. That's the only point that I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that you don't, but I'm saying some people can't do it. They just go.
A lot of people can't do it.
Yeah, they can't do it. You know,
Oh,
and that's
100%.
a lot of people.
They wake up in the morning and they're like, "What happened on YouTube? What happened
Dude,
on the?" And it's like, you're a
My
goddamn
signal's
loser,
going
right?
Internet addiction's been a thing for like 20 years.
Hey, are you calling me a boomer?
Yeah, I was an AOL addict. Chat bad. Like it's a real thing. And that was in the late 90s.
They had I remember like reading a long ass time ago, like they have actual therapy for internet addiction.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine that.
And video
Yeah.
game addiction is another real thing.
Imagine if it was
imagine
imagine if
walking
the
up
therapy was done over the internet.
All these people are walking up they're like, yeah, my name is Gen X,
Yo,
Jack,
dude.
and I'm an alcoholic. I don't mean that for you, Gen
I'm not
X.
actually. I don't drink
Hey,
at
well,
all.
that would probably be me.
Oh, are you
but-
trying to
but-
come at me? Is this you
No,
trying to do me?
no. Hear me out. And the
All right.
next person walks up and they're like, my name is Jesus or just us. Christus or whatever this guy's name up here,
That's a
who
thing.
has
Justice.
all the things to say. I'm
Chris
kidding.
is king.
I'm kidding. God damn it. You people take everything seriously.
I'm not
He
laughing,
walks
dude,
up
look
and
at
he walks up and he's like, blah, blah, blah. Says this whole thing. And I'm like, I walk up and I'm like, I'm an internet. My name's Traveling Fools. And I'm like, what are we going to support groups or something like that? Jesus fucking Christ. You get on here, you have a good time when you're not fucking working. Okay. This is when we do it. When we know we don't have time to fucking work. That's when we come on here. Otherwise, you should be fucking working doing something else.
I agree. Get to work.
It's fucking nice,
Yep.
mate. Get a beer,
Being
have
a
a
bunch
laugh.
of lazy, slacking fucking bitches.
Right.
Well, this is
I'll just throw something out.
It was Biden. It was Biden giving everyone all that money per month or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
Man, if
Only if you were
Joe
unemployed. That
Biden
was
had
the
put out a,
unemployment bonus. That was Trump.
I don't know. Dude, oh, was it?
but that was during COVID. That
Bro,
was during
oh
COVID.
my God. I couldn't
During the
believe when my
plague,
friend told
during
me
the
he was going to
plague.
get paid $600 to sit at home. I was like, are you serious?
Yeah.
That was
There's
passed by
no way.
Congress.
That
That
was
was
per
the dumbest
week.
thing. That was
Per
the
week.
dumbest thing.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about.
Hold
My
on.
friends were like,
And Biden came along. I think he reduced it or shortened the deadline or something.
I worked through
you know,
COVID.
Amazon couldn't even keep up with people's orders.
I
All you
never
got to do
missed
now
a
is
day.
cross the border and you get a bloody
You worked during
credit card
COVID, Mike.
and
You worked during COVID, like you
I
didn't.
worked
I
during COVID
never,
too.
I never missed a day. I never.
So you were
missed
not a
day.
casualty. You didn't have to go on
No,
lockdown. Or anything.
no. Check this out. There were people that we had employed with us that were probably making about $600-700 a week, right? With the the COVID and the unemployment, they were making like $950 a week, tax free,
Yeah.
sitting at home.
No, you did have. I think you did have to pay
Yeah,
taxes on it.
yeah, but that was a truth thing, kind of, or whatever, you know.
No,
And I'm
that's why
working-
everybody's getting those tax letters now.
Yeah.
Everybody
And
is getting
Not
those
me.
tax letters
I ain't
now.
getting no tax
But
letters.
me neither. Well, I'm getting them for other reasons, but not because of that. But that's why everybody's getting those tax fucking shit right now, because everybody just took the fucking money.
No, they didn't.
And
I didn't get a tax.
I didn't take the fucking money either. I got.
So then why
Well,
are
we
you
didn't-
saying
like,
you're going to get
I
the
gave
thing?
you 2 weeks, and I
It's
got
not
2 weeks
something.
of it.
I don't think it's something you had a choice. They attached it to the existing unemployment, like your state unemployment that you would have gotten anyway. For
I got 2
being
weeks.
laid
and
off.
I kept working. I kept working because
But what if you're unemployed and
I
then
wasn't.
you couldn't accept the money?
No,
Well,
you know
can
what I
choose
did.
not to
You know what
apply
I
for
did.
unemployment,
Yeah,
but most people are not.
you know
gonna
what I
do that.
did
They
during
want
I
the
the
did
money.
plague?
that. I chose not to do that for sure.
You just stopped
Yeah.
working and
No, I just started working on my own shit.
oh,
You know what I did during the plague? So I got in touch with Emory, which runs Emory hospitals and all that jazz. So I do woodwork anyway. So I made high grade. You know, everybody was wanting like all these masks and these shields and all this shit. So I jumped in there and I started making these high grade, like really nice, beautiful fucking those separators, you know, like you would go in and everybody had like a piece of plexiglass. Now
Oh,
I
yeah.
made these beautiful ones. I sold fucking Emory University bottom up. I miss the plague.
You made
We were
them.
getting on airplanes when we were flying. There's like 5 people on airplanes. We're in Miami Beach, and there's like 2 people on the beach. Everybody was afraid to go everywhere. We were traveling all the fuck over. I miss the plague. Bring the fucking plague back on. Like, let all all these fucking.
I never
fucking
left.
people. I did.
You know what's
man,
crazy?
We had so much fun.
In the office I worked at, in the office that I worked at, because I was out doing, field stuff. Like you have to go to the office and you have to do paperwork and stuff like that, right? And there's a bunch of people in the office. And almost everybody but one person got COVID. I never got it. I had to take 6 different tests. So in other words, if someone in the office was tested positive, everybody had to go get a test
That means you're not real.
to make sure you're not going to spread it. And I'm making really good money, so I did the rapid test, and the rapid test was like $125. So it's almost like it's like a racket, I'm like,
What?
because you get the results back in 90 An hour and a half. You got it back in an hour and a half. So you go right. So if you're negative, you go right back to work. If you're positive, you can't go back to the office. But I was me and another girl were the only ones that never got it out of like 30 people. It was the craziest stuff I've ever seen. And, I don't know why some people get it and some people don't. It could be weak immune system. It could be blood type. It could be a whole bunch of things. But I've seen people.
Maybe they were with those swabs. Maybe they were putting the disease in people's noses.
I don't know. I don't know, man. All I can tell you is there were people at my employer that were, you could tell, they're like sweating, they're like coughing, they're like, yo. And I had to help a guy. To his truck so he can leave, and I didn't catch it. I never got it.
Man,
so I think
all that nonsense.
I think it's about immune system. I think your immune system, is different than other people. Some people have a stronger immune system.
I mean, you may just never have caught it. It might never have.
I had that shit so bad I had goddamn green pus flowing out of my eyes.
All right. Come on, fools.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm saying that's.
I believe you.
Yo, I heard the cure to that stuff was actually just eating vegetables and lettuce and not jerking off. I heard that solved that.
I shouldn't have jerked off.
People have passed.
Yo,
I do like.
I told that to someone.
What happened to my stream? We were having such a lovely conversation about Australia.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yo, I told that joke to someone during that time period. I was like, yo, my friend said the cure is to eat a piece of lettuce and quit jerking off. And the guy goes, well, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
He liked lettuce, didn't he?
But respect to people that have passed away from that disease. And we shouldn't make fun of that. That's all.
Well, a whole lot of people have passed away.
That was really making fun of it.
I mean, we can make fun of people pass away from the plague or like whatever. And people die.
Make fun of dead people hour.
Yeah, it's all good.
Does anyone else have any dead people they want to make fun of?
I don't know. Shakespeare. We could probably.
That's a good question.
Bin Laden's a bitch.
Anybody dead?
I don't know.
Joe Biden.
Hey,
make fun of him.
You got my number. Call me back in about 30 minutes. Maybe you can make fun of me. But it really doesn't matter. None of that matters.
What about what's his name?
Matters.
What's his name? Is he dead? The guy who speaks through the computer?
Yeah. Well, I will come back.
I don't believe that's his words, right? As a conspiracy theorist, he's not saying those words.
Telling everybody why they're wrong about everything.
The words?
The guy Stephen Hawking.
With his.
Yeah, it's a fake. They're sending the script through his shit, saying he's saying shit. I swear, bro. Come on.
That is the best conspiracy theory.
Bro,
that's my favorite conspiracy of the year. I'm not kidding.
That's the oldest trick in the book, bro.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
That poor son of a bitch. They wheeled him around.
So they're faking this brilliant genius and just feel like.
Yeah, it's a guy. It's a guy that they're putting out there. He's basically against his will. He can't even talk or move or anything. And then, so basically,
I'm a genius. Listen to me.
He's probably like unfortunately, he's probably not enjoying his time going out there, understanding that all these things that are coming through the computer are not what he's saying,
and he can't do anything about it.
Do you think
can't do a damn thing about it?
Remember when they wheeled him out there on the beach? Yeah, do you remember they wheeled him out there on the beach? And shit like that? He's out there like roasting in the sun. You're supposed to listen
put him
to
on
what William Hawkins is going to say. Do you really think they put sunscreen on him? I don't. I think they probably put some of that goddamn cocoa butter or something shit like that. Make him feel like a goddamn cheap whore at a fucking strip club.
You remember that was, I think it was Hannibal, one of the Silence of the Lambs movie where he pushed the guy in the wheelchair into the pit with the pigs. Do you remember that?
I didn't see that.
Did it put the lotion on the skin?
No, definitely brain was not going. I was thinking of fun things, but
Well, putting the lotions on the skin is always kind of fun. I mean, depends on whose
Yeah.
skin you're putting it on. But hey,
I was
man,
thinking
I didn't mean to like wreck
tropical,
your stream.
Oh,
and all of
you
a sudden
definitely
we're
light the spirit. Thank you for that. Oh,
yeah.
What's your favorite horror movie?
Who you asking?
Anybody?
you go.
My
Yeah,
favorite
Mike's
would
the
be
question guy. If you haven't figured it out yet,
that's the movie. What's yours, fools?
my favorite horror movie. I mean, maybe this comes from when I grew up and the time frame and everything like that, but would 100% be the original, the Wes Craven version of Nightmare on Elm Street. I think that was a brilliantly done story, and that would have to be my favorite horror movie. The original Wes Craven
From
Nightmare
like
on Elm Street.
the 80s.
Yeah, the olden days, you know.
That was I was in high school. But
Mine would be.
did it scare you? Did you feel
Remember the
actual
original
fear?
Death? Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah, it scared the fuck out of me, man. I mean, that movie was the way Freddy Krueger, he wasn't like, you look at the latter ones, and he's like some badass, but that original one, man, it is like a haunting nightmare. And that is a brilliantly done movie. And Wes Craven did a really good job with that.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. It was terrifying. Remember when he pulled her through the bed, like the water bed? He
oh
pulled
my
her
God.
through. And then when she was at the door and he pulled her through like the peephole, it's crazy, man.
If only Johnny Depp had actually died during that, everything would have been better. I think the whole world would have been better.
Mine was the original.
Like as a character, the actor.
No, I'm kidding. The whole thing's a joke, man.
Yeah, the original Poltergeist, I think, was horrifying because you're going into like the
I love that movie.
a different dimension, and it's like is this stuff real? I mean, are these entities real? And it's like it made you like wonder. It made you think about it. The Poltergeist was really
Yeah.
That was
I
so
agree.
good. Yeah,
Love that movie.
That still holds up to this day. The original, the remake was abomination.
What was her name? Who's the little girl?
Heather O'Rourke, the Carol Ann?
No. Poltergeist and E.T. were the same script, and
They came out at the same time. They were both.
it was the same script, and they made both movies off of the same script. And what's her name? God damn it! Shit. The hot ass chick. Somebody Google it, please.
Jo Beth Williams.
No, the young girl that played Poltergeist.
I don't know.
My signal's going down.
Somebody Google this shit. Don't make me Google it.
The
it
daughter.
that
She's the
boy?
one that died. Like half the cast died. They said it was.
No,
cursed.
she's famous, man. I mean, the girl.
Drew Barrymore from E.T.
Drew
You talking about E.T.?
Yes, Drew Barrymore. She
I thought you were going to say
auditioned.
Snooki.
No, this is a fact. She auditioned for a role in Poltergeist and got a leading role in E.T. The scripts, it was the same script.
Because he did.
Somehow they made both those movies off of the same script.
How do you know
bullshit
that?
Hollywood
Steven
is.
Spielberg produced.
my
he
family's
directed
worked
E.T.,
in
but I think he
Hollywood for
produced Poltergeist and Toby Hooper
Do you
directed.
know John
So they were made at the
Campea?
same time. So he was like working on both projects at the same time.
That's
And
a
guys,
fact. Look it up. If you think I'm lying, look it up. Tell me
And
I'm
weren't they
lying.
both set in like a
Nobody's-
Southern
nobody's
California
lying.
suburb?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff,
I don't think
another
anyone said you're lying.
Jeff, another
No,
movie. where-
I didn't mean that in that way, but I'm just saying if you think I'm lying, look it up. Because I'm 100% like
Do what,
telling the truth.
Mike?
Jeff, a movie where a lot of people passed away, cast members, and not.
Damn
like
it!
crew
My
members.
signal keeps going down. I can't hear anybody. I'm sorry. I keep dropping out.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you fine.
It was The
Verizon
Exorcist.
commercial?
Remember the Exorcist with Linda Blair and with the Catholic Church exorcisms. The Exorcist. There was 3 of them. It was
The
1, 2, and 3.
Exorcist? You talking about the one
Yeah.
from the original? That's one of my favorite comedies.
That thing.
I'm gonna help, mate. I've got to go.
When he took the.
Oh wait, hang on, Mike, hang on one second. Let me say bye to
You guys
Justice.
stop
So you'll be
getting
streaming
it.
in a few hours?
Yeah, mate. 2 hours. My stream starts.
In 2 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, I could probably
Yeah.
make that.
There you
Here, let
go.
me put your channel. So here, you want to talk about your stream and let people know?
Oh, if anyone's interested, yeah. I'm just an army guy, Australian army guy, 22 years in the army, done a couple of deployments in the Middle East, and Bougainville, and I just talk about, men's mental health. I talk about tonight. I'll be talking about what mateship is, and integrity, and courage, and honesty, and loyalty within mateship, and then I'll open the panel up, and then the boys will come up, and we'll just talk shit till midnight. So, but yeah, come and have. Yeah, that's pretty good, positive community. I usually get 40 or 50 in the chat, and few
Oh,
up on the
wow.
panel.
Okay.
Good time. Yeah, it's pretty good time. Yeah, feel free. It starts at 7:30 my time in 2 hours. But
Okay.
I know it's going to be super late there for you guys, but I appreciate it, Jeff. But yeah, we're going to go and organise some.
Is it called Just Us?
What's that, mate?
Is that your channel? Just Us?
Just us. Yeah.
I
I just
me and
dropped
my
it in
wife.
the chat.
I just subbed it up right now, brother. Just subbed it
All
up.
right, cheers, brother. I'll sub back.
Okay. Just got
Appreciate it.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. I look forward to talking more.
Yeah, bloody ace, Jeff. I really appreciate it, mate. I had a good time this evening or this afternoon for me. So I enjoyed talking to all you lads, and have a good night, and be well. Thanks very
You
much.
too. I'll probably see you in a couple of hours.
Cheers, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, cheers, buddy. All right, I'm gonna bounce out of here too. I gotta go to bed.
Okay. Yeah. Do that.
It's been like I've been up for like 18 hours. And
Wow. Is it all on the
it's been a
internet?
while.
All on panel?
No,
No,
I've
you said you
actually been
did
working.
trivia in person at a
No,
bar.
I worked a real job. Did trivia. Did 2 college football podcasts, and now I just jumped on here. I saw you live, so I just wanted to jump on here and say hey. So
Well, I'm certainly
it's
glad
been
you
a
did.
long day.
Okay, well, I hope you get some good rest.
Yep. Thank you very much, and everybody out there, keep your chin up, chest out, because that's the only way we can make it through this world.
Bye.
So,
Take care. Comb your hair.
Okay.
all right.
Thanks a lot.
See you guys later on.
Okay. Take care.
Let's see here.
Well, I guess I can wind down. Anybody else have anything?
Oh.
Browns, you good?
Give me 1 second. Checking something.
Oh, okay. What? Yeah, I think I'll just try to stay up for two more hours and do his panel.
Yeah. That's Mel and Chris.
Yeah, Mel and Chris, something like that.
Yeah, I'll definitely subscribe to him. Show him some love. Definitely. Yeah. So, yeah. What else is going on?
Not much.
Same old, same old.
Oh wait, hang on. Let me take care of this fool.
The haters are here, Jeff. The haters are in chat.
Well, they said my numbers were down, and they did
Yeah.
go up tonight. So
The haters are here.
you do have that. That is one of your superpowers.
I have a talent. I have a real talent.
You do bring numbers.
It's funny because the thing is that, I knew when I came on to your panel, there was going to be a lot of oppositions and stuff like that. And
like the very first time before you even showed up, you knew in advance?
I troll a certain way, but I like to drop the troll. I like to actually have a conversation. That's why I like coming up here. And I even told that to Banana and other people, like, you have really good conversations. It doesn't matter if
I
we
keep freezing up.
Yeah.
I hope it's
Doesn't
not
matter
freezing
if
up on the show. My signal keeps dropping me out.
No, you're talking completely straight through.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, because I can't. Y'all freeze up, and then I can't hear. I miss like 5 or 6 words of the conversation every time it happens.
Oh,
No,
dang.
It's happening right now. Fuck.
You're fine. You're fine. No, we can hear you completely through.
Okay.
Completely through.
Can you just
Oh, okay.
refresh?
Because on my end, it's coming in very, very choppy. It keeps refreshing itself.
Yeah. But it's
yeah,
nice
what
to
were
be
you
able
saying?
to-
Like
Yeah.
dropping the trolling and just having conversations.
Yeah. So basically, you come up and you have fun, right? You have fun, you poke shots, and I like light trolling. I don't like talking about people.
Still doing it.
Yeah.
I can't. I can't hear anyone. Yeah, you come up, you talk shop. I heard that part.
Yeah, but you keep it light. But then it's nice to go into a conversation and have an actual conversation. It's nice, because a lot of people
Yeah,
can't do
that's what
that.
I like to do. That's what I'm here
Yeah,
for. I
because
get
people
bored
will.
if I can't get into a conversation. I'll get bored if it's just
Yeah.
surface level
And that's the one
or
thing people
just
have said
drama.
about me.
Oh,
Yeah, people will tell me, they're like, "Hey, take over." Like they'll say, "Hey, take over, Mike," and I'll just start talking, and it's like a lot of these people can't do that. It's just like, "Hey, you, f you," and it's like, okay, uh, here it goes again, and it's just like, but it's rare to find people that can actually hold and talk about topics and talk about family and talk about things like that. So that's one thing
it
about
shouldn't
these.
seem like it doesn't seem like that should be that rare, but
It is.
I wonder what it says that it is.
Yeah, Jeff, it is, man. I'm telling you. Like we're complete opposites in ideologies, but we get along just fine because we're just having a conversation. And that's the different part about it. But a lot of people, they get so wound up in their own self-hatred and their own insecurities. Not you, I'm saying other people. They
Yeah,
come
there's
up, they
like
say,
different layers to this
yeah,
thing, and some people are here, some are come on here for things up here, and the dynamics are different depending on what level or layer you're operating from.
there's a lot of people that are very hateful. And the thing is that they will make fun of you, right? But if you say anything about them, they go ballistic. So they can critique you, they can talk about your looks, our looks and stuff like that. But then when they show themselves, yikes, they look like Frankenstein. Well, it's like, I'm like,
I don't even
whoa.
worry about those
I
people.
know, I don't care what someone looks like. I don't care. So, but it's like, oh, you look like they said that I look, and this is, I look like I have an infectious disease that kills people, and then all of a sudden, I've lost 50 pounds and now I'm 5'10", not 6'3", and it's like, it's just constant like deflection on their own pain. Jeff, if that
Well,
makes sense.
here's what I want to know. Here's what I'm curious about. How do they know when you're on streams? Like, because the numbers go up as soon as you show up. The numbers shoot up. So
Yeah.
how are they fought? Like, how do they know what stream to find you on at a given time?
They go into my cache and they sit and they watch, and it's probably about 10 people that take turns and just watch where people go. It's
And then
truly
they
a
like
circle.
signal the others, he's here.
Yes,
Come on
yes,
over. Like,
yes,
that's just
yes.
weird.
Jeff, my friend Jeff, I'm telling you, they even admitted it that they have a network. We're gonna get you. They tried to contact my family. Yeah, yeah. So I have it. I have it all. And the thing is that they're calling from numbers, and then they tried to swap me. They tried to swap me one time. Yeah,
Jeff,
yeah.
that does that seem that that seems a little
It,
obsessed to me.
it's more than
Like
obsession. The thing
I
is,
love the panelverse and I watch panels all the time and we hang out in Discord and we'll have conversations and talk about what we see on the panels, but to actually meet with the group and like let's coordinate our activities for the day and where are we
yeah,
going to go and that's like a level that I don't know if I ever want to reach.
that's fatal attraction. That's like, remember that movie Fatal Attraction, where the person
Yeah,
is
with
so,
Glenn
yeah.
Close.
Yeah, they're so obsessed they can't help themselves. I have a term where I always say chomping at the bit, where they're just like,
But I pointed this out before. You play into it as well.
yeah,
It's you and them keep it going.
sure. So what I do is I've removed myself from a lot of channels. I don't go to a lot of channels. So I removed myself from some of those circles. So I kind of slow down and back off. Also, the person that just came up, her name is Megan. She's one of the people that are the hate watchers. She's one of the people, very, very angry. The thing is
Well,
that they accuse me of things, Jeff. They accuse me of things.
so
So then
you doing it now. You keeping it going now.
no, it's okay. They accuse me of things that aren't true. So then I point out what they do, and then they go nuts. So they want, Jeff, this is the best way to explain it. They want a subservient cuck. That's what they want. They want someone that they can control.
This is your chance to have it be about something other than that, and have it be about something you want to talk about, and you get pulled into talking about them, and then keeping it going, and then they come here and talk about you. So it's this little dynamic that keeps getting played between the two of you.
I noticed it a week ago.
Yeah. I never understood, and let's flip it.
And it's not only you. It happened. I see it happen on other channels too. I see it happen in the panelverse.
People get fixated on people. They get fixated, like they.
I know. I've seen it, and we've talked about it before. But like I'm saying, this is a chance to do something other than that. To have some other conversation.
I just think it's unhealthy, Jeff. I just think it's unhealthy, and
right. So don't keep it going. Like don't feed it. I guess is what I'm saying.
I was literally about to say, don't keep it going.
Yeah. Don't feed it, and then you can cut the health. You can cut the unhealth off on your end. Just you alone can cut it off by not feeding it. And then that way, on their end, they're going to be forced to adjust.
So by ignoring it,
or you think
dissipate. Yeah, I got you. What you're saying. I'm not here to stress you. I enjoy talking about it with you.
All right, Brown's dropped up.
Yeah.
I think I am going to wrap it up simply because my signal keeps dropping me out.
Do you have any storms where you're at or anything?
Yeah, you know what? It might be one of those solar flares, because last time we had those solar flare storms, my internet was doing this for a couple of weeks. And this is one of the like regions that they happen in. Oh, Bex, I totally forgot. Are you up for it? Or should we say, you know what? That's perfect, because I'm trying to stay up to watch Justice's thing in 2 hours. So that works out perfectly. All right. You know what? Yes, a lot of us are lonely. I think this medium draws many lonely people.
Actually, I'm not lonely at all, but that's okay. But no, I'm not saying to you. But yeah, I'm actually just fine.
What is loneliness? Is it just I'm an extrovert, and I spend a lot of time by myself doing I'm an ambivert, actually. I can do both. But
yeah.
When I'm in the mood to interface with people, it's not out of loneliness. It's out of extrovert. I need contact with people. It's part of how I interface with the world. But it's not out of like lonely neediness. Yeah. It's out of like needing to get my extrovert fix.
You need stimulation. Yeah,
it's for stimulation, not for loneliness. But if I am away from people for too long, I guess I get like I'm lonely in some ways. Like I feel kind of isolated where I am, where I live. I don't have the friends that I wish I had, or I wouldn't mind a boyfriend like to date or stuff like that. But it's not an overwhelming loneliness that eats at me throughout the day. It's like if I think about it hard enough, I could pull up that awareness, but it's nothing that interferes with my day-to-day life. But I think a lot of people maybe do feel that, and I think it's one of those things that could be a sign of health. Like even if it feels like loneliness, it's still reaching out and try to connect with people. So maybe that feeling of loneliness is what drives you to make the connections you need that take you to a better place. So loneliness in and of itself is not necessarily a negative. It could just be a sign of like needing to move in a certain direction.
And that's a great point. I think that what the misconception is that people, I think this is what I think, Jeff. I think people that need people around them 24/7 are weak. Like there's a solace in being independent.
There
And
are people that can't be alone at
yeah,
all. Like 5 minutes alone
yeah,
it is
and they're
so much
annoying.
mental distress. They have to have people around them, or be on the phone, or call, or or have some kind of constant contact with it. It's not agoraphobia. It's another. I forget what it's called. So there are people like that.
Yeah,
But I think the norm is a nice balance of being able to be alone when you need to, and
yeah.
having people around to, because we're social creatures too, to get your social needs met when you need.
I interact with people all the time. I'll go to just the regular store, or I'll go to the, whatever, Walmart. I'll just interact with, hey, how's it
I believe
going?
I could see it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe it.
And it's always very positive. I don't creep anybody out. It's not weird. It's just like, or I'll see somebody in the parking lot and they have a really nice car, and I'll pull up next to them. I'll go like that, right? And they'll roll the window down.
But you're probably also not saying and doing the things you say and do in the Panelverse either.
Yeah,
In
no,
just a
and I'll say,
casual interaction, um,
that's it.
in
And
real life.
people dig it. People dig someone just come up and saying, "Hey, man, nice car," or man, it's just like, it's just simple stuff. Hey, how's it going, man? And just it's just like, yeah, or someone comes in with like really nice pair of shoes on, right? I'm like, damn, you can't hide money. It's just
Pretty
like,
fly for a white guy.
it's simple interactions that people enjoy, that stimulation. You're not talking their heads off. You're just saying, hey, how you doing? And then these people that I'll see at these normal places, I'll see them again a couple weeks later. Hey, what's up, man? And they'll give me a fist bump. Like they remember me from just a simple interaction, because they know that you're just saying, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. That's it. I'm not saying come over for dinner. I'm just saying, hey, you know. But I think the biggest problem in the society now is we don't pay people compliments. We don't say, hey, you know, how you doing today? Or how you feeling? We don't do that. We're so isolated. But I don't overdo it, Jeff. I will be very brief. If I want to engage somebody, I'll be very brief with it. Hey, how you doing? Man, nice car, man. Yeah, take care, brother. But then they'll remember you. It's the weirdest thing, because people aren't expecting you to just walk up and pay them a compliment and then just walk away. And that's the biggest
In
problem, I
some
think, is that,
cultures, yeah, it
yeah,
does catch them off guard.
yeah. But no, it's great, man. I go to the Walmart all the time, and people are just like, "Hey, what's up, man?" I'm like, "Oh,
Do
oh
you go
hey."
like at 3 in the morning where you see all the people of Walmart?
No, my Walmart's not 24 hours, but
Oh,
usually it's like, but it's just like, "Hey, what's up,
I
man?"
thought they all were.
It's like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like the guy who pushes the carts, right? So the guy that always wrangles the cart wrangler guy. Every time I walk, I go there. I go, there he is. There's the man. And he just, they love that. Hey, what's up, man? Well, it's just like, just paying someone a compliment, giving someone some positive energy. That's all it is. It's not asking them to hang out with you. It's just like, what's up, bro?
They don't have
So,
overnight Walmarts anymore. Like
in my
that
area, we
used.
don't. In my area, we don't. We don't. It used to be 24 hours. I think it closes now at 11. I think it's 11. Because what they do is when they close at 11, then they have all the overnight stockers come in. They'll
But
stock
they
all the
used to do
shelves.
all that even while you shopped. You could go at
Yeah.
3 and they'd be
Bro,
stocking. You just walk around it. Wow, that's what a cultural shit. Oh my God, I'm getting old. I'm not gonna recognize the world soon. I barely recognize it now. That's gonna be really scary. Where the Panelverse is more familiar to me than actual present day reality. Uh-oh, I'm starting to see the trap. Wow. Because there was nothing like going into Walmart at 3 in the morning. People coming back from bars, stopping on their way home. People, first of all, if you're awake at 3 in the morning, and then to actually talk yourself out of leaving your house because you need something at Walmart, you get like there's no way to describe the crowd that ends up at Walmart at 3 in the morning. All right. Well, I'm gonna go hang out with Bex and for a little while in the Discord and go check out Justice's stream on men's mental health. They call it mateship in Australia. It's more like friendship here, like a band of brothers, a close group of men that support you. Mike, I see you in the back, but I think I'm gonna wrap up. So come back another time. We'll finish up our chat. I'm pretty wound down for tonight, and I guess that's it. Oh, hey Hebrew. Um, just 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 wrapping up. There's a guy. Let me put his channel. His name is Just Us, and he's going to be doing a stream in a couple of hours on men's mental health. And so my plan is to show up there. Go watch his stream in a few hours. So I'm going to wrap this one up and take a little break, and then try to be at his stream. Yeah, Nova, you too. Take care. Good to see everybody. Lots of new faces and some familiar faces. All right, Bex, give me like 5 minutes or so, and I'll meet you at our usual spot. All right. You too, Mike. Take care, and see you again. All right, everybody. Tomorrow I'll probably be here in the morning. I'll be doing something in the evening, and Saturday is when I'm going to try to do the big 12-hour celebration stream for getting monetized. So we'll have the memberships up then, and maybe a panel dance, and who knows. I expect it to be a crazy day. So that'll be Saturday, and I'll probably do some stuff in the evening Friday to kind of build up and prepare and get ready for that. So catch me tomorrow, and I hope all of you have a good rest of your day, and see you around. Take care, and thanks again.